Well, good morning and a very warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford. A beautiful day to start Lancashire against Derbyshire in the Rothesay County Championship. We're a few moments away from the toss taking place. It's been a pretty busy week here at Emirates Old Trafford with changes happening in captaincy, with the team looking to respond to their first defeat and being bottom of Division 2 as well. David Lloyd is alongside me. Good morning, Bumble. It's been some week.
It has, and it's a week and a day that you roll your sleeves up, puff your chest out and get on with the business, and that is changing things around. And the positive side is that Lancashire are 24 points away from second, and so the team have got to play better than they have been doing. I think this toss is going to be quite interesting with a new captain, and it's a beautiful day. There's a little bit more moisture in this pitch than what we've seen previously in the three county matches here at Emirates Old Trafford. We're
going to obviously speak to Marcus Harris in a moment. The toss is taking place here. In terms of when a club changes its captain, especially mid-season, just kind of a little insight to what that might be like for the players.
Well, you think about the captain who stepped down, and so Keaton Jennings is just going to open the batting and get on with the batting. Marcus Harris takes over as captain, so I expect you to get a bounce, and another bounce will be that Anderson is back. Jimmy Anderson's back in the team, and it gives the team a real backbone as well. And we're at this side, at the hotel side, or the city side, and I'm expecting it to be a little bit more bowler friendly than what we've seen previously. So when you get a new captain, I would expect there to be a lift, because they will know, bottom of the league, the team will know we have to improve. Make a start.
The interesting point, as you say, is that it's just 24 points away from second. So even though it's that first defeat, second place is within striking distance for Lancashire, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And, you know, I've been in this position, and you've just got to keep the noise out, and it's disappointing, and you can be a bit angry. You've got to roll your sleeves up and get on with it and work better than we have been doing. We haven't played well enough from 1 to 11, and so that's got to improve. New captain, Jimmy Anderson back in the side. Let's see where we go.
OK, well, let's have a chat with the new Lancashire captain, shall we? Marcus Harris joins us. Hey, Marcus.
Howdy.
First and foremost, what's the news from the middle?
We've lost the toss when we're batting, so we're happy to bat anyway, so that's worked out all right.
OK, and in terms of your team changes, I believe another change at the top with Luke to open?
Yeah, Wellesley will come in at the top, and then Belly will slide down to 6, so Wellesley's opened, I think, for about 180 of his 200 games, so he's experienced up there, and I think Belly back down to 6 probably plays him in a position that's more suited to him, so we're happy with that. And then obviously Jimmy comes in as well, so excited for the game ahead.
In terms of the last few days, Marcus, what's it been like?
Probably a little bit different to my previous weeks. I've sort of just gone about my own business and not had to worry about too much, but obviously being asked to captain the club's a huge privilege, so I'm really looking forward to leading the boys for the next couple of games. Like I said yesterday, we haven't had the best of starts, but I feel like it's not a million miles away from where we need to be, so we know what we need to do. We've got a lot of experience in the team. I think we've probably got 220 test matches in our team, but 180 come from one bloke. But I think we got all the ingredients for what we need to do, but it's more a matter of doing it in the middle, and actions speak louder than words. You've
been around the group now obviously for a while, Marcus. I mean, you would be of the belief that the team's better than bottom of Division 2 then?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, we've been in winning positions a couple of times in the game, in the 4 or 5 games we've played, and we've also been in some positions where we've had to defend a lot. But I think on paper we've got the squad that we think we need to be able to win. And sometimes all it needs is just a little bit of confidence or a little change, and it can turn quickly. So I've got belief in the boys, and I feel like we should have a good week this week.
Brilliant. Good luck this week. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you.
Marcus Harris joining us here at the toss. Good luck to Marcus this week. So just chatting through the team changes there. Jimmy Anderson comes back in. George Bell slots down into the middle. So Luke Wells goes back to opening. So some changes here this week.
Yeah, and Luke Wells is interesting. Going back, and as Marcus just said there, 180 times he's opened from his time down at Sussex and up here. And so they've got experience at the top. They've got experience in 3 and 4. And I just go back to what I said previously. When you're bottom, and we've all been in this situation. I've been in that situation as a player and coach. When it's not going well, you've got to shut the noise out, and there'll be plenty of noise, plenty. You've got to get on with what you do, and what this team has to do is to play better than they have been playing. It's as simple as that. You're not bottom for any other reason that you've not been playing well enough. I just think that change gives them an impetus at captaincy, which allows Keaton Jennings to do what he does at the top of the innings. Jimmy Anderson comes into the team. Losing the toss here, I don't think it's a bad thing, because they would have been 50-50, bat or bowl, get through that first session, and it will be different than the pitches that we've seen. There's a touch of moisture in, there's a bit more grass. Get through the first session, it'll get easier.
And just finally, on Jimmy, obviously as a player bringing so much, but in terms of what he will bring to help Marcus in that kind of vice-captain type role, how significant could that be, do you think?
Well, I see vice-captain is Bohannon, the senior professional is Anderson. It's old school, you know, you rely on your senior professionals to sort of give a bit of guidance here and there to the captain, as I got from Peter Lever and Barry Wood when I was captain, and also to guide the younger players as well. So I'm expecting a real result from Lancashire in this game. In this game, I want a real effort and an energy and an intensity in the team. And I think there's no better time than today against Derbyshire, who are a good side. Make no mistake, they're a decent side, well led by Mickey Arthur. But there's no better time when you're absolutely down. You're not exactly out. You're down. You can't feel sorry for yourself. Pick yourselves up, dust yourselves down, get to work.
Right, Lancashire then starting bottom of Division 2, but plenty of changes. Changing captaincy, changing their team for this week as well. Can they find a change in form and pick up their first win of the season? We'll find out. Beautiful weekend for it. We're on air and on time at 11 o'clock.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
That desperately disappointing defeat at Northamptonshire on Sunday, as we welcome our viewers across Lancs TV as well to the start of this game here. Lancashire starting bottom and Derbyshire starting second from top. Just rattle through the full teams for you to confirm the changes for the viewers on Lancs TV. You'll have heard the chat there with Marcus Harris, the Lancashire captain. They've gone back to Luke Wells opening. No Michael Jones. George Bell slots in the middle, and Sir James Anderson featuring for the first time this season. So Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells, Josh Bohannon, Marcus Harris, Matthew Hurst, George Bell, George Balderson, Tom Hartley, Tom Bailey, Anderson Phillip and James Anderson. Derbyshire have David Lloyd, not our David Lloyd, Caleb Jewell, Harry Kane, Wayne Madsen, Brooke Guest, Martin Anderson, Ben Itchison, Anuj Dahl, Zach Chappell, Blair Tickner and Jack Morley. Familiar face here back at Old Trafford. Paul, some thoughts on that and kind of how you think this game and this opening kind of half an hour might progress, but we're not too far away from the start.
No, well, the pitch is well grassed, and it's got a little bit of moisture in it, which is slightly strange considering we haven't had any rain for probably 6 weeks here in Manchester. But the desperate efforts being made to try and make these pitches a little bit more result-friendly have been very difficult pitches on which to take 20 wickets. Lancashire have had a desperate start to the season with 4 draws. And a loss, as Scott said, last Sunday against Northamptonshire away at Wantage Road. And so Lancashire really need to improve. There's a feeling that they can't get much worse. Well, what's happened is that they've jiggled the batting order around a little bit. Luke Wells, who's been playing in all those games, has been batting at number 6. He's now back to his more regular position of opening the batting, along with Keaton Jennings. Both of them out in the middle now, both left-handers. Jennings very active in his preparations and warm-up. Relinquish the captaincy after the weekend loss. He's captained the side for a season and a month, and he's decided that that's enough. The results haven't warranted him continuing, and he wants to concentrate on his batting, which he'll have an opportunity to do now. He's at the non-strikers end. Luke Wells preparing to take guard on a glorious day here at Emirates Old Trafford. There's not a cloud in the sky, there's not a breath of wind. It's a bit chilly early on this morning, but that temperature has climbed steadily to high teens now, forecast to be in the low 20s by this afternoon. And weather-wise, it looks a perfect batting day. Pitch-wise, we'll have to wait and see. There's a little bit of grass on this surface, as I said. There's a hint of dampness around. There are three slips, and we're underway as Aitchison starts the proceedings. Luke Wells defends straight back to the bowler. No dramas. First ball of the innings, first ball of the match. And Scott's back from his. I'm not quite sure what you were doing, Scott.
Well,
were you doing a report, or were you
running
have your
repairs.
spanner out?
Running repairs.
Yeah,
running repairs.
You've got rid of that very nasty noise in our headphones, anyway. Aitchison back past the umpire. Full ball, which is pushed to mid-off by Luke Wells. And it's a sedate first couple of balls, which is good news from Lancashire's perspective. Nothing whistling past the outside edge.
I mean, this isn't nothing new for Luke Wells, of course, but in terms of this season and in terms of Lancashire's strategy leading up to this game was not to have Wells opening, was to have Wells at 6 to strengthen that middle order. But with Michael Jones not playing, Wells gets the chance at the top again. System dogs it out towards Morley at mid-wicket. There's no run. So George Bell opened the batting last week at Northamptonshire with Wells at 6, but they've swapped positions. Those two.
Well, I think that's a good move. I mean, Luke Wells has always looked more comfortable at the top of the order, whether it's in red or white ball cricket. George Bell is more suited to away from the new ball at the moment in his career, anyway.
Aitchison in as Wells plays off the front foot and defends back to the bowler. There's no run.
So that's and the only other the change is that Jimmy Anderson's come in for Will Williams.
Yeah.
Well, Jimmy's been itching to play. He really has. I've been quite close to Jimmy over the last few weeks as Aitchison comes in again. Edged away down to third man. So the first runs for Lancashire. Wells off the mark. Lancashire get going with just a single. There's one ball left in the over. So yeah, Jimmy with that little calf strain which has prevented him playing for the first 5 or 6 weeks of the summer. Thankfully that's behind him now, and he'll be raring to go. So Keaton Jennings divested himself of the captaincy. He's taking strike now. Did that come as a bit of a shock to you, Scott?
Yes, yes.
Do you think he was pushed, or did he...
What a question to ask me at 3 minutes past 11.
Oh, it's a relevant question. He's just about to face his centre of attention.
Here comes Aitchison in and balls to Jennings. That's off the back foot and played late down towards third man for a single. He keeps the strike as well. It's the end of the first over, 2 without loss.
You can't pussyfoot around these
Well,
things.
you didn't, did you? You've gone
No,
both.
but
You've gone both in there.
Yeah, well, you know, you're a BBC radio journalist. Was he pushed, or do you not know, or what's the story?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure.
He sent me a text. We get on reasonably well. He's my first signing when I was director of cricket. He just said, I fancy a chat sometime, there's plenty to discuss, and that's all it was. And I said, well, fine, anytime. So we'll just leave it hanging, do we?
Well, I mean, yeah, I suppose we do, don't we? Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, results have been desperate, and when results are desperate, you get feelings that things aren't all right within the setup, whether that's coach, players, whatever. You've got a situation where we haven't been bowling well or batting well. There've been questions asked about the pitch. You get, in those situations, I know from experience, you get bowlers blaming batsmen, batsmen blaming bowlers. And to be honest, his record is not good since beginning of 24, is it, as a captain?
No.
Anyway, he wants to concentrate on his batting, so he can do that today.
It will be Tickner from the James Anderson end, and Jennings off the front foot and pushes up towards mid-off, and there's no run. I had a pretty lengthy conversation with him on the record at Northamptonshire on Sunday, a kind of full debrief, and he spoke very honestly about his own contributions as well. You know, he's asking players to look at themselves and to assess whether or not they're doing the right thing, and he said that also applies to me. I've got to look at whether or not I'm making the right decisions. So it's tapped away by Jennings for a single just through cover, 3 without loss. So he was pretty open in the post-match interview on Sunday after that pretty disastrous day where Lancashire lost at Northamptonshire. And I thought he fronted up and spoke really well. But I didn't leave Northamptonshire thinking
he's going to resign.
Absolutely not.
No. Okay. No, he's the sort of character who wants to see these things through. He takes responsibility seriously, whether it's as an opening bat or as captain. And I think he's the type of character who, if things aren't going right, he'll want to try and put them right. So that's why I just wonder whether there's outside influence brought to bear.
Well, I don't know for certain, one way or the other with it, but as Tickner starts in again with 3 slips and a gully waiting, edged and put down at 3rd slip. He went after it pretty firmly, Luke Wells, but both hands on it, high up to the right of David Lloyd. I think that is at 2nd slip. Let's have a look here back on the replay. He's gone pretty quickly there. He's kind of across 2nd slip and 3rd slip. 3rd slip's gone to the right, 2nd slip to the left. It's certainly a chance. And the combination of Wayne Madsen, who's at 2nd slip, and David Lloyd, who's at 3rd. I think it was Lloyd that got the cleaner contact on it. But chance spilt.
Wide ball, wasn't it? Inviting the drive.
It's defended away off the hip by Jennings, going towards forward short leg, and there is no run. 4 without loss, but a chance early on for Luke Wells.
Not seen much of Tickner bowling. He does everything in the first 4 balls he's bowled, everything sort of slightly to excess. He's got an exaggerated beginning to his run-up with hands held high in front of him. And he's got one of the longest follow-throughs I've ever seen.
Comes bouncing back in and balls again to Jennings, who's playing forward. The ball just slides past the edge of the bat into the gloves of Brooke Guest.
He'll be a tired boy at the end of the day if he keeps bowling. He's run all the way through to short leg there. So his run-up is not overly long. Begins, as I say, with that exaggerated arms in front. And bowls from a nice high position. Tall lad, big lad. Fast medium. Medium fast, whatever you like to call it. And he's bowled a couple of really good deliveries so far. That one slipping back into Jennings as he comes in again.
Over the wicket and balls to Jennings, is off the back foot and defending. And there's no run. End of the 2nd over. It's a 4 without loss. Wells 2 and Jennings on 2 here live on the BBC and on the and on Lancs TV as well. Wells 2 and Jennings has 2. So yes, it was. It's been a pretty eventful week, hasn't it? With what's gone on in the last 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, it's been a desperately disappointing start from Lancashire, and everybody recognises that. And from a personal point of view, I find it difficult to explain because they're talented cricketers. You know, there's plenty of talent within the Lancashire squad.
Aitchison comes in and starts a fresh over. Balls to Wells, left. Through to Guest, and there's no run. But I suppose potentially something maybe did have to happen when it's a significant moment when a club the size of Lancashire goes bottom of Division 2. Now, I know it's their first defeat of the season, but as I said to Keaton in that interview, it's not like in the previous games here in particular that they're on top in matches. They've been behind
in most of them,
of the games.
Yeah.
As Wells leaves and through to Guest, no run.
They had opportunities to press home advantage against Middlesex at Lords.
Yeah.
They had opportunity to win that game at Wantage Road.
Well, they should have won the game.
Yeah. You know, and that's the more worrying thing, that they're not being able to press home the advantage, that they haven't been able to exercise or impose their authority on the game. That's the worry. You know, you get yourself in a dominant position, you've got to capitalise on it and go through and win the match.
Aitchison balls to Wells off the front foot and defends down to third man for a single. 5 that was. Yes. Well, I suppose the first came the apology, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean
that's
unusual.
Yeah.
You know, this sort of time of the season for an apology.
Yeah.
Obviously, the standard of cricket is not where anybody wants it to be. Whether you apologise or not at this stage is a moot point. It was done by 2 high-ranking officials within the cricket setup, in Mark Chilton, who's director of cricket, and John Abrams, who's on the board.
Aitchison balls to Jennings, who's left, leaving that delivery through to Guest, no run. But then, of course, it was like 2 hours later. Then the news comes through that there's a change in captaincy.
Yeah,
which just seemed all a bit odd, really. But
well, it's a read between the lines, John.
Well, yeah.
I don't know. We don't know.
Third slip in place is a gully point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. Left by Jennings again, through to Guest, and there's no run.
And through at ankle height, that you'd expect in the third over of the day, when you've put a side in, for it to carry at waist height at least.
I think that this pitch was the one that was used for the game against Somerset last season.
Yeah, lots of wickets fell on that the first day.
Again, left by Jennings and through to Guest. It's the end of the over, 5 without loss. We'll have a change, Paul. We'll come back. We'll bring you back with Bumble in a little while. We'll bring Dave Fletcher from Radio Derby in for a little bit, because we've been a bit Lancashire centric, haven't we? We get a little flavour as to what's the view from the Derbyshire camp heading into this fixture. 3 overs then. Wells 3, Jennings on 2. Lancashire 5 without loss, having been asked to bat first by Derbyshire. Good morning, Dave.
Scott Reed.
Are we all right?
Oh, absolutely terrific. Yeah, I thought Paul could have been a bit more outspoken there, if I'm honest. So I'm going to go off the longer run. No, I've got absolutely no opinions on Lancashire whatsoever. You'll be pleased to know.
Thank you. 3 balls in. Was he pushed? Cheers, Paul.
No, but you've just pushed me.
Really appreciated that. There's a little bit of a delay with
somebody in between the 2 sight screens at the far end. Look,
that's it.
Are we settled on what we're going to call Anderson? Other than Anderson, we're going to call him James, Sir? Jimmy. We're not calling him Sir every time he touches the ball.
Oh, well, why not?
Blair Tickner bowling to the left-handed Wells, who guides that into the gully where Dowell does the fielding. I need to be on air at some point when Blair Tickner's bowling and David Lloyd is sitting next to me, because I want him to analyse Blair Tickner's run, which is the most idiosyncratic thing you're ever likely to see on a cricket pitch. A little run on the spot to begin with, and then his arms he's like a pony in in the dressage. It's brilliant. Here he goes, running up and down on the spot, and then elbows jutting out around the wicket to Wells. He comes, and that one is guided into the offside, and they're going to scamper through for a very comfortable single in the end. It's one of the many familiar faces to Lancashire supporters, I'm sure. Jack Morley, who does the fielding there. Morley, Aitchison, who's playing his first team game since July 2023, having suffered broken ankles and fractures of his back. Captain the twos for a couple of games this season, both of which they won. I'm not sure that that's necessarily the reason he's in the side, but Alex Thompson missing out with a hand injury of some sort. And no Mitch Wagstaff either for Derbyshire, as Tickner is in. That one's defended by Jennings. I suppose he's the former captain. Oh, that's the last I'll refer to it. Is he the vice captain? Has he just dropped down one, or has he dropped down completely?
No, yeah, he's dropped down completely. So I
okay.
think it's obviously Marcus Harris as captain. I think Josh Bohannon is still the vice captain.
Oh, okay. Well, Josh was overlooked for the big job.
He would appear that way, and Sir James is off. Is a senior figure, senior player.
Part of the senior group.
Senior group.
Yeah.
Senior group.
I like that. I like that.
I think that's the official title.
Okay. You get to the bottom of it over the course of 4 days. It's a short delivery from Tickner, and Jennings ducks underneath it. Tickner was with Derbyshire last season. I don't think he would have played against Lancashire. I don't think he played in the T20, but he was here at the start of the season. I was just explaining to a couple of other people in the box. They dropped about 15 catches off him in the first 3 matches, all at slip, and his average was hopeless. It wasn't hopeless, it was just not very good, mainly as a result of that. But then his wife discovered that she had leukemia, bless her. And she had treatment in Derby. They found a window in her treatment, so they all flew home. So it's really good that he's back this season. Unfinished business, and he's quicker, I think, this year than he was last, as he bowls again, wraps Jennings on the pad. It was clearly too high, even from this distance, wasn't it? An hour angle, it looked too high anyway. The appeal was relatively short-lived.
He does have the most magnificent run, doesn't he?
It is bizarre, isn't it? Wait till we see him bat.
Oh,
he is a proper number 11. He applauded one of the Glamorgan bowlers in our Derbyshire's last match. If he bowled him a bouncer, he just stood there and clapped, ducked underneath it and clapped. He is brilliant. He can't keep still.
terrific.
Here he comes again to bowl to Jennings, who dabs that backward square on the offside. And another decent over from Blair. Tickner comes to an end. Both old bowlers have conceded 3 runs, and as a result, Lancashire are 6 without loss after 4 overs. Derbyshire winning the toss this morning and deciding, as they have done each time they've won the toss, to have a bowl first. We're likely to see Zach Chappell and Anuj Dal as the first change bowlers, and then the spin options, Jack Morley with his left arm, and David Lloyd, who has turned himself into an off-spinner. Having been a medium pacer for most of his career down at Glamorgan, he's now very much an off-spinner. And Martin Anderson, of course, who hasn't bowled much this season, but has been a very useful acquisition, a couple of centuries and a half century.
It's Aitchison to continue from the Brian Statham, then he's over the wicket bowling, and Wells off the front foot, takes a quick single here, just pushed up towards Harry Kane, who's at wide mid-off, and then there's a enthusiastic throw towards the keeper's end.
I'm glad you didn't call it a shy at the stumps. Because Wayne Madsen had to dive a long way to his left to back that one up.
And it's a good job he did.
Yes. They do have they've got a long leg, haven't they? Not a third man for Aitchison. I'm not sure about it.
It's Gully in place, 3 slips, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Just deflects off Jennings's thigh pad and drops into the offside. There is no run, but we've got quite a short boundary to one side here, haven't we? We're playing on the pitch, which is, as we look from the Statham end, which is right to the right of the square. So the rope out towards where the party stand would be when the temporary stand gets built has been pulled in quite significantly. But a reasonably short boundary out to the hotel side of the ground. It's Aitchison again for Derbyshire over the wicket, balls, and Worked into the onside by Jennings. Gathered by Jack Morley.
They're still not going to paint that red.
Well, I think the idea is that it
Needs to be red.
needs to be.
It needs to be red.
Yeah. Now, when you're on with Bumble, ask Bumble, because he was told the reason why it's not red.
But I just think that we had myself and David Griffin had a stroll right around the boundary earlier on, and it's just been developed so well.
It's Aitchison right over the wicket, balls again. Jennings defends to mid-on this time, no run.
When you're down there, it feels really hemmed in. We're quite high up here on the 3rd floor, but when you're walking around the boundary and you look up at these huge buildings, the Point and the hotel, excuse me, and the way they've redeveloped the pavilion as well, and even this end, it's incredible. I love it. But I've always liked Old Trafford for obvious reasons.
Yeah, I can't imagine why. Aitchison balls again. Jennings off the front foot, playing defensively, but then flirting with the idea of a single. He just pushed it out to Point and thinking maybe there could be a chance for a quick single there, but Wells and Jennings, who have batted together a lot over the last few years and back together at the top for this game, decide that there isn't a run to be added. 7 without loss, 1 ball left for the 5th over. Jennings on 2 and Wells is 5 not out. Aitchison for Derbyshire. It's beautiful bright sunshine is in and bowling, and Jennings plays off the front foot calmly away and defends. And there's no addition to the score, so 7 on the board for Lancashire, who have been invited to bat first. Wells has 5 and Jennings unbeaten on 2, and there's lots of activities taking place for the school kids today. Climbing frames and bouncy castles.
We're going on that, aren't we?
Oh, why not?
We are on the bouncy castle.
Love a bit of that.
I don't think I've ever been on one.
Have you never been on a bouncy castle?
I'm considerably older than you, Scott.
I don't think age should prevent you going on bouncy castles.
No, but I don't. No, I think it does.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I don't think we had bouncy castles when I was of an age when you would go on a bouncy castle. Somebody else walking behind the bowl. So it's not rocket science, everybody. There's enough seats away from there. Anyway, Blair Tickler's sorted that out. He's 6'7", Blair. Whatever he says goes, pretty much. Although he is so soft. He's a typical Kiwi. He's on his way in to bowl to Wells, who defends this one up to mid-on. Zach Chappell does the fielding. Good to see no sun hats out there. I mean, there is one. Ernest Dahl always wears one, doesn't he? He's got his own. Not a big fan of the sun hat, as people know.
What's your problem with the sun hat?
They always fall off.
Oh, right.
No way Madsen's calling for something. That was a skipper. He wants a towel for Brooke Guest. That's what I'm guessing. My charades are accurate. 3 slips and a gully. Tickner is in, bowls to Wells, goes back and then forces the ball just into the offside. And there's no run. I do indeed have an 11:30, Scott. I do apologise.
No, it's okay. It's a flexible thing up here.
Well, there's enough of it, isn't there?
I'm not going on again with Albert after the first.
No,
I'm going to refuse to work with him again.
And I might not work with him just in solidarity.
Thank
with
you for that.
So
yeah, he can be honest by himself.
Do it all by himself.
He's only here for half a day as well. He's caused chaos.
Half a day?
Yeah, he walked in. The first thing he said to me was, "I can't stay all day." So, good morning, Paul.
Tickner's in, and Wells leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Goes through to Brooke Guest. You've got to be committed to the cause, haven't you, really? If you're going to do it, you might as well do it properly. I always think. Well, as properly as you can, let's put it that way, before anybody starts messaging me.
It is lovely to have Paul and Bumble with us today, but then from days 2, 3 and 4, mate, it's me and you.
Oh, is it? Yeah. I'm really busy tomorrow afternoon.
In that case, it's me.
It's good to be on a pioneering station as well today, isn't it? On Sports Extra 12 or something? 3, is
3.
It? As high as 3. In comes Tickner, bowls a full-length delivery, and it's pushed out into the offside by Wells. Fielded by Dahl. Yes, the new. If you go on your, if you're out and about, go on your BBC Sounds app. You've all got it now. Come on. And on the circular dial at the top, if you go around, you have to come away from Radio Lancashire just temporarily and go around, and you come to 5 Live. Then it's 5 Sports Extra, 5 Sports Extra 2 and 5 Sports Extra 3.
But where's 1?
Well, I assume the original, they're just keeping it.
Right.
They've not given it a number.
Right.
Tickner bowls, that one is full and it's clipped away down towards fine leg, fielded down there by Aitchison. Another run to Wells, who moves on to 6. Thank goodness for that. The scoreboard is just a little bit slow. 8 without loss. Brings Jennings back onto strand. A very exciting technological development. Stephen Shamrott's here as well. He was in the box 2 away from us to our right before. He's not there anymore. He'd be wandering. He'd be picking up little snippets of information for his.
It's because Jimmy's around, isn't it?
Oh, I'll tell you what.
Around, of course.
Gareth Copley's here because Jimmy's around.
Jimmy's around.
Yeah, Jimmy's around.
Yeah.
So Derbyshire bowling first will have delighted him. He's only here today. As Tickner is in. Ball's edged and taken, is it by Wayne Madsen? Yes, it is. And Blair Tickner gets the breakthrough. Good catch, diving down to his right by Madsen. Jennings goes for 2 and Derbyshire strike in the 6th over. Lancashire 8 for 1.
Good catch, wasn't it? Slow down that.
I wasn't sure if he'd caught it, in all honesty.
No. He's not going to hit too hard, isn't Jennings? But the catch went low down. Yeah, it's a good take. He's gone low to his right, Madsen. And then he's done well actually as he hits the deck because he's
that was the bit, wasn't it?
Yeah, that he's not spilt it. You'd be kind of forgive him for getting hands to it, but then as you hit the ground, you might just juggle it a little bit. But he's done well. Pretty reliable pair of hands at slip, isn't he? Though Wayne Madsen, to be fair.
I do believe he has more catches as a Derbyshire player than anybody other than the wicketkeeper, but he has been here for 40 years. So, but yeah, no, he has. He's moved from first slip to second slip. That might be one to ask the professionals a bit later on as well, because I've always wondered about that. Was a good catch. When your elbows hit the floor, you're in trouble, aren't you? But he's got a good grip on it. Why he might have moved from first to second slip, because he was always, when I started doing it 10 years ago, he was always first slip. And then last season, he did break a finger last season at one point, but he was at second slip. So he's just sort of, and if that's an age thing, it gives you a fraction more reaction time because you're a bit closer, aren't you? I don't really know.
It's one for Paul and Bumble, isn't it?
I don't know why I asked the question. Really.
Yeah. Josh Bohannon's a new batsman to come out and join Luke Wells.
Reactions like a 24-year-old, says our cricket pundit Joe Shackett, who was in the studio with me last night as we look back on the first 5 matches of the season. It was good fun. Good fun.
It'd be more fun than looking back on Lancashire's first 5 matches of the season.
Well, it was more fun than looking back on the last 2 seasons, in all honesty. So, yeah, things have certainly improved.
Is this kind of second season effect from Mickey Arthur?
Well, no, it's his 4th.
Was his 4th?
Yeah, his first season was terrific. They won more games than they lost.
Around the wicket comes Aitchison bowling. Well, there's kind of a half of the appeals to where there's a little glance down the leg side, but. So it's his 4th season.
Yeah, then his next, in his next 2, they didn't win a game in his 2nd season, so that would have been 2023.
Right.
In the Championship. Last season, they didn't finish bottom that year somehow. Last year, they did win a game but finished bottom. And this year, they won their first game and they're unbeaten. They're unbeaten Derbyshire, as we like to call them in every bulletin.
Rightly so. Wraps the pad of Wells and deflects away into the offside. There's no run. So is it the 4th season effect for Mickey?
Yes, I think it probably is. I think it's a good observation,
Thank you very much. I like to make these key observations every now and again.
But the years just disappeared, don't it? Somebody said to me, it was probably Griff, because I speak to him more than I speak to anybody else in the world. He said, well, next year will be your 10th season. No. It is. This is my 10th season. It feels like it started last week. Ridiculous.
10 seasons of joy.
Yeah, unbroken.
8 for 1, Lancashire. Forward as Wells again and defends. Pushed up towards mid-off, and there's no addition to the score.
I'll mention now, get it out of the way nice and early, Derbyshire haven't beaten Lancashire in a red ball game of cricket this century.
I had all this last week at Northants. Northants haven't beaten Lancashire since
this century.
1902 or something.
1997, I think it was.
Right, okay.
I just want to get all the bad stuff out.
Yeah, fair enough. 8 for 1.
There's so little of it.
Halfway through the 7th over. Just some balls again left by Wells. And through to Brooke Guest. And there's no run. A couple of familiar faces on this Derbyshire side. Obviously, Brooke Guest being one, and Jack Morley. But not Lewis Rees. Then that's a big blow.
Yes, he pulled his hamstring last week bowling against whoever they played last week.
Glamorgan.
Yes, it wasn't. There was a week before, wasn't it? That's right. I've just got to nip off for 2 minutes. I don't know if Paul wants to come back if he's if he's got his second wind or not.
In balls to Wells, who's playing forward and defending. And there's no run. 8 for 1. Yeah, no Lewis Rees for Derbyshire. Who's had another impressive start to the season, both with bat and with the ball. He's the leading wicket taker this season for Derbyshire, 19 wickets at an average of 22, and he's second on the charts when it comes to top run scorers as well for Derbyshire. So blow for Derbyshire not to have Lewis Rees for this fixture. Aitchison from around the wicket to completely over. Forward goes Wells and defends again up towards Harry Kane, who's at mid-off. There's no run. So 8 for 1, 7 overs gone. Half an hour of this opening day. Lancashire have lost a wicket of Keaton Jennings, caught by Wayne Madsen. The bowling of Blair Tickner. Paul, did you see it?
Yeah, I did. Well, Tickner, hasn't it? Good catch. Really good catch at second slip by Wayne Madsen. Just a little bit of seam, nothing much, not an extraordinary delivery. But Keaton, unfortunately, probably still got a lot going on in his head in terms of what's happened over the last 6 weeks or so. And in situations like this where you've been put in, there's a little bit of life in the pitch. You're obviously going to try really hard to see out this first hour. I didn't expect to see a flurry of runs. We're not doing. It's 8 for 1 from 7 overs. It's as I expected, and there's more attacking fielders by the minute, really. 4 slips and a short leg now.
Yeah, and Blair Tickner, he's quite literally bouncing his way back in to start a fresh over into Bohannon. Slides past and through to Brooke Guest. They've got 4 slips. Point. Mid-off, mid-on. There's a short leg in place as well. On the attack, Derbyshire, having picked up the early wicket of Keaton Jennings. Now looking for a second with Bohannon on strike. 8 for 1. Tickner from the James Anderson end. Turns and sets off again. There's barely a breath of wind actually around the ground. The flag's drooping down. He's in and bowling to Bohannon, who plays forward defensive, pushed up towards mid-on.
Well, it's a glorious forecast, isn't it, for the next 5 days, 6 days.
It's not rained here, I'm told, since the 18th of April. So it's a month without any rain. And you could actually see it as well, can't you, on the outfield? That's not quite the luscious green that we got in the first home game of the season. Scorched from the sunshine. Short ball by Tickner, which is down the leg side, and Bohannon ducks underneath it.
Bowling well, Tickner. New Zealander, of course. He's 3 test matches under his belt, a few one-dayers as well. So, looks a good acquisition for English conditions, which basically almost replicate New Zealand conditions. Very good. Fast medium bowlers come from New Zealand over the years. Played in Wellington for a number of years. As Tickner comes in again, it's driven nicely from Bohannon through the vacant mid-off area. There's an extra cover in place who's chasing after this to the long off boundary. Just gets there. I think he's clawed that back.
I think he has. It's a good effort.
3 to Bohannon. Yeah. But it was a good shot, a positive stroke.
Yep, 11 for 1. Into the 8th over here. We'll have a change. I'll bring Bumble in to join you.
Okay. Yes, first really positive drive of the day from Bohannon, who gets himself off the mark. That's just 4 balls. Tickner will be relishing the opportunity to bowl on this pitch. Wells on strike now. 4 slips, short leg. Tickner bounces in. Well, left from Wells as it's outside the off stump. Morning, Bumble.
Yeah, good morning, Paul. Assessment of the pitch, it's easy paced, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
There's a bit more moisture in than previous pitches here at Emirates Old Trafford. A bit of grass on the pitch. Usual thing, I would say, that back carefully in that first session.
Yeah. I think you've got to do that anyway, haven't you? It doesn't matter in what state the pitch is, you've still got to be wary and careful when you're facing the new ball on the first day. There's bound to be a little bit of juice in the pitch. The deep square leg gone in now as Tickner comes in to Wells. That's well bowled. It's not carried through to Brooke Guest though. Gone through at ankle height and bounced just in front of the keeper. It's the end of the over. It's 11 for 1. Wells is 6. Bohannon is 3. 8 overs gone.
I just wonder whether, with that little bit of moisture in this surface, whether it's just denting the top, because if it is, the pitch will dry out and it'll still leave these little dents, these little saucer where the ball bounces, and they will harden up. You've got to get through that first session, which, like you say, it's the same for really every game that you play, time cricket, 3-day, 4-day, whatever it is. Get through your first session, ball gets softer, pitch dries out a bit and it becomes easier, so you keep your wickets intact. You just got to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, interesting about how these pitches play, that it left with a little bit of grass and just a hint of moisture. I'm not talking about a wet wicket or anything like that, just a hint of moisture. Bohannon facing Aitchison for the first time now as he comes in. Defended onto the leg side by Josh Bohannon, short of the length from Aitchison. But you're right about a pitch leaving dents. And we're not talking about big holes. We're talking just skimming the surface and leaving
bruising. Bruises the top.
Yeah, and then, as you say, they can harden and make it trickier.
Yes.
Because then the pitch is a little bit quicker and the ball might do a little bit more. Aitchison in again, shortish run up down the leg side, big appeal. And out. Bohannon has tickled that behind. I thought he'd left it well alone. It was a nonchalant little half leave from Bohannon. So Bohannon has just feathered that down the leg side, and the Derbyshire players are elated. It's what's called in the game a strangle.
Oh, it is just a little thin one, and he walks away from his body. It just looked innocuous, didn't it? A slider down the leg side. You get a little tickle on it and you bemoan your luck as Bohannon exits. So Lancashire are now 2 down, 11 on the board.
Yeah, when things aren't going your way, this is the sort of thing that happens. It's a ball that I suppose invites a stroke, but at this stage you could probably leave it well alone. Instinct and reflex says, I've got to hit this.
Well, you think that you're going to get more bat on it. It's just a leg glance and it'll go down and fly down on the angle from right arm over of a full length. You get a full bat on it, it'll fly down to fine leg, but he gets it very, very thin. It's just a feather through to the keeper, which is a good height. And in that previous over, a couple just dribbled through to the wicket keeper, but that, with it being full length, he takes it round about waist height. It's an easy catch down the leg side. Puts Lancashire in trouble, and the new captain, Marcus Harris, comes to the crease. You know, you just sense that the team are just in the doldrums, and you've just got to roll your sleeves up and get out of it. And you know, I mentioned to Scott before that there'll always be inevitably a lot of noise around the team. It might not be the team's fault, and so you've got to roll your sleeves up, cut the noise out. And look at that table, 24 points off second, with a lot of cricket to play. You can't feel sorry for yourself, you've just got to rock up and do the job. Derbyshire will sense that it's a team that's vulnerable. They win the toss and they decide to have a ball first. They've got 2 out and they've got 4 slips.
And they've managed to expose Lancashire's batting order already. Harris coming in at number 4, the new captain, as David has said. Where would Lancashire be without him? It can't be any lower down, but Harris has scored over 700 runs this summer already. So he's been greeted by 4 slips as Aitchison comes round the wicket now. Watches that go past into the hands of Brooke Guest. behind the stumps. An all Lancashire wicket, that. Aitchison is on the academy here at Lancashire as an opening bowler. Brooke Guest, who played a couple of years with Lancashire, made a couple of first team appearances, moved on to Derby. Economical run up from Aitchison. It's nipped back at Harris, who's jackknifed as it hits him around about thigh pad. Runs away on the leg side, no leg by, no run.
Aitchison is around the wicket. Plenty of left-handers at the top of the order for Lancashire. He's been in great form, hasn't he? Slotting in, and the way he's just so phlegmatic at the crease. He's very calm.
Yeah, no nonsense batter. As he faces Aitchison again, that nips back. Guest takes that diving away towards the leg side. Kept a little bit low again, that one. And Harris comes down the pitch and prods at it.
The bounce is very much on the low side compared to the 3 other matches that have been played here in the county championship. The ball has been flying through, but you know, there's real evidence that this is a much slower pitch.
Aitchison again. It's wide of off stump and let go comfortably by Harris. Guest takes it at knee height this time. That's the end of the over. Good one from Aitchison. He's got the wicket of Josh Bohannon caught down the leg side by the wicket keeper. It's 11 for 2. 9 overs have gone. Wells is still there, back to opening. 6 not out. And Marcus Harris has faced just 4 balls. So it's been a tumultuous week, really, David, in Lancashire's season, hasn't it? 4 draws and a loss to Northants, followed by the upheaval of the captain rescinding his position as leader. Just wait for Tickner to start this next over. Wells on strike. Leaves it through to Guest. I mean, when things happen like there's been a public apology from the director of cricket and the board, captain's resigned, bottom of the league. What do you do?
Well, as a team, I'm only looking at the team, the cricket side of things. You cut the noise out, and the team itself would understand that they haven't been playing well enough, and so that's got to improve. But there's more to it than that, I'm absolutely certain. I was, you know, everybody's got an opinion about an apology. Where did that start? Where did it come from? Who says that you've got to apologise?
Tickner again, bounding in. It's well wide of off stump. No trouble for Wells at all. He leaves it through to the keeper. Yeah, it's a strange thing to apologise in May for the way you're performing, but it's been done. Not sure you or I agree with that, do you?
No, I mean, I wouldn't have done it. I mean, the team have had a poor start. But the team themselves, we've all been there. We've been in that position. You've been in a dressing room, and there'll be disappointment, there'll be anger. You've got to put it right. It's the team that will put it right.
It's well bowled from Tickner. It's full ball. Almost a Yorker. Dug out by Wells to mid-off. No run.
And so you get a change of captain, which, you know, the lad who has been captain, Keaton Jennings, now gets on with batting. That's all he needs to do, is bat. He's not involved in the political side of things. That hands over to Marcus Harris. Anderson, as a great senior professional, comes into the team, so that should benefit the team as well.
Tickner again. Angled away past third slip, away down to third man. This should run all the way. Oh, it's just been clawed back. Good pursuit. By David Lloyd, your namesake.
Oh, is he playing?
Well, he is. That's him. Number 8. There he is.
He is.
Yeah. Saved 2. Saved. What did he get there? 3.
No, they'd only get 1 if it were infielding David Lloyd. like a gazelle, him.
You'd have dived and stopped it going past him anyway, wouldn't you?
That's him. I've never met him. Oh, he's Welsh, isn't he, as well, like my lot?
Like you.
Yeah. My lot way back.
Right, so Harris on strike again to Tickner now. There's 4 slips and a short leg. Very attacking field. Tickner in past the umpire. Defended steadily by Harris.
I wonder if
Pushed him it off.
is he North Wales or South Wales, I wonder.
Shall we find
We'll
out?
find out. I'm just thinking North Wales, where you and I and our great mate Bob Willis, we went on that steam train trip. 3 days on steam trains.
We were pioneers in that regard, weren't we, really?
Llanberis, up there, up that mountain railway.
Festiniog Railway we did. Welsh Highland.
That's it, I remember it.
Yeah, he's from getting on that way, born in St Asaph, so it's
Yeah, that's up
on
north.
the way as Harris just defends to extra cover off the final ball of the over. David Liam Lloyd.
Di Lloyd, is it? Look you, I Stedford.
Indeed, he's played for Wales Minor Counties, Glamorgan, Welsh Fire in the 100.
Well, I'll have to have my picture taken with him.
Yeah, 2 Davids.
There's
Two
loads
Lloyds.
of them. There's loads of David Lloyds. There's that lad tennis. He played tennis. There was a cyclist, David Lloyd.
I thought that was you that had all those leisure centres.
Well, people say, "Oh, they're your leisure centres." I said, "Well, yeah."
Back to the cricket. Aitchison round the wicket. If you can leave something flamboyantly, that was left flamboyantly by Wells.
Well, there'd be a bit of playing and missing, won't there, on a pitch like this? You've got to ball that line and length. What's that line and length? It's forever. Try to hit the top of off stump, roundabout off stump, make them play.
Yeah, it's that uncertain length on a pitch like this, whether you're not quite sure as a batter whether you should play forward or back to it. Wells again defends. A slightly fuller ball from Aitchison.
I've had some folk, have come up. Oh, they're your leisure centres. Yeah. Well, I'm a member at. It's expensive. Oh, I said, well, just go into reception and tell them I've sent you, and that you could get a free membership. Oh, thanks a lot.
Oh dear me. Aitchison round the wicket. That's flicked away through the leg side. Beautifully played by Wells. This time it was too full and it was angled into him on leg stump. And that's probably the shot of the morning. Picked up through square leg for 4 runs.
On the angle as well, from around the wicket, full of leg, just about leg stump. Cracking shot, which means that square leg drops back to that boundary. That boundary is in 40 yards from the edge.
It is. It's
40 yards.
I've never seen a boundary that short here when you've been allowed to have it longer than that, as Wells defends to a good length ball and off stump.
I'll have to read up on regulations about boundaries. I think there's a directive that you've got to have a minimum size, and I think there's a maximum as well, that you couldn't actually play on the whole surface as we used to before advertising boards, and just play on the whole area.
Plenty of room for spectators on this ground today. Left by Wells as Aitchison explores that area outside off stump.
I mentioned in that last game, I think it's a great idea to get 100 deck chairs on that boundary there, and people can go on, I don't know, pay a supplement or whatever, and you're creating like a festival atmosphere. Bring a little picnic.
Well, you've got a good atmosphere today with all these primary school kids that have come in. Hundreds of them. Aitchison again. It's well bowled. Wells. Sort of involuntary forward defensive stroke. It was a strange effort. Didn't know whether to leave or play. He's got away with it. 18 for 2 from 11. Wells 13. Harris yet to get off the mark. Tickner the wicket taker, 1 for 10. So too Aitchison. He's bowled well. 6 overs, 2 mains, 1 for 8 for him.
Yeah, good start by Derbyshire. I'm just looking at the members area. There's plenty in there. There's a decent crowd on. Members will be chuntering as well. Like, you know, when I was in this sort of situation where things aren't going well and you're like captain or coach, keep your head down. Because they'll all have an opinion. They'll have an opinion on you, and you've got to cut that noise out and just get the team.
It was ever thus, wasn't it? We always
get hold of the team and come on, boys.
2 or 3 outspoken members who'd have a shout at you.
And they were justified as well.
Yeah, generally. It's Tickner again. He's going round the wicket to Harris now, who gets off the mark with a wristy push through the offside. He might get 3 here, settling for 2.
It's not great. You're rubbish. Yeah, I know.
What did Norman the postman used to say to you? Marshal your men.
No, not Norman the postman.
Who
that
was that?
Harry.
Harry.
Gin Harry. Yeah.
Marshal your men, David.
Marshal your men. Then he'd stagger back into the bar.
Sage he was. Harris defending that from Tickner.
And I had to take him home sometimes. He lived in Ramsbottom. I had to take him home.
You have to ladle him into the car.
Yeah, he fell out the car.
When you got him back?
Got him back, and I'd drop him off at home. He'd say, no, drop me off at the Grants, which was the Grants Arms, centre of Ramsbottom. So he'd go in there annoying them.
It's great when you give the captain stick all day and then he gives you a lift home, isn't it? Bloody blimey. Right, Tickner over the wicket this time. It's a bit of uneven bounce in this pitch. Guest sprawling away on the deck, trying to gather that ball, which he does. A word, I think, from Tickner to Harris.
Tickner has a start to his bowling action like Jasprit Bumrah
or Jeremy Coney.
Really?
Yeah, do you not remember Jeremy? The Mantis. The Mantis. Yeah. He used to run in with his hands up like this, up in the air, shoulder high.
He reminds me of Bumrah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, here.
And he's jogging on the spot.
There.
Then, yeah, and his hands out in front of him, both together. This one is flicked away, leg side. It'll be 4. Shortish boundary on the leg side for Harris. Just steered behind square. That'll please the new Lancashire captain.
Good to meet out there in the middle. Mickey Arthur is the coach, head coach at Derbyshire. Ajmal Shazad, the bowling coach. Ajmal played here for I think he was on loan here for a season. Played at Nottinghamshire, played at Yorkshire.
That flick 4 on the leg side brings about a field change. Square leg goes to backward square. Tickner dances on the spot and comes in now. Bouncer. Didn't like being flicked for 4.
Gentle bouncer, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just a banging ball, and it was dropping when it got to the wicket keeper. He's not sort of taking it round about shoulder high on the drop when he took it. Not a cloud in the sky. Look at this.
Acosta around the wicket now, just to change the angle. Harris leaves. That's gone through quite quickly to Guest at chest height. End of the over then. 24 for 2 from 12. Wells is 13, Harris is 6. The men out. Keaton Jennings caught at slip, and Josh Bohannon caught down the leg side by Brooke Guest. Attempted to flip one down to fine leg. Bit of a strangle really. But Aitchison has bowled a good spell, which has come to an end.
It's a bowling change. It looks
Anuj Dal.
And I think it'll be a double change. That Chappell will also come into the attack. Pace again.
Yes, that Chappell's got a bit of always had a bit of pace. This is Anuj Dal. coming on from the stay the men, just practicing his run, a scurrying run up, it looks like.
He had a big strapping on his left knee, huge strapping.
Dahl?
But yeah, one of these supports.
All right.
It's quite unforgiving where he lands, where he gets to the crease and slams his front foot down.
Yeah, it's like bowling on concrete
yeah,
here.
it is, it's hard.
Yeah. So just 2 slips and a gully, a ring of 3 on the offside as Dahl bowls to Wells, and that's whistled past the outside edge and gets applause from Guest. And Wells comes down to have a look at the pitch, indicating that it's seamed away from him.
They're not bashing the pitch, are they? The batters who come down, you'd think that if it was denting the pitch, they'd sort of start trying to tap it down. They're not doing that.
They're looking at it suspiciously more than anything. Dahl scurrying in, low action. That one skidding through to Guest again outside the off stump.
I'm watching Zach Chappell loosening up. He's going to come on from the Jimmy Anderson end, and I'm thinking of you. That he's got the nod. Yeah, he got the nod, and so what he did, first thing he did were 20 press-ups.
Oh yeah.
Go on, Paul, have a ball at this end. Just a minute, I'll just do 20 press-ups.
Couldn't have been further from my mind, that. Dahl again. That's an involuntary leave, which is ricocheted off the bat down to third man and has gone all the way for 4. So Wells looking to leave it, looking to try and get his bat out of the way. Gets a thick outside edge or face of the bat on it. And the ball runs quickly down to third on this beginning to be parched outfield here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Dry,
brown areas on it. No third man in place as Dahl comes in again. Passes harmlessly by off stump. Don't like third man sometimes, do they? I mean, I was pleased to see them start with a third man, but I haven't got one now. I've got a deep square leg and a deep fine leg, 2 slips and a gully, and a ring of 3 on the offside, but no third man. So anything that is thick-edged or guided will go for 4. This ball is driven to extra cover.
It was Wells that clipped one through the leg side to where the stage is, where the party stand. It clipped one for 4. It's a lovely shot, and immediately that fielder was put in position at deep square.
He's setting a field for a bad ball, aren't he?
It is. I think it'd be better just up by the umpire or in front, and maybe catching.
Yeah. Dahl past the off stump again, so 4 runs off his first over. 28 for 2, 13 overs have gone. The scoreboard's not quite caught up yet. They've had that as Aitchison's over. The fact that Aitchison is 6'6" and Dahl is about 5'4" is obviously of no consequence to the scorers. Got it on our graphic though.
He's a busy bowler, isn't he, Dahl?
Yeah.
He's scurried in. Brisk action. Now Zach Chappell comes in, who's much taller. Jimmy Anderson end.
They bowl for a best part of an hour,
About
the
an
opening
hour.
bowlers. Yeah, which is okay. I think probably, given the situation, 28 for 2 off 13, give me another couple. Bowl for an hour and a quarter. I know it's a decent spell, but in these sort of conditions, when they're not getting at you and you're causing problems, just extend that spell a little. But not to be, it's a double change. So Dahl at the stay the men, and now Zach Chappell. He's got some pace, this lad. He's round the wicket, big and tall, and first ball is a bit of a loosener, really. Floated up outside off stump, and Harris just defends comfortably away.
Just looking at the flags, there's not a breeze at all.
No.
Absolutely just stuck down by the flagpole. So there's no breeze across the ground. The flats are being worked on. Look at that crane, it's enormous.
Are they flats or offices or what?
I think the flats.
Chapel again. This one well left by Harris, I guess takes it. That's a car park, you know, there, right between the two hotels. I think that's going to be a car park.
Oh, really?
I think so.
What, a multi-storey car park?
Yeah.
But it looks, behind the new hotel, it looks as if there are apartments.
2 buildings, aren't there? 2 buildings there. Harris just ambling in. No real aggression or sprinting in his run-up. It's steady and measured. And that was again defended by Harris. That used to be the old Stretford Grammar School playing fields, those.
It did, I remember that.
Yeah. I played football on there, would you believe? Goalkeeper for Alty Grammar against Stretford.
Stuck in the goals.
Stuck in the goals. Here comes Chapel again. Leg side. Oh, Harris sets off. Nearly sells Wells a bit of a dummy. Had to scurry back. In the end, there was no great danger. Harris signals to the pavilion balcony for either a drink or a change of gloves. I'm not quite sure what it was. Maybe gloves.
Well, also, I mean, you look at back when I first started, that behind the party stand, that was another ground, another field.
Yeah. Well, we used to play second team on there. You never got on here until you were in the first team.
That's it.
Over the wicket now from Chapel, angled across Harris, taken by the keeper.
And there used to be a bowling alley, do you remember that? There was a bowling alley, then it became, I think, like a B&Q or a garden centre.
Something like that, yeah.
Don't know what it is now.
That used to be the third ground here, didn't it?
Did it?
Years before us. Yeah. Used to be a third ground on there. I think way before, in between the wars, maybe. Chapel again. Out past the outside edge this time as Harris checks his drive. So a decent start from Chapel. Just 2 off the over, 28 for 2. Harris is on 6, Wells 17. It must be getting warmer because Harris is taking his jumper off.
That's Harry Singh, 12th man, who's come on. He's in good form for the seconds, opening batter for the seconds. He got a big 150.
Big runs.
90 odd. I had a chat with him this morning. I said, hey, 90 odd, why didn't you get 100? Dropped his head.
Well, I like that. He knows.
He bowls off spin as well.
He does. He's a good cricketer.
Yeah.
He's a traditional, when I say traditional opening batter, takes his time. Takes his time, he's steady.
I watched him play for the twos at York. Lancashire seconds played
last
there.
Summer.
He played well, played very well. It might be 2 summers ago.
Okay.
He got a big 100 there.
Dahl is stopped in his run up by the umpire. Umpires today, Paul Baldwin and Simon Widdop.
Yeah, Simon from Yorkshire.
So just 2 slips now and a ring of 4 on the offside as Dahl comes in past the umpire. Wells pushes this into the leg side, thinks about a single and says no. Ball is passed back around the circle of fielders to Dahl, who comes in again. Solid forward defensive stroke from Luke Wells.
Be good for Wells if he gets runs in this game, because the plan was that Michael Jones would be opening the batting, Wells would slot in at 6, and just at the toss there, Marcus Harris said he's 180 times he's opened the batting. And so that conversation with Wells, look, we want you to open again.
Defends this next delivery from Dahl. to extra cover. I must admit, he looks more comfortable as an opener to me.
That's interesting because, you know, you just in your mind feel that I want to get out there. I want to start against the new ball, and
likes pace on the ball. Good player, a quick ball. Yeah, he's the sort of individual who, as you say, wants to get going. I don't imagine him being a good waiter in the dressing room. By that, as he plays and misses at that ball, I don't mean a deliverer of drinks. I mean somebody who's sitting around on his backside waiting to go in. It's a little bit of movement. Get that ball to straighten.
Get through this first session.
Yeah. Without losing another, that's got to be the thing. Another 55 minutes to go till lunch, so it's a while. Now around the wicket again, well wide of off stump. Wasted delivery that. Got to make the batsman play as much as you can. When you've put the opposition in, you've got something in the pitch, make them play. Make them play every ball. Just a comfortable leave, that. Shortish run up, and again way wide of off stump. Yes, taking that diving in front of first slip. End of the over. It's 28 for 2, Wells 17, Harris 6. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Bumble for a moment or two.
Well, he's a bat twiddler, is Luke Wells. You know, I used to look at players and thought, I'll have a go at that, twiddling my bat, and I kept dropping it. I was absolutely useless at it. Alex Stewart was a great bat twiddler. But Luke Wells has got it. He'll play a shot and then twist the bat in his hands.
It's a skill, Bumble, isn't it?
It is.
It's a skill. Here is Zach Chappell bowling to Harris, who pushes this back towards the bowler, who feels off his own bowling. What did you make of, I didn't hear you fully, Blair Tickner's run? The Kiwi with his little jogging on the spot,
I
with
said
high elbows.
At the beginning, he is Jasprit Bumrah.
Well, yes, yeah.
Right at the start. So on the spot with his high elbows.
Wait till you see him back. It's Chappell around the wicket to Harris, who defends again, this time up to mid-on, where that man Tickner does the fielding. Good start this by Derbyshire. They'll be a reasonably confident bunch, given the start they've made this season, winning the first game and then 4 draws. Could have beaten Middlesex, could have beaten Glamorgan. I know it's could have, would have, should have, but might have lost the odd one as well. Vast improvement on what we've been watching. I can't say it too loud. Mickey Arthur's not too far away. He's out the back there. As this next delivery from Chappell's full, and Harris pushes it up to mid-on once again.
You know, I think in this division, you've got to be able to take a risk. You know, if you've got ambition to get into Division 1, there are so many teams who are going to be clamouring, and they're all about the same. And so you've got to be able to take a risk and seize a moment. Then, you know, we've got to pounce on this game.
Yes, I think you're right. Very even, it seems, as Chappell's next deliveries again turned up to mid-on by Harris. They almost chased down 380, something like that, at 5.5 and over at Glamorgan. We actually shut up shop with about 28 deliveries to go when the last pair were at the wicket.
Was that down at
Sophia Gardens?
At Sophia Gardens.
Yeah, in the last match. They didn't play last weekend, it was the weekend before. And when Glamorgan declared, you think, well, there's no chance. They've been going at 3.5 for the entire match. They've got a bit about them. Chappell's next delivery is driven beautifully for 4 runs by Harris out to the point boundary. It was there to be hit, and well, Harris obliged. And they move up to 32 for 2.
He's got a lovely setup as Harris, and that little trigger movement. He's not a tall batter. He just pushes back onto his back leg. That's the first movement, and then his body weight coming forward into the shot. It's a lovely shot, just square of the wicket. over the old practice pitches. I mentioned earlier, it must be 40 yards in that boundary from the edge of the full playing area.
We don't want it too close to the bouncy castle, do you?
There's a bouncy castle there. The children are here.
Have you got your slot sorted?
Well, you've got to queue up, and there's I think if it's anything like the last game, they leave at 2 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
So they've got to get back to be picked up from school and so on. There's a big conversation now between captain, bowler, and somebody else.
Tickner, who is the sort of leader of the bowling attack, is the other one.
And it's whether they have a saver on the offside, I think.
I wouldn't have 32 for 2, would you?
No, I think you've got to look to attack and keep your catches in. So we'll find out what it is that the gully's coming into position. There are 3 slips. Is there a gully? No. Yeah.
Looks like Jack Morley's at gully, and your namesake is going out to catching mid-wicket. Yeah, so they're down to 3 slips. So what you're saying is after 2 o'clock's the best time for the bouncy castle then?
Yeah, you get on then.
Excellent. I might have a walk round. Chappell bowls to Harris, who just dabs it into the offside. They're going to go through for a quick run. It wasn't the shy at the stumps, it's Harry Kame actually, not Jack Morley, who's at backward point. And they scamper through for a quick single.
I like that sort of cricket, that it's a defensive push but it's positive and it gets you a single, and it's a real Australian way. Harris would just know that push and go, and you need a good partner with you. Your partner's got to be on side with you.
Yes, there was one moment a little bit earlier I noticed when one of the batters was a third of the way down the pitch before turning around and going back. That's never ideal. And as Dowell's going to continue from the Statham end. Martin Anderson has just been off the pitch and come back, presumably to put his bowling boots on. I don't know. And Mitch Wagstaff, the 12th man, is still out there. He's out on the cover boundary. Tall batting leg spinner. Only a young lad. Took a wicket with his took 2 wickets in his first over in first class cricket up at Scarborough, having made a half century in the first innings. Here is Dowell in bowls. It's defended by Harris straight back to him. He's a little bit quicker than he looks, Anuj Dowell. You think he's sort of
skiddy,
bustling up to the wicket, but he just sends it through a little bit quicker than people might expect.
He's about 5'9", isn't he? 5'9".
Yeah.
I noticed that he had a brace on his left leg when he was practicing.
Did miss a game earlier this season with injury. He's in now, balls to Harris, who defends it straight back to him again. That was a back spasm there. Unless they found a way that knee braces cure back spasms, which would be very handy to know. Yeah, he missed a game with a back spasm.
I'm just looking at the table with Leicester. They've had a great start. Played 5-1-3.
Yes, we were a bit disappointed when Derbyshire went to Leicester's second game of the season. As Dowell bowls to Harris, who pushes it up towards Tickner at mid-on. When the game ended in a draw, and you think, well, is that really the case? But it looks a good draw now, since as they've won 3 of the other 4 games that they've played. They're a good side. They've got all bases covered, it seems to me. Rian Ahmed went in as an opener and blasted it all over the place. I like Logan van Beek. I've always liked Logan van Beek as a cricketer, the Dutch Kiwi. Dowell balls pushed into the offside by Harrison Kame. Does the film. I need to ask you a question about the new bit of the hotel.
Yes.
And why it's not got the red around the outside. It needs,
very easy.
It needs red around the outside.
Yeah, no, very easy that.
Well, what's the reason?
You'll notice if you were up in the sky, we've got 2 aeroplanes that are going over right at the minute as Dowell turns and comes in.
A couple of slips go down, and Harris is beaten by that one. Goes through to broadcast.
You will notice if you were up in the air that starting at the point, which was the first building, the top of that is red.
Yeah.
Then come to the pavilion.
Yeah.
The top of that is grey.
Okay.
Come to the first hotel.
Yeah.
The top of that is red.
Right.
And the new hotel, the top of that is grey.
Right.
So the advantage is that if you're seeing it from up above, it looks
Which
absolutely fantastic.
Which so few people are, as Dal bowls. That one is driven but nicely fielded by.
You get 400 on an aeroplane.
Can you? It's a long time since I've been on one.
Yeah.
In that case, the roof of this is red, is it?
I haven't looked at that one. And I'm sure it is.
Well, as long as we've sorted that out.
But it is. I mean, this is a super stadium,
isn't it? Just.
I've had to do a thing in the newspaper, and where they've in the wisdom they've said that we want you to rate all the Test match grounds in the UK and give them marks for accessibility and amenities,
welcome,
and history, and all that business. So out of all the, so which do you think I've put as number one?
This one.
No.
Well, the two that I would put at the bottom. How about this?
Go on.
From my perspective, Edgbaston, which is now a soulless place. Chapel is in from the Jimmy Anderson end, and it's defended by Wells into the offside. And Headingley, you're so high up in the sky, you might as well be on a different planet. So they're the two that I don't like. I've never been to the Oval.
Right.
Ever. Lord's, working wise, is no good, but you've got to rate it highly because of its history.
History's 10.
Yeah. And Trent Bridge was nice until they built that stupid stand.
Well, that's my number one.
Is it? You happy with that stand? Here comes Chapel again and bowls. That one's guided backward square on the offside by Wells to Mitch Wagstaff. No run.
I'm not sure whether he's been in yet, but I dread doing it because you're going to upset people.
You will, yeah. See,
I love Edgbaston. Love it.
Do you?
Absolutely love it, yeah. And Headingley is steeped in history and controversy and everything about it. And I love that, you know, the Yorkshire approach.
It's Chapel. This one is driven and it beats the man at cover. So Wells is going to get runs here. I think he might get 4. It's been chased by Aitchison, but he's not going to get to the ball before it crosses the rope. And a boundary to Wells, who moves on to 25, possibly 37 for 2.
I would never change the approach at Headingley. You can't come in.
Well, that's the first thing they learn, is it? You can't.
I mean, it wouldn't be Headingley if it wasn't like that. Ugly Mugs, the cafe, right next to it. You get full English for about £1. Yeah. Fabulous. It rates highly on my list. Excellent. Does Headingley?
Purely for the full English.
Yeah.
Excellent. Here's Chapel hitting again balls to the tall Wells, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. You see, we love coming here. Well, I love coming here because I live in Bolton and it's nice and handy, but we love coming here because Dave downstairs.
Yeah, brilliant.
The greeting you get
meet and greet Dave. Lovely.
Magnificent.
This is my number 2 because I think this is a fabulous ground, the development. I love it. Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see how the development at Trent Bridge goes, actually, won't it? Because they're developing the pavilion in a similar way to the one here, I think. As Chapel's in, and that one is defended by Wells straight back to him. Sort of covered in scaffolding, I think, at the moment.
And what's Derbyshire like at the minute? What's the racecourse ground? Is there a hotel there now?
Yes, there's been one there for a while, but it's outside the ground. It's not part of the ground. We've got a relatively new media centre, which is probably the best in the country.
Really?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, nice.
But it was built for the Women's World Cup in 17.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, which is superb. As this one is defended again by Wells, this time up to mid-off. They've just put a new stand in, actually, a new 900-seater stand at the racecourse ground in Derby, at the racecourse end.
There used to be the Don Amott stand, the King of Caravans. That used to be a little stand.
Well, Don was the chairman.
He was.
Yeah. He has funnily enough, with Gary Bowyer in the box with us, Burton Albion, there's a Don Amott terrace at one end of the ground because he's often to be seen there. He's in charge now. He's the chairman of Mickleover FC.
Well, it used to be King of Caravans.
Yeah, it still is. Still is, Don. Yeah, all the big hitters. There's a top man. He's probably listening, actually. Afternoon, Don. But it's changed. They've had about 7 pavilions at Derby, I think, over the years. You'd have been there when you changed in the jockeys' quarters, wouldn't you? There's Dal bowls. And it's pushed out into the offside. It hadn't been a racecourse since 1945, but they were still getting changed in the jockeys' quarters in the 60s and 70s.
And the announcer used to sit in the starters or the finishers for the race course. He used to,
Yeah.
and he had a whistle. When he was giving, he couldn't pronounce his S's. He used to whistle all the.
What you need is to ask David Griffin about the messages that used to be sent to him by, as this one is driven by Harris up to mid-off. His name's just gone out of my head and it was in there a moment ago. The Kiwi opener, John Wright. John Wright used to pop messages into him to read out over the PA.
All with lots of S's.
Would Cecil Cedric of Sesame Street please, that, they used to whistle away. Yeah. Before my time, sadly, but yeah. There were some rude ones as well, which we won't go into here. Dal comes in, balls. Harris just guides that backward square on the offside. A sliding stop by Anderson can't prevent the single from being taken.
At our club, at Accrington Cricket Club, when I played club cricket, it were every week we'd give him the same announcement. A message here for Mr. Bill Bailey. Would he please go home? And then all the crowd would start singing, won't you come home, Bill Bailey? Every week.
Dal in, Wells takes a step towards him and then clips it very nicely. Just backward a square on the leg side, he's going to get 4 for that. Hits the boundary rope now. Jack Chappell chasing around, couldn't get there, he moves to 29, 42 for 2. I haven't got used to the rhythm of the scoreboard yet. Not sure whether it's already been added, whether it hasn't been added, whether it's going to be added.
Do you know, every bowler to the left-handed batter ball round the wicket, you know, you'd think that, okay, I'll have a change. I'll change the angle, and it is a much different angle from over the wicket.
Pushing it across them. This one is guided into the offside. They're going to go through for a quick single to Harry Kane this time. That's good running. Wells picks up another single, moves to 26, 43, 4, 2.
This round the wicket angle is the sort of Flintoff Jimmy Anderson way. So round the wicket to get the angle coming into the batter, hit the pitch and then go away to slip. Now you've got to have high skill to do that. But the other way is over the wicket and angle it across. Just angle it across the batter, round about off and middle. But everyone we've seen so far has been around the wicket, and now the keeper is going to come up to the stump, so that drags Harris back into the crease.
Wells definitely took a step forward out of his crease for the last delivery, from which he took a single, 43 for 2. That's left alone by Harris outside the off stump. Everybody starts moving because it's the final ball of the over.
He took that nicely, Brooke Guest, and you know, from a quickish bowler, he's sharp enough.
50th, well, this is his 51st successive first-class match for Derbyshire. It doesn't seem a lot, but the last person to get to 50 was Bernie Mair.
Yes.
Remember Bernie?
I do remember Bernie. Bernie finished up a very accomplished fisherman.
Yes.
He did. He represented UK or Great Britain as a fly fisherman.
Yeah. No, I do remember that. I do remember that. Having a change in the commentary box now. We're having one of the most scary changes in the commentary box that I think I've ever been part of. Thanks to Bumble. David Lloyd will be back later. Get some expertise in a moment as Chappell bowls to Wells, who turns that one into the leg side, and there's no run. A man who's no stranger to commentary boxes, and sadly for him, no stranger to me either in the last 5 months. It's former Blackburn Rovers and current Burton Albion head coach Gary Bowyer. Gary, fancy bumping into you at the cricket?
It's amazing. It's amazing.
We'll talk about your day in a moment. Here's Chappell. Bowls to Wells, who guides that down towards the vacant third man area. That'll be 4. Overpitched by Zach Chappell outside the off stump and just guided away by Wells, and the 50 is up for Lancashire, I think. It might not be. No, it isn't. 47 for 2. You'll get used to me eventually. Radio Lancashire, Radio Manchester listeners. So you're having a good time?
I'm having a brilliant time.
And we haven't even been on the bouncy castle yet.
No, I've not been on the bouncy castle. It's a fantastic day, isn't it, for the cricket? And I've met David Lloyd, I've met Paul Allen. So when I was a kid growing up, cricket's my big love as well. I was fortunate to live in Nottingham and grew up with watching Clive Rice, Richard Hadley, and Derek Randall was my hero. And so
you must have met Derek.
I met Derek. I actually worked in the Derek Randall Cricket Centre when the indoor cricket was a big thing. And yeah,
Chapel bowls to Wells, who defends that one.
So I love my cricket.
Well, if I need any time off, I know who to turn to now. You can just pop down to the county ground or wherever Derbyshire are playing. And,
well, I shall be bringing the Burton Albion staff to the Derbyshire County Cricket because I use it as a staff bonding night at the T20. I brought the Blackburn staff here many years ago for the Lancs.
Chapel in again. That one's turned by Wells down towards fine leg. There is a fine leg. It's Amish Dal down below us to the right. So they'll only pick about a single on this occasion. Wells moves on to 31, 48 for 2. Do you know which game it is?
No, not yet. No,
I'll be roaming around with the radio mic. Oh yeah.
All right. Roaming with a reporter.
Well, before play, yeah, because they don't start till 7 o'clock at Derby generally, in the week certainly. Kick off against Northamptonshire and then play Nottinghamshire 2 days later. This one is left alone by Harris outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest. They're good nights. They are good nights.
Yeah, brilliant.
And you can sit in the new 900-seater stand that I was telling Bumble about that he didn't seem particularly interested in. When you compare it to Old Trafford, it probably isn't that interesting because they can put up a 5,000-seat stand at the blink of an eye.
Yeah, it's a magnificent stadium, isn't it?
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. My favourite away ground. I use the word away advisedly. There's Chapel over the wicket this time to Harris, who just plays a slightly leading edgish looking shot up towards a very straight mid-off. It's fielded by Ben Aitchison and the over comes to an end at 48 for 2. Wells has 31, Harris has 12. Chapel's bowled 4 overs for 14 now. Dal will be about to bowl his 5th over. I haven't seen Martin Anderson yet. I thought the 2 opening bowlers bowled really nicely. Ben Aitchison 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8. His first team game since July 2023. You could not have asked any more. And Blair Tickner is bowling very quickly at the moment, so it's good.
I've been impressed with Tickner.
Yeah, he's quick.
Yeah,
he is quick.
He looks competitive as well.
He's a good lad. He was with them last season. I was telling Scott earlier because of course Derbyshire and Lancashire haven't played each other much in red ball cricket in recent times. He had about 15 catches dropped off him in the first 3 matches. So his average would have been a lot better. And then his wife discovered that she had leukemia and he had to go home with her. She'd come across with the little baby. He's at mid-on as Dal bowls to Wells, who pushes it out into the offside, and Kane comes across.
All well and good now?
Yes, when he came back, that was the first question everybody was asking. But yes, she's in remission. She's cancer-free. Obviously, still having checks and that kind of thing.
Magnificent.
So yeah, good news all round.
Yeah.
And then in the T20, you'll be able to see A.M. Ghazanfar, the Afghani mystery spinner. No, neither can I.
Wait.
Neither can I.
I'm very fortunate.
Dal bowls, that comes off the edge of the bat of Luke Wells and goes down into the gully.
That you put me onto Mickey Arthur.
Yes.
And so
yes, didn't I?
Yeah. So I've had some fantastic conversations with Mickey. He's got a love of football and Arsenal's his team. And then I've been obviously talking cricket to him. He's been talking football to me, but he's excited with the young spinner. So if he's excited, then I'm excited.
Absolutely. He's a reasonably good judge. That one strays onto the leg side from Dal and it's pushed out towards mid-wicket by Wells, fielded by Morley. They go through for a single. He moves to 32. Go on, you can tell me.
Is that a member of staff patrolling the...
Yes. It's the second team coach, I believe.
Of Derbyshire?
Yeah.
And that's allowed, is it?
Oh yeah. Yeah. You'll see bowling coaches. You'll see Mickey Arthur do a lap around the boundary's edge. have a chat with a player who might be standing near him. Similar to football, you'll see players not wanting to stand too close to them on occasion, trying to get to the far side of the pitch. This next one from Dowell's
I
pushed
totally understand that one.
pushed into the offside of the
Selected hearing, it's called.
Yes, yeah. Get back, get back.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry, the crowd. I couldn't hear a word. Now, normally at county championship matches, the crowd isn't necessarily an issue to deafen the players, so they have to. But you are 100 yards away at times.
Yeah.
But yeah, you will see the coaching staff, the 12th man, will wander around with a drink as Dowell bowls. That one is driven, but not particularly well timed by Harris, straight to Kane.
So what's your cricketing expertise of this start so far?
Expertise?
Yeah.
Well, clearly I have none of that. But I would say this has been a really good start by Derbyshire, and Lancashire just starting to work their way back into it. It was a terrific start, wasn't it? Keaton Jennings out for 2, Josh Bohannon out for 3, a wicket apiece for the 2 openers. We will, I would imagine, see Aitchison and Tickner return before lunch, which is in half an hour from now, as that one is defended again by Harris. And there's no run. I just say what I see, Gary. In football, in cricket,
well, that's the key to good commentary, isn't it?
Well, I didn't say that, but expertise isn't necessarily something I would associate. It's just the best job in the world. I don't have the pressure of the coaches who are trying to win things.
I don't today, and I have to say,
yes.
Ever since obviously yourself and Mr. Bays invited me and Scott Reed, I was grinning like a Cheshire cat, as they say, this morning, and my wife went, "Look at you, you're buzzing." I says, "Yeah." I says, "I'm going to a game where there's no pressure on me."
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's no pressure on me at all.
My favourite part of the morning so far, though, was my message, the message that I got saying, "What's the dress code?" And I'm thinking, I looked down and thought, there isn't any.
I just had to check. I didn't want to be.
I think we're all sitting behind microphones wearing our dinner jackets and bow ties.
It's respect for Old Trafford Cricket Ground. You know, even in the press box, they might make you dress smartly. And then if I met you outside, I quite clearly would have realised they didn't.
Chapel begins a new over. It's guided down to a backward point where it's fielded by a tumbling Jack Morley. Wells on strike at the moment.
Although I have to say, Scott Reed's smarter than what he's normally been when I've seen him.
Scott's always smart. It's a branded top that he's wearing. It's not the most expensive branded top, though. I think it's fair to say.
They used to be good cricket bats back in the day.
Yeah. I think they're more known for churning out cheap T-shirts now. Here's Chappell. That one is turned into the leg side by Wells.
Shocking.
There's no run. It's such a rarity to work for 4 days. Well, if we do get to 4 days with Scotland, because they just never play each other, Derbyshire and Lancashire. It's a joy.
Well,
when we come to T20s,
I'm guessing during those 4 days he'll start talking about Burnley. And that'll be the time to.
Well, we normally ban football chat.
Do you?
Really?
Good.
Yeah.
Rightly so. So stop asking me about football.
I can't remember asking you about football, but if you want to answer a different question, that's fine. Chappell balls and it's defended by Wells. The one thing about football that I would say is it's apt, isn't it, that Mickey Arthur's an Arsenal fan and Derbyshire are currently second in the second division, because he'd be used to that with his football team, of course.
Oh, you're being harsh on him. Shall I tell you about my first cricket bat then that I purchased?
Was it made by the leaping leopard or whatever it is that's on?
No, it wasn't. I was very, very fortunate. I just let this ball go.
Chappell bowls a full delivery and that Wells digs it out.
I lived in Nottingham,
right.
I say,
yeah.
And Gunnar Moore factory,
of course,
was in Nottingham. And so for my 14th, 15th birthday, not my first one, but my first proper one, I got taken to the Gunnar Moore factory, and you watched how it got made and everything. It was brilliant.
I can't remember my first.
Although the only thing was, it had big edges, my bat, for some reason.
I was going to ask you if you could bat. We could talk about your cricketing prowess as Chappell bowls to Wells, who pushes this out into the offside. 49 for 2 it remains. So, what's your cricket history then?
My cricket history, at schoolboy level at Nottingham City, not the county of Nottingham, Nottingham City. I captained the under-15s, and we played. I can't remember who we played now. It might have been Lincoln, something like that, or
West Bridgeford.
On Trent Bridge.
Really?
So I was captain. Yeah.
Nice.
So that was outstanding to be able to do that.
This one is guided by Wells to backward point, where it's fielded by Jack Morley. The over comes to an end. Wells has got 32. Harris has got 12. Lancashire 49 for 2, having at one stage been 11 for 2. We're going to see some spin. David Lloyd is coming on. This is a bit surprising.
I think you should get David Lloyd back in here now to commentate on David Lloyd bowling.
Well, Bumble used to bowl a bit, didn't he, as well? With his, he was left-arm bowler, obviously. Did he bowl left-arm leg breaks? Just left-arm spin, was it? Thank you, Scott. I wasn't sure. I am old enough to remember watching him bowl, unfortunately, but my first recollections of cricket were the team.
He doesn't look left-arm to me.
No, he isn't left-arm. No, but if they faced each other, they'd be all right. Oh, Gary's going.
I'm going, and it's been a pleasure. And I have to say, this is the best we've worked together, me and you.
It is, actually. We haven't fallen out, have we?
No. Top draw.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Gary Bowyer, the former Blackburn Rovers and current Burton Albion manager. I'm going to call him a manager. They call him a head coach at Burton, but it's a load of old nonsense. He is the manager. Well, he is the manager because when he arrived on the 17th of December, that fateful day that eventually led to Burton Albion surviving in League One from a position where everybody in the world thought they were relegated. The players he brought in on loan were his players. He managed that team. He also coached. I was going to say he didn't coach it. He did coach it. Of course he coached it. But yeah.
He did very well, didn't he?
It's almost like he's used to having a microphone and being asked questions, isn't it? Yeah. You've got an update, have you?
No.
All right, just pop that in for the sake of it. Just like it in there. Excellent. Blair Tickner is warming up again, and it is going to be David Lloyd with his slightly better than occasional off spin. Bounce to Harris, and that one goes through to Brooke Guest. I'm surprised to see David Lloyd this early, unless. Well, they're not going to change hands. Zach Chappell's bowled 5 overs and Dowell's bowled 6. As Lloyd bowls again very wide of the off stump, ridiculously wide of the off stump. He's allowed to go through to Guest once again. Harris just watched it rather disdainfully go past. Been working hard on his off spin, David Lloyd, to be serious about it for a moment, as this one is a bit flatter, punched up towards mid-on. It's fielded by Blair Tickner, who I can never tell if he's going to come back on or he's just dancing around, because he's one of those people who can't really keep still for more than a second or two. As Lloyd bowls quite round arm, defended by Harris straight back to it. He's windmilling his arms now, which would suggest he's coming back. We shall find out in due course. 2 balls of the Lloyd over left. That one is driven nicely by Harris out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Martin Anderson with 2 S's. And the 50 is up. I thought the 50 was up about 15 minutes ago, but it wasn't. Now 50 has come up. It's taken them 98 minutes and 137 balls. It's been relatively slow going. Largely due to the very decent bowling from the Derbyshire attack so far, as Lloyd bowls to Wells. Well, he cracks that one away. It was short and wide outside the off stump and gets exactly what it deserves and goes for 4 runs. Disappointing end to the David Lloyd over. Will he bowl more than 1? I'm not so sure. End of it. 54 for 2, 23 gone.
Yeah, put that away nicely, didn't it, Luke Wells? With too many scoring shots on offer in this last hour or so. It has been hard going, hasn't it? But Lancashire, having lost the 2 early wickets on the back of a couple of batting collapses at Northamptonshire last week, will be happy that they've managed to settle things down here with Wells and Harris, 2 pretty experienced batters. Trying to get Lancashire towards the lunch break, just a couple down. It will be a return for Blair Tickner as well, as predicted from the James Anderson end. He started things off this morning, taking the new ball with Ben Hitchison. Both bowled 6 overs each. Both got a wicket each as well. Tickner 6 overs, 1 for 16. Dismissing Keaton Jennings was caught really nicely by Wayne Madsen. Good low catch. Jennings for 2, Bohannon for 3. And 2 wickets Lancashire have lost. So Tickner returns. Harris on strike. 13 not out with 20 minutes remaining of this morning session. 13 to Harris, and here comes Tickner with 2 slips. Backward point. Short mid-wicket, as that's just dropped into the onside. And David Lloyd comes up from mid-wicket to field for Derbyshire, and there's no run. There's a cover mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and fine leg. 54 for 2. And Marcus Harris, who's been in pretty stellar form this season for Lancashire.
Good job.
Yeah, just a bit. Waits for Tickner, who's in again. Oh, he's playing at that one. And the ball goes past the edge. Through to Brooke Guest. Oh, he's closing in on 800 runs, and we're only halfway through May.
Blimey.
3 centuries. Been absolutely pivotal, really, for Lancashire. They've had their struggles this season, but goodness, without Harris, could have looked a lot not bleak, much more. Just the 1 win, but the draws prior to that, of course. Tickner into Harris. 4 ball just on a stump, and he presses forward and defends to cover, and there's no run.
There's been a surprise to everybody outside of Lancashire, because you read all the previews at the start of the season. Well, the 2 teams that came down, Lancashire and Kent, they'll go straight back up. And you sort of accept it, really. Been one of the smaller counties. But Bob Bumble said it's very even, the 2nd division. 24 points between Lancashire who are bottom and Derbyshire who are 2nd, so that's 1 maximum points win.
Tickner to Harris, a short ball, and he crouches underneath it. Through to Brooke Guest, there's no run. Yeah, I mean, it does look pretty competitive, doesn't it, Division 2? I mean, the win for Glamorgan.
Ken, that's weird.
Ken, yeah, just completely. You think, well, actually, anybody could beat anybody then, can't you?
They've taken them apart, haven't they? And they've won by an innings inside 3 days. And the week before, Derbyshire got very close to chasing down 5.5 and over to beat them at Sophia Gardens. And that pigeon's just disturbed Marcus Harris. He stepped away. That one cheered Tickner up too much. It was very close, actually, the pigeon.
It was, yeah. It was,
they just don't care.
They don't, do they?
No,
it's complete law unto themselves, really. Tickner having to go all the way back to his mark and starts bouncing up and down again. And here he comes at 54 for 2. Wicket to Harris. Oh, it's a good ball. That beats him again. Through to Guest. You can see the reaction from the 2 slip fielders. Instantly putting their hands on top of their head. That wasn't too far away. Tricky little spell this leading up to lunch. Derbyshire going back to Tickner. Started very nicely from the Anderson end.
They'd like 1 more, wouldn't they, having decided to bowl first. If they can get 3, that's the sort of minimum requirement.
54 for 2. Tickner to Harris, just hops back and defends and pushes it back towards Blair Tickner, who fields off his own bowling, and there is no run, so he returns and sends down a maiden. It's first of the day. 54 for 2. Harris 13 and Wells 36 not out.
As if to back up what you were saying, Scott, Northamptonshire 86 for 1 against Glamorgan. Kent 73 for 4 against Gloucestershire, who, when they played Derbyshire, didn't look like they'd be able to fight their way out of a paper bag in the first game of the season. They've since been strengthened by their 2 Australian overseas, of course. And Middlesex is 69 for 4 against Leicestershire. That game at Lords. If they won at Lords as well, that would be remarkable. David Lloyd to continue then from the Statham end. And that one is clipped very nicely by Wells into the leg side for a single. He moves to 37, 55. 4-2. He has got a short leg in place. That's And it always surprises me whenever I say it. That's the Australian overseas star, Caleb Jewell, at short leg. He's clearly volunteered. As Lloyd bowls, turned into the leg side by Harris this time.
He looks like good fun to watch, Pat.
Yes, yes, he is. He likes to get on with it. He's only had one real failure.
Right.
5 half centuries already this season.
Careful.
Desperate to go on and that one beats everything. There's a little lunge forward actually by Harris. I'd like to see that one again. Well, it wasn't taken cleanly, I don't think, by Brooke Guest behind the stumps. Whether he toppled out of his crease. No, it wasn't taken cleanly. I don't think he did leave his crease actually, but
well, he's
interesting.
His last 2 dismissals.
As Lloyd bowls against him and he drives this one out into the offside. A little chase around the boundary out there for Mitch Wagstaff, who's still out on the field. 12th man to go through for a single. Harris moves to 14, 56 for 2.
He was stumped against Northamptonshire for 43, and in the previous game against Gloucestershire here he was stumped bowling with Van Buren for 24.
Perhaps that's why Derbyshire have brought Lloyd on at this point. This one is turned by Wells down to the backward square leg. Zach Chappell is down there. Another single to the total. Wells moves to 38, 57 for 2. He didn't have the ignominy. What's that word? Ignominy.
Ignominy, yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it again.
No, don't blame me.
Lloyd bowls. Oh, he goes to cut that one. Does he get a bottom edge on it? Well, just slightly unsettled by David Lloyd, and you don't say that often when David Lloyd's got the ball in his hand. End of the over. 57 for 2. It's Anuj Dal coming back onto the field in place of Mitch Wagstaff, who's leaving. And I was just going to mention Anuj Dal because down at Glamorgan he was stumped twice. Toppled over in the first innings and walked past one in the second. You don't often get somebody stumped twice in the same match, do you? Bless him. I don't think he was massively happy. Perhaps understandably.
Yeah. We've got 15 minutes remaining of the morning session. We've had 25 overs in this morning so far.
It's a good job they brought the spinner on, really.
57 for 2. They're going to put a 3rd slip in place. Blame Derbyshire for that, because Tickner beat the bat a few occasions. In particular, in the last over, Harris was on strike. He's into Wells this time. Wells defends a ball that's angled in towards him. He's pushing it up towards cover. And there's no addition to the score. 57 for 2. 38 to Wells, back opening the batting for Lancashire.
Clearly not going to bring Martin Anderson on before lunch. He hasn't bowled an awful lot for an all-rounder. He's batted terrifically, but he hasn't bowled much.
Blair Tickner into Wells. It doesn't offer a shot. Rather kind of flamboyant leave from Wells with a good stride down the pitch and whips the bat up and above the shoulders and through to Brooke Guest. And rehearses the leave as well, Luke Wells, just for good measure.
He's only bowled 72 overs this season. He's got 5 wickets. He has taken them at 55, which is a little bit expensive, but came predominantly as an all-rounder.
Tickner into Wells. Behind it, just spun around a little bit. Full face of the bat and defends up towards mid-on. Again, there's no addition to the score.
You see the reason that Jewell has been fielding at short leg throughout the course of the season, but the return of Ben Aitchison, who is an exceptional catcher, that slip, he's back into first slip for the first time in a long time.
He's still at first slip, waiting here for a potential chance as Tickner's in and bowling, and it's again left by Wells. And through to Guest, no run.
I imagine that Caleb's feeling a little bit out of it at mid-off with his fielding pads. Used to having a mate standing next to him to talk to.
So
he doesn't talk much, to be fair.
Oh, he's quite like it.
Yeah. Quietest Australian I think I've ever met.
Here's the New Zealander. Tickner, who's in to Wells. It's clipped away off the pads towards square leg. a single for Wells. He moves on to 39, 58 for 2. Both overseas would appear have had a pretty decent season.
Yes, yeah, no, good starts. Yeah, Tickner is the opposite of Jewell in terms of personality,
right,
which is very unusual for a New Zealander. They're usually quite quiet, aren't they? I know I'm generalising massively here. Caleb Jewell's from Tasmania. He's a Hobart boy, so perhaps they're quieter in Tasmania. I don't know. But yeah, they both started really well.
Third slip's gone to short mid-wicket. Harris on strike. He's hopping back and defending this time. Marcus Harris just drops it into the offside. And Harry Kane sprints forward from cover to field. End of the over. Just that single coming off it, that clip out through square leg, which got Derbyshire a little interested because it was flicked late off the pads by Wells. That's the only run conceded. 58 for 2, Wells 39. Harrison beaten on 14.
It's been cooling down out there. Anas Giles just taking his sweater from the umpire. I'm assuming because the umpire at square leg looks like Paul Baldwin. But the umpire standing at our end is Simon Widdop. Paul Baldwin is a pretty unmistakable figure as Lloyd begins a new over. Bowls to Wells, who mistimes a drive up to mid-on. It's fielded by Tickner. Gives the ball a cursory polish on the back of his right leg. And gets ready for Lloyd's next delivery, which Wells turns into the leg side for a single. So Wells moves on to 40. And the rest of his teammates have got 19 between them. It's been a pretty important innings from Luke Wells, who hasn't been opening the batting regularly, is that?
No, well, this season,
yeah,
batting at 6 this season. Actually, he ended last season batting at 6 as well.
Lloyd bowls, driven straight back to him by Harris.
The kind of logic behind it this season was that with Wells at 6 and Harris at 4, you've got quite a bit of experience in your middle.
Lloyd bowls to Harris, who drives this out into the covers. It's fielded by Morley.
Because you were quite a young and relatively inexperienced middle order. I mean, they had Rocky Flintoff batting at 4 last season. But the idea was that Wells and would come in and bring a lot of experience in the middle.
Wells defends this next delivery from Lloyd straight back to the bowler.
Of course, Harris is an opening batter, and he's batting at 4 for similar reasons, to give them a bit more strength. But they've obviously lots of change. New captain, new batting lineup again.
Lloyd's next delivery is beaten into the ground by Wells and taken on the full by David Lloyd, who tosses the ball away to Harry Kane. The end of his third over, conceded just 10 runs. Wells has 40, Harris has 15. There's 8 minutes or so to go until lunch. Lancashire 60 for 2. If they get in just 2 down at lunch, they will regard that as a decent fight back, won't they?
I think so. Yeah, having been 11 for 2 and potential wobble on again. These two have settled things down. So yeah, George Bell opened the batting last week and in the game before against Gloucestershire, but has never previously opened the batting. And he's struggled for some runs this season. So it makes sense, doesn't it? You've got an opening batter at 6, you might as well open the batting.
Might as well use him.
Give Bell the chance at 6. It's playing the miss from Harris as Tickner, who's just going to a nice little groove again, hasn't he, with this in this spell leading up to lunch. He's beaten Harris a couple of times, has him fiddling away outside off stump through to Brooke Guest.
And jogging back to his mark. he can't help himself. I went down to speak to Mickey on Monday. Mickey Arthur spoke to Brooke Guest as well, who recently signed a new 2-year contract extension. Tickner came out to bat in the nets, and he said the entertainment's arrived as he walked past me. Can't help himself.
In bowling to Harris, it's left, and there's no run.
It is astonishing when you see him bat, whenever that might be. Yeah, he's a real character, and won't play much in the T20 by the sound of it, because Caleb Jewell will open the batting, and they've got A.M. Ghazanfar, the Afghani mystery spinner, coming Yeah, nobody knows anything about him. That's why he's a mystery.
Everyone loves a mystery spinner. Tickner to Harris, short ball. Plays it down towards fine leg, off his toes, Harris, and bends it off down to fine leg for a single. Moves on to 16.
The mystery spinner who was in the World White Ball Team of the Year last year. I think he was only 19.
Right.
Was signed in the IPL, but then suffered a back injury. So I've got my fingers crossed that he actually turns up.
That single brings up the 50 partnership between Luke Wells and Marcus Harris as well. 61 for 2. Wells back on strike. 3 slips waiting. Tickner from around the wicket. Balls. Turned up towards mid-on this time. And there's no addition to the score. Yeah, there's this round of fixtures, and there's one more, isn't there? And then the T20 gets underway.
Yeah. You'll be away next week, I assume?
Leicestershire.
Nice. Leicestershire at home to Kent. I'm not sure if it's too soon for young Ben Watts to come back to Derbyshire, but he's been away for a while, hasn't he? With his family.
Into Wells. It's a short ball. Got through nicely from Tickner. It had Wells crouching down as low as he could go. It to go through to the keeper. Volume levels have gone up here.
Must be lunchtime.
The last time it was Schools Day, there was a mascot race during the lunch interval. So maybe they're gearing up for the mascot race again. It finished in slightly controversial circumstances.
Really?
Yeah, it did.
Wasn't Lanky by a neck again, was
well, he was involved. And defended by Wells. Back to Blair Tickner to complete the over. Just a single coming off at 61 for 2. Wells on 40 and Harris on 16. It was a mascot from the All-Stars cricket here. It was the mascot from Stockport County as well. Can't remember what that mascot was called now.
I've been there this season. I can't remember the mascot.
Oh, there we go. For a few years on Max TV.
Well, that's the All-Stars.
And that's Bertie B from Burnley.
Yeah.
And it was a slightly controversial finish because I think Lanky won, but he seemed to keep moving the finishing line to the point where Lanky crossed. Yeah. Don't think Bertie was best pleased.
Home advantage, though. It's all about home advantage.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
We're still going to see spin at the Brian Statham end, but it's a different kind of spin because the left arm spin of Jack Morley on his return to Lancashire. He's going to get a go before lunch. He'll only get the one over him. We've only got 3 minutes to go until lunch. He might get through it quickly enough to get Blair Tickner another over at the Jimmy Anderson end, Sir James Anderson end.
What's he on the scorecard? Is he Sir James on the scorecard?
You'd hope not.
No, he's not.
No. Morley then. First delivery of this match is full and driven and might go for 4. Anderson's chasing it. They've run. They're not going to bother running the second because it is going to go for 4. And not the start that Jack Morley would have been hoping for. He made his first-class debut against Derbyshire at Aigburth during COVID.
Got wickets in that game.
Got wickets in the second innings to win the game.
I remember interviewing actually.
Yeah.
There's another debutant in that game for Lancashire. Who would that have been? I'll have to try and dig it out. But yeah, I remember speaking to Jack after that match.
From Rochdale.
He's a cracking lad, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a good lad. Harris waits as this next delivery is defended this time. That previous ball went for 4 and Harris moved to 20, 65 for 2. Very confident, which I think you have to be as a left arm spinner as a young man. This is in again Morley, and this one is driven again, this time out to the fielder on the cover boundary, Anderson, who does the fielding down in the long barrier, and they go through for another single. Harris moves on to 21, 66 for 2. Forgot to take notes today, did you?
I got distracted early on. There was too much happening early on.
It was chaotic.
No, it was a completely chaotic
chaotic
start to the game, really.
All sorts of people saying they could do 5 minutes here and a minute there. Me among them. Morley's in again. That one is defended by Wells. Morley picks up.
It's always the case when Alex around.
I'm sure we will get another over, especially seeing as Harris is doing some gardening and they brought in the short leg again, Derbyshire, so he has to pop his helmet on, does Caleb Jewell. And we've still got 2 balls of this over to go and the clock says 12:59. So
the best here on this
I think that's fair enough. I think I'd be doing exactly the same. This one is beating everything. He went for the expansive looking drive there, did Wells. Get a little inside edge on that? No, he didn't get anything on it because the umpire is going to signal buys. So Goodguest will be disappointed that he didn't manage to get anything on that. Another run added to the total, 67 for 2, getting towards the final ball of the 29th over. So Derbyshire a little bit behind, I think it's fair to say, as they so often are historically.
Definitely not.
No, they're not. They're not.
No.
This is definitely the last over before lunch. This is the last ball before lunch. And it's bowled by Morley and defended by Harris out towards mid-off. And that will be lunch. Scott, a good morning for Derbyshire. To start with, Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon both out just after 11:30. 11 for 2 at that stage. But Wells with 40 and Harris with 21 have taken Lancashire to 67 for 2 at the first interval. Derbyshire would have liked another wicket. It just wasn't to be.
Yeah, probably a session that was split in half, wasn't it? As you say, a good start for Derbyshire, and then 2 batsmen on screen for viewers on Lex TV. Luke Wells, Marcus Harris have managed to settle things down, put together a 50-run partnership there. And that was needed because at 11 for 2, after a pretty difficult week for Lancashire, things could have unravelled, but experienced pair, those two, and they've done the first part of what will be, you would think, quite a big rebuilding job as the afternoon progresses here. But lunch on this opening day, the 2 batters, Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon, are out. Jennings for 2, Bohannon for 3, but Harris on 21, Wells on 40 have got Lancashire to lunch on 67 for 2. The school kids are enjoying their trip to Emirates Old Trafford. I'm sure they'll be enjoying the interval entertainment as well. We'll take a break for about 40 minutes and we'll catch you for the afternoon session.
Welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary with myself, Paul Allott, and today I'm delighted to have the greatest left-arm quick bowler in the history of the game alongside me. Played for Lancashire for 10 years, has become an adopted Lancastrian and had a wonderful international career with Pakistan. Wasim Akram, welcome along.
Thank you all.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. Does it still feel a little bit special when you come back
Of course it
to
does.
Manchester?
When I was parking my car, so a lot of memories came rushing back. The playing days, obviously the ground has changed a lot for better. But yeah, every time I come here, last time I was there about 3 years ago, when there was a COVID test, so we were in a bubble in the hotel.
Yeah.
But over and all, playing for Lancashire has been the highlight of my cricketing career. You know, I'm writing my book, it's almost ready, it'll be out in November.
Okay.
So a lot of positive stuff of Lancashire. For me, playing for Pakistan and coming to Lancashire was like a little oasis. Everything was comfortable, you guys just played cricket. And we had 3 senior players, Paul Allott, Michael Watkinson, and Graham Fowler. They used to make fun of all the junior players.
It was a tough school at times, I agree.
It was.
But it's great that you hold Lancashire in such reverence and such esteem. But tell us a little bit about how you came to come to Lancashire in the first place, because you were a very raw international cricketer in the late 80s and 88.
Yeah.
You hadn't much experience of Western culture.
None.
I don't think you had much experience of playing over here at all, had you?
Not at all. I think in '86, the great Imran sent me to play league cricket up north in Durham.
Okay.
I played for a club called Burnup Field.
Yes.
Boundary was about 25 yards one side. And it was tough for me, you know, as a kid from Pakistan coming to this weather and this country. But the idea was '87 we were touring. So just get the idea how the wickets work, how the weather works. So I enjoyed it. We used to end up every night at that nightclub on, you know, on the Newcastle River, on a ship.
The Tyne, the River Tyne.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I bet, and the fog on the Tyne was
and
all
then,
yours.
yes, coming back to your question, 87, I think, or 88, 87, we were playing in Sharjah.
Yeah.
And Neil Fairbrother was playing for England. He got picked up. And Laurie Brown, a physio, great guy, one of the best physios I've worked with, great human being too. They got hold of me there. They said, would you like to play for Lancashire? And remember those days, Lancashire, county cricket was, you got to be #1 player in the world. Only one overseas was allowed to play in playing 11, and you can only register 2.
That's right.
So I thought they were talking about Lancashire League. I said, yeah, sure, I'm ready for Lancashire League. They said, no, county. I said, really? So yeah, that was my first experience that I found out.
And you knew nothing about county cricket, presumably?
No idea. None.
Nothing about it?
Nothing about county cricket. I only read about it in Urdu magazines, cricketing Urdu magazines, that's how it works. But when I arrived here, I remember in 1988, but before that in '87, there was a test match here at Old Trafford. And our chairman, Bob Bennett at the time, Lancashire think tank, they got my family here.
Yeah.
For my birthday surprise. They called everyone, my 2 brothers, my younger sister, my dad and mom, to celebrate my birthday here. I think it was on 4th of June, if I remember correctly. But that was the first experience of me of, you know, Lancastrian hospitality.
So the club embraced you right from the word go, and
Yeah,
you
they
in
did.
turn embraced the club. It was actually David Hughes and Alan Ormrod who were running the cricket department at the time, and
Yeah.
they must have been the 2 that instigated your first appearances for
Yes,
for
probably. And I remember both of them, David Hughes, Yoza, and Alan, has been a great influence early on as a 20-year-old kid coming from a different culture altogether and mixing up with, you know, Western culture. And they really helped me a lot. Remember the first time we met, we was a Forte Post House in Nottingham.
Yes.
That hotel on the first floor.
Yes.
And Alan told me to come to team meeting at 6 o'clock in the evening, day before the game. I said, okay. He said, it's in the bar. Okay, I said, that's different. I come from
you're not a drinking culture, yours.
Exactly. But again, you guys, the minute I walked into that wine at the bar, you guys all shook hand and said, welcome to Lancashire. So that gave me a bit of confidence. And remember, the next day there was a game against Nottingham, and I was sitting in the corner right somewhere, because huge seniors, I think, I don't know if it still happens or not, the senior players, they have their certain spots in each dressing room, and they go and sit there. So you as a junior, you have to wait that everybody is comfortable, then you pick up your spot, if you get a spot.
I remember wandering into a dressing room and somebody, it probably wasn't you, was sitting in where I normally change. I said, listen, I've been changing for 15 years.
I think it was me.
Well, I would let you off.
But that's a good culture, though.
Yeah, I suppose it is in a way, although it might be a bit outmoded now.
Yeah, now probably.
Now then, your rise and appearance in cricket was quite extraordinary because you played very little first-class cricket, if any, in Pakistan.
None.
And you turned up and bowled at the nets.
It was a camp
of a Pakistan camp.
It was a camp for 100 kids, young kids, and I did, well for my club, Ludhiana Gymkhana in Pakistan. So they, said this guy is good. So my name was in that in particular camp. And I remember first 4 days, there were 100 kids, and including Ramiz Raja, who played a test cricket then, one test, and Mohsin Kamal, another test cricketer, and top first-class performers were there as well. So nobody gave me the cricket ball to bowl, so I got a bit down, depressed. So I went back to my captain in the club, Sadiq Khan. I said, look, there's no point in me going. I've been standing there for 4 days. He said, no, you go tomorrow. I'll have a word with the camp commander, and he'll give you the ball. So the next day, 3 or 4 batters to go, he gave me the old ball. I impressed him for some odd reason. Agha Saadat Ali, another late test cricketer. And then the next day, he gave me the new cherry. And you see, I used to bowl big in-swingers then. And I troubled almost everyone.
In-swingers to the right-hander?
To the right-hander.
Good ball from a left arm quick. Good ball.
Yeah, so, I impressed everyone there. And then Javed Miandad was the captain of Pakistan squad. So he came to practice. So Gaddafi Stadium is a huge ground. So one side was our camp and his net was the other side. So he wanted some bowlers. So the camp commander said, you want to bowl at Javed Miandad? I said, what? Javed Miandad? I had a poster of him in my room. I would love to.
Well, one of the best Pakistan batsmen ever.
Ever.
And one of the best in the world.
In the world. So I went to bowl at him for a couple of days and he got impressed by me, and then New Zealand was touring Pakistan. And suddenly my name came in to play against New Zealand team. First 3-day game, President 11 versus the New Zealand side in Rawalpindi. I was over the moon, so was my family. Javed Miandad, Sarfaraz Nawaz, Tahir Nakash, all these tests, Ramiz Raja, Salim Malik, all these guys were in the squad. And Javed dropped, I think, Tahir Nakash or Sarfaraz to have me in playing 11. That was my first-class game.
How on earth did you feel playing international cricket from straight out of club cricket? How on earth? Because that would it would cause issues for an awful lot of guys when you were 17, 18?
I was 17.
17.
Yeah, 18.
So how did you feel?
I think
probably too young to
I
even
was
bother
too
about
young
it.
to even bother about. Absolutely spot on. It was blessing in disguise. I didn't know probably half the team of New Zealand. I knew Martin Crowe, Jeff Crowe, Jeff Harwood, John Reid, Jeremy Coney, the big names there, cricketing.
And they were a good team.
Great team at the time.
Yeah.
So I got 7 for 50 in first innings. I don't know how. And second inning, 2 for 50. I was just running in and ball, and I didn't know at the reverse swing at the time, but it was just happening.
I know how.
How?
Because you're a good bowler. But I mean, were you quick? And presumably you were raw then, as you say.
Raw.
You say I don't know how, but you did swing the ball. You swung the new ball, and you had this. You had this very quick arm.
Pindi wicket was like a road. You know how Pakistani
flat, no bounce,
no grass, no bounce. But I've got. I think before lunch I got John Wright caught in second slip, and then from there onwards, just everybody walked in. I would just start bowling full, and everybody was getting leg before bowled. So yeah, I think I was too young and naive. It was blessing in disguise that I didn't know who the players were.
And you didn't have time to worry about it,
no.
Presumably. So what about your development then? Because you're set into the world stage straight away.
Yeah.
And you've got this natural, raw talent. Were you allowed just to carry on doing that? Or was there some pressure on you to change what you were doing?
Oh, there was no pressure. I had very good mentors in Javed Miandad, and then Mudassar Nazar, who still lives in Manchester.
He does, yeah.
Well-travelled person in India.
Yeah,
well-travelled, who also helped me off the field. And then That was on New Zealand tour. And then Imran was joining us. He was playing for New South Wales. So he was joining us. We were meant to tour to go to tour to Australia for Mini World Cup in 1985, where India, I think, won eventually. India, Pakistan went the finals. So I played, I think my first game was against Windies or against Australia. And I got 5 for 21, first top 5 wickets. Again, just bowling full, no control of the swing. That I learned eventually. But in the beginning, just come and bowl and hit the right areas, and that's what I did. And Imran was standing at mid-on, telling every delivery what to do. So that, as a young kid, was a huge confidence. My hero was telling me what to do, and I listened to everything he wanted me to do. And I think that's how I sort of got into the groove of Test cricket.
Was Imran a good teacher, a good mentor? Did he allow you to develop naturally,
yes.
or was he dictatorial?
No, he was very easy, whatever I'm comfortable with. But he always wanted me to work hard when I was 17, 18. Those were the trades I've learned from him, me and that Mudassar, that, talent can stay for 2-3 years, and the hard work can prolong that talent for another, say, 20 years, 15 years. And I think that's where I have to come back to Lancashire. When I played in 88, I remember getting my first 100 here, first class 100. And in 89, I became the #1 player in the world. That 6 months of county cricket, playing with you guys day in, day out, traveling. And you guys were very helpful. You were helpful as a bowler, our captain, Yoza.
I don't know. It's probably the best compliment that anybody's ever paid me, for you to say that I helped you with your bowling. But I'm flattered. I do remember giving you a real kick up the backside once when you came off because you said your nose was running and you didn't feel very well.
Yeah,
Tunbridge Wells, do you remember?
Yes, I remember. I remember that game as well, Tunbridge Wales. Don't want to play there anymore.
No.
I never liked it there.
So I said, come on, this is hard work. Bowling is hard work.
Yeah, I remember.
So you have to bowl even though you might not be feeling great, you might not be bowling great. So that might have been a lesson.
Probably. I think tough love sometimes works.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you did that. It helped me. And you see, the whole team was behind me, the captain, the club.
Yeah.
I remember they put me in this hotel. It's still there or not? Trafford Hotel?
Down the road. Yeah.
Down the road.
Well, Bob Bennett the chairman used to stay there.
Yeah,
didn't
so
he?
they gave me a room
I don't
there.
think it's still there now.
Nah.
But it was all right at the time.
It was okay. So I went. So we went to play away games. We were away for about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. I came back. They checked me out. I couldn't find my clothes. I said, "Where are my clothes?" They said, "We checked you out. I thought you were not coming back." So we had some great stories. But again, when I bought my place here at the time, I remember I must give compliment to this Pakistani Sufi Sadiq. He's still around. Accountant. He says, "I'll help you with your accounts and all." I said, ask Lancashire. He said, "You buy a house." I said, "Buy a house? I'm 20 years old. I have no money." "What do you mean buy a house?" He said, "Get a mortgage." I said, "What's mortgage?" Then he explained, "You have 6-year contract." So Lancashire gave me a 6-year contract. First time any overseas player got such a long contract.
Yeah.
So that shows the shrewdness of the skipper, Yoza, and of course Alan, that they realized this guy can actually...
Well, those were the golden days of county cricket being able to sign overseas players long term, because now, of course, there's so much cricket you can't
sign somebody for 2 weeks.
But you were available for us virtually all the time, except when Pakistan were touring England.
Yeah, and because cricket was not all year round. It was only Pakistan season from September, October onwards till March.
That's right.
And then county started from April onwards till August, September.
Okay, so county cricket was essential in your formative years.
Yes.
Because you're such a pioneer and because you are one of the best bowlers there's ever been, with the record, you've got over 900 international wickets across one-day internationals and test matches, over 400 in test matches, over 500 in one-day internationals. It wasn't all about just running in and bowling fast. You pioneered the ability to reverse swing the ball, which is now.
And if you remember,
I wouldn't say it's commonplace, but it's a fundamental part of the modern game.
Yeah, it really is. Now it's called reverse swing. It used to be ball tampering then, if you remember.
Well, so they said. But you used to throw me the ball when you were bowling at the other end. I couldn't swing it.
Yeah. You used to bowl without swing, then suddenly the ball is going towards leg side.
A little bit.
And then eventually you got the hang of it. You said, okay, if it's going in, I'm going to just pitch outside off stump. And I remember the first year when there used to be rain, I used to take Gehan Mendes
Yes.
at nets.
Yes.
And you got me, Paul got me on the side, said, Vaz, listen, I know you're young, there's 6 months to go.
Yeah.
So just take it easy.
Because you used to roar in, didn't you? In the
Yeah.
nets. Nobody wanted to face you in the nets because you were unplayable.
But I think nowadays, obviously, mindset has changed. The more you bowl, you know, a lot of youngsters ask me, how should I increase my pace? What to do? It's a very simple answer. The more you bowl, the quicker you'll become. Because your bowling muscle gets strong. And bowling muscle is not just one particular muscle, it's everything in your body. And I think nowadays you bowl 8 deliveries and say 12 deliveries, say, okay, I'm done. Okay, thank you very much. So probably cricket is too much, but mindset has changed over the years, sure.
But reverse swing didn't just happen.
No,
you must have developed this in line with Waqar probably. And,
Waqar came a little later.
Imran was the
Mudassar
one.
and Imran.
Yeah.
They were the one who actually taught me how to reverse swing.
And I remember you being absolutely paranoid about keeping the ball dry when we were out there.
The rough side.
Just keep it dry.
Keep it dry.
Don't
Do not
spit
shine.
on it. Don't put sweat on it.
Especially
dry.
the rough side.
Yeah.
And I remember our spinner, very good spinner, Gary Yates.
Yes.
He used to bowl like this.
Yes, he did.
And I had to go at him 3-4 times. I said, you better change your habit, buddy. Because the rough side, if it gets soft, then it won't reverse. The rough side has to be rough and shiny side has to be shiny.
And we had at Lancashire, we had a wonderful 10 years when you were 88
incredible.
to 98. We won all those one-day games. And you were actually constant in that team, but there were actually two teams because the old guard, like myself, Graham Fowler, Guillaume Mendes, moved on in about 91, 92.
Yes.
And then you had another crop of lads with the Athertons and the Fairbrother was there as well. Crawley.
Peter Marin came in.
Chappell,
Peter Martin came in. Chappie came in a little later. Then Bumble, Junior Bumble. Ian Austin, the great man.
Yeah.
What a performer he had been for Lancashire in shorter format.
Who was the guys that stuck out most for you in Lancashire? Who were the guys that you really either admired or got on with or whatever?
I mean, you guys were seniors. I had always admired you as a senior players. But of course, Harvey Neil Fairbrother is a very good friend of mine. Still, we are in touch. Ian Austin I was very close to.
Yeah.
I believe he's got a bar now in wherever he's living. Beautiful wine bar.
I think he has.
Yeah, and he's a granddad.
He is, and he sells beer as well.
Oh,
on top
brilliant.
Of that, which he was always destined to do.
Destined to do, absolutely. No, but everyone, I mean, it's difficult to name any, but everyone was so helpful.
Yeah.
And it was fun for me to coming to Lancashire. It was like coming back home, no political thing, no politics in cricket. You come, you play, you go home, you have a good laugh, and the next day you start again.
You said earlier on, right at the start of this was your happiest time.
Yeah.
When you were here, when you were playing here, you probably felt the pressure was off a little bit and you enjoyed playing in county cricket. But surely winning the World Cup in '92 must have been the pinnacle.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think for every sportsman is basically idea is to represent your country's team in a World Cup and then winning it. And then, of course, being man of the match. And that too against the mighty England side at the time. They were the most experienced team in the world as far as one-day cricket concerned. But yeah, that was one of the best moments. In fact, the best moment of my life.
What did it feel like? Because there was this aura about you. I remember standing next to Warren Hegg at Slip. Warren was
I forgot Chucky's name.
Yeah, Warren keeping wicket to you, and he must have been one of the best keepers you ever bowled.
Absolutely.
I can't remember him dropping a catch off you.
No,
and
very rare.
You bowled 90 miles an hour and swung it and hooped it round.
He was
corners.
one of the best keepers, I think, who kept on my bowling. He was phenomenal and a great guy as well off the field.
Yeah,
still is very helpful, very easygoing, hard worker.
But getting back to you, you had this aura about you, and I know, standing at Slip, 20 yards back, watching you run in, there was a fear and a trepidation in the batsmen facing you because they didn't know whether you were going to hit them on the toe or on the nose.
On the nose. I think that's what I've learned in county cricket. That's why the experience matters. Playing under different condition matters, and every ground is different in England. Weather is always nice. It's not, I mean, if it's 26 degrees in England, you say it's a heat wave. No, it's not. Heat wave is in Pakistan. Right now it's 41 degrees. Yeah. So that also helped. And remember, we used to have a playing deck as well. And the next deck, next pitch, each side used to be dry as well without the grass. that boys can throw one bounce as well
Yeah.
because the reverse swing. So that helped a lot as well. I think even in my book is coming out in November, the Lancashire stories are quite funny and memorable and happy times.
Brian Lara, Ricky Ponting, and Viv Richards have all gone on record to say that you were the best bowler they ever faced.
Wow.
That's pretty serious.
That's huge, coming from the greats of the game.
Yeah.
And I think it was because of my quick arm action, maybe. And
You
my
were
run
very difficult to pick up.
Yeah.
You had this scampering run.
And I learned,
quick run.
And I learned things as well. I was the only left-hander who went around the wicket, if you remember.
Well, you started this.
Yeah, I started this trend.
You did.
And I used to run. From behind the umpire. I said, why not?
And then leap out.
Yeah, nowadays I see bowlers, even T20 format, they're getting hammered every ball. They don't change anything.
No.
So as a bowler, what's my job is to create a doubt in batsman's mind. If things are not going well, just have your run up diagonal. Just bowl the same delivery you want to, but do something different.
But you were capable of bowling round the wicket and swinging the ball away from the right hand.
Yeah.
Very difficult thing to do as a left-arm bowler.
I think both of these guys. Yeah, I mean nowadays Shaheen Afridi.
Yes.
And then Mitchell Starc.
Yes.
Trent Bolt.
Yes, yes.
These
But you were
guys
the
are very
pioneer.
good. Yeah, I started bowling around the wicket, different angle altogether. And as a right-hander batsman, if I'm bowling around the wicket, if you're batting, you have to, with the angle, you think ball's going to come in.
Yeah.
And if it just goes across a bit, every chance to take an edge.
Waz, we could talk for hours, and hopefully you'll come back and we'll do part 2 of this
Sure.
at some point. But
Sure.
just before we go, I talked about the batters who said you were the best. Who was the hardest batsman to bowl at?
You see, I played against great Viv Richards, Brian Lara, Sachin Tendulkar, Alan Border, Graham Gooch, Mike Gatting, Alex Stewart. These are the big names. But I think one of the best was who played against me and Vakar against reverse swing was Martin Crowe. He always played us on a front foot. At 93 series, he got 200s out of 3 test matches. Pakistan won 3-0. I got 16 wickets in 2 games. I got injured. Vakar got 30 wickets in 3 test matches. And he got 200s. And I think in England, who really played both of us well with the new ball was Alex Stewart. Because he realized I have to attack. I can't just block and wait for the semi-new ball. By the time it'll be too late. So yeah, he was also quite difficult, especially. And in one-day cricket, I suppose Brian Lara and all these guys were there, but Gilchrist was the most difficult, especially when there were no bounces.
Waz, it's been fantastic to talk to you. And I hope that you'll come back and talk to us again. You're going to keep coming back to Emirates Old Trafford? And to
Absolutely, any time. I mean, I'm 20 minutes away. Every summer I'm here for a month and a half with my family. My boys are 23 and 21, 24 and 21. They were born here in Wythenshawe Hospital. So they love coming here. They have a lot of memories of their mother as well. So yeah, love coming back, enjoying the weather, enjoying my little town, little Altrincham town. Just walk around, Dunham Massey. Just love it.
Beautiful. Well, we love having you back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for everything that you've done for Lancashire and keep coming back.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the Red Rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the Red Rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the Red Rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the Red Rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rolls together.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Well, welcome back. The afternoon session on the opening day here from Emirates Old Trafford in this Rothesay County Championship fixture between Lancashire and Derbyshire on Lancs TV, on the BBC Sport website and app, and on 5 Sports Extra 3.
3. Yeah.
As well.
The big one.
Get used to saying that.
I think it's the most important of the sports extras. Because the higher the number, surely the more important it is. I think that's how it works.
I like it. And on BBC Sounds as well, where Lancashire is 67-4-2, resuming after lunch, and an important partnership for Lancashire heading towards the lunch interval, which was worth, or currently is worth, 56 runs between Luke Wells and Marcus Harris. And they're resuming after the lunch break. It was a good start for Derbyshire. They won the toss, put Lancashire into bat, picked up 2 early wickets, 11 for 2 early on. And then a bit of a rally after the kind of first 45 minutes of play, there or thereabouts. And that's where we stand going into the afternoon. It's going to be Wells on strike, and it will be Zach Chappell from the Sir James Anderson end.
Indeed. And what an end it is.
They've added the addition of Sir.
It's across the front, which we can't see, can we, due to the flank screen.
There's Chappell in to Wells. First run after lunch is a quick one. Just turns it out towards mid-wicket and scampers through for 1. And as the throw comes in towards the keeper's end. So Wells moves to 41, 68 for 2 as we get underway into the afternoon. We've had the mascot race at lunch for the school kids to enjoy. Still plenty.
The B won it, didn't he?
I didn't see this.
I think the B won it.
Bertie's back. Oh, excellent. That's good news.
Yeah.
Bertie's back to winning ways. To being controversially denied victory in the mascot race here a couple of weeks ago. 2 slips waiting. Harris on 21. Here's Chappell from the Anderson and around the wicket bowls, and Harris defends to mid-on. There's no run. Notice there were a couple of hundred school kids filing out just after the lunch breaks, so maybe in batches. The kids are returning either back to school or back home after hopefully an enjoyable day. Plenty of activities to enjoy. The stuff behind the ground, behind the stand here, and the climbing frames are here. And I think
there's a hula hoop over there. That seems very popular. The hula hoops far end. You can just see somebody. Yeah. Good effort as well. That.
There's Chappell and bowling, and it's driven beautifully by Harris. That's going to be 4. That's going to race away off this firm, hard outfield, out through extra cover for 4 runs. Lovely looking shot to get Marcus Harris up and running after the lunch break. Punched away through the covers for 4. So 72 for 2. Harris moves on to 25. Not out. That's with the hula hoops, and we've had the bouncy castles and a couple of games of cricket involved, and the climbing frames and all sorts going on. Second school day of the season, and lovely weather for it as well. 2 slips waiting. Here's Chappell
In and balls to Harris. That's just nudged out towards the leg side. Fielded by David Lloyd, and there is no run. Scott Reed and Dave Fletcher with you to start off the afternoon session, and then we'll bring in David Lloyd and Paul Allett as well.
Like a coiled spring there, Bumble, when he walked in. He heard his name.
Can do, yeah.
I've got to go in.
Okay.
15 minutes.
Will you stay with... we'll bring Bumble in, because Bumble and Paul are busy for half an hour, I think, from 2. So we'll get Bumble in for 20 minutes before that.
They're offering their expertise to somebody else.
Indeed. So Harris is playing and missing. And through to Brooke Guest. And there's no run. I'll let you take it to 2 with Bumble, then I'll come back in.
Okay, I did wonder why Paul was doing homework at the far end of the table. He's making copious notes out there, so whatever he's going to be talking about later, he will be massively well informed. That's now, I don't think that's true at all. But whatever it is, yeah, I would have done that. I would have done that. Bumble's back alongside. Here's Zach Chappell bowling to Harris, who drives, but this time straight to Harry Kame. And there's no run. It was the final ball of the first. Was that the first? Yeah, it was the first over after lunch. 72 for 2 now, Lancashire, who will be relatively pleased, I would have thought, Bumble, at the way that they fought back from 11 for 2.
Yeah, you've got to work hard in that first session. You lose a couple, but I thought they were very resolute and determined. The 2 batters at the crease, Wells and Harris. It becomes easier. The pitch will change colour. It'll get drier. I just wondered. I've been over the other side. We've been met up with the vice presidents and.
Like you do.
1 or 2 great and good were over there. Jack Simmons was there, and a couple of guys from Derbyshire Board.
I would imagine so.
I didn't catch the names, but I sat with them for a little while.
I've never met them.
But I wondered, did it spin at all? I wouldn't have thought so.
I don't think so. I didn't notice any extravagant turns, certainly. We thought he was just bowling a couple of overs to give Aitchison an extra 5 minutes rest, but then they brought on Jack Morley for an over as well.
Well, they bowled 2 spinners, David Lloyd and Jack Morley, and it obviously didn't spin because they haven't resumed with either spinner. It's got back to pace again. I always think that, you know, if you win the toss and you get your 2 opening bowlers, there's nothing wrong with a spinner straight away. First change, bowl a spinner straight away. Just have a little look with the ball hard. Does he get a little bit more bounce?
It's Aitchison back for his second spell, bowling to Wells, who pushes it out to the offside.
And still round the wicket.
Yes.
Left-hander, still exclusively round the wicket. Yeah. You'd think
they've got it into their heads almost.
They do, yeah. It's modern way. It's the modern way. Just go back as it used to be with your old coaches. Change the angle. Just make the angle a bit different.
And you're used to bowling over the wicket anyway, aren't you? So this next delivery is driven. It's not stopped by Aitchison, and it's not stopped by Harry Kame either. It's a straight drive that goes for 4. Wells moves to 45, 76 for 2. Nice shot.
What you do get here is value for your shot. That the outfield is quick. It will be. The weather that we've had is very, very parched and dry. So if you beat the field, invariably you get 4. These moved on to 45. 7 4s.
Yeah, big innings from Luke Wells, and Harris is getting into his stride as well now. They've got trouble with people behind the bowler's arm here. They had at the start of the over, and they have again now. It's all been sorted, and Aitchison is in and bowls to Wells, who just clips this away down to fine leg for 4 more. That was a poor ball from Ben Aitchison. Probably the first poor ball he's bowled. Really poor ball. Back-to-back boundaries, though, for Wells, who moves up to 49.
That's the shot that Bohannon wanted to play, but he got it just a tickle. He wanted that leg glance down to fine leg 4, but he got a little tickle, was caught behind.
Nice little test this for Ben Aitchison now. He bowled well in his first spell, 1 for 8 from 6 overs. He's in again now, and that one is going past the edge of Wells' bat, who indicates that there was some movement there.
You know, we've had movement behind the bowler's arm. It can only be players. This is the player's end.
Yeah, I think they're in the box down below us. Yeah. They're on the first floor, aren't they? media, written media on the second floor. We're on the third floor. Terrific view across Old Trafford in the sunshine as this next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Wells. I bet you didn't get your dinner in a cardboard box like we did then if you'd been over in the posh seats.
No, it's very civilised, but I left early. I didn't have a pudding.
No?
No, I thought I'll get back for the start of play.
I wouldn't have bothered. I'd have stayed for a pudding, mate.
Yeah. Well, Jack Simmons is definitely staying for a pudding.
Well,
he'll probably have mine as well.
His age is the balls when he almost plays on. It actually came off the bottom edge of the bat and went in front of the stumps.
When I was captain...
So 50 for Luke Wells, 92 balls, 8 fours.
And it's 81 for 2. We played at Southport, so festival ground, and we came out after lunch and I've set the field and we've only 10 on. And who's missing? Jack Simo. 10 minutes later he came onto the field. I said, where have you been? He said, I'm not missing Gooseberry Tart here. He said, it's fantastic. He said, I've waited for this all season.
Circled on his calendar. Excellent. Can't say I blame him now. We didn't get pudding over this side, but we did get a very nice chilli and rice.
It is. It's very good. Chilli and rice here.
I always think it in the box is slightly weird though. Chapel in and bowls, and that one is guided backward of square out to the backward point boundary for 4 by Harris. So they've started really quickly in the afternoon session here at Lancashire. They've moved on to 84 for 2. In fact, surely, yes, 85 for 2. When you've had 4 on to 81, it becomes to 85, doesn't it? 85 for 2, so it's got 18 runs in the first 11 deliveries, no, 13 deliveries. I'll get it. I'm not really good at maths.
I'm with you.
I don't know if you noticed.
No, I'm with you. I've got you.
I should never start those sentences. Chapel in again, and that one is guided to Dowell this time. Just fumbles it a little bit. They were never likely to take a run. Wells on to 54 with that boundary. His 9th, 85 for 2. So we didn't see Martin Anderson at all this morning, the all-rounder. But we did see 6 Derbyshire bowlers, which has been the way this season. They have switched it around quite a lot. As Chapel bowls, that one is driven very, very pleasantly indeed by Wells, straight to the man at mid-off, who is Morley. Some of the kids have gone home apparently.
Yeah, the buses will come for them.
If we can't get on the bouncy castle, there are hula hoops there.
Oh, no, I mean, do you remember hula hoops? They were the absolute rage,
weren't they? I'm not sure my hips are necessarily up to it anymore, but Chapel's next delivery is pushed into the leg side, into the offside by Wells.
And then there was Billy Bugle and his flaming hoops, like a novelty act. He used to have hula hoops and pour petrol on them and then run through them.
You'd never get away with it these days, would you?
No, health and safety. Yeah. He just pour petrol and set fire to them and run through them.
That is an act I would pay to see. Chapel in balls to Wells, who turns that one into the leg side. Nice stop by Lloyd. Did you see David Lloyd bowling? His occasional right arm off spin. It reminded me of somebody who bowled occasional left arm spin, but I can't think who it was.
Yeah, he didn't.
Similar name.
He got cut, didn't he, through the offside a bit. Yeah, off spin.
He was a medium pacer when he was down at Glamorgan, but his knees won't let him bowl that anymore. As Chapel's in once again, it's defended back towards the bowler. It's Lloyd who'll field. And the over comes to an end. 85 for 2. And we've actually now had enough overs to have got us through to lunch in the first place. Even though it's already 10 to 2. 32 overs gone. 85 for 2. Wells 54. Harris 25.
So work to do for Wayne Madsen, captain. Get a bowling combination to break this partnership. They've played pretty well, Wells and Harris. He's talking now, Madsen, to
Tickner, the big man.
Opening ball with Tickner, so whether they hatch a plan or looking at deep backward square. That's in fact no, it's not deep backward square. He's in front of square, so that's a run-saving position right on the boundary. There's a fine leg, so the leg side is wide open.
Yeah, vast acreage. There's Aitchison bowls and it comes down into the ground, possibly off his boot into the offside there. Harris. Tickner continuing to do his stretches, unsurprisingly. If he's not bowling, he's stretching or talking. I don't think it'll be long before we see him. He and Aitchison, certainly the pick of the bowlers this morning. I know they got the wickets, but they bowled really nicely first up. Aitchison's in now, and that one's left alone by Harris outside the off stump. And the pitch, of course, has been under the sun now since.
It's different.
First thing this morning, it's starting to change, isn't it? Flatten out a bit.
Yeah, it definitely. I just wondered whether, with it starting with a bit of moisture in it, whether it would dent and bruise. But they've not been. The batters haven't been down and knocking down, so I should think it stayed pretty solid. But it's definitely changed colour.
Yes, I'll try and get you to describe that colour in a minute. It's an unusual colour, as this one is driven by Harris up to Harry Kane at mid-off. It's a sort of, well, the paint companies would have a field day, of course, but it's a sort of grey brown, isn't it?
It'll be a slate grey when it finishes. You can see the practice pitches way to the extremes of the square, and you see the ends, and it's grey, just a slab.
Yes, we want to be bowling on the ones that look like concrete. This next delivery is defended by Harris up to mid-on this time. Tickner does the fielding.
You can actually play on these pitches, Dave, for days on end. Days on end. The bounce won't change, and you'll be looking for spin after about 10 days.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I look forward to that.
Although
I look forward to that.
You could exploit the run-offs where the fast bowlers are running off. You could get into those.
There isn't a mark on them, though, is there? This next delivery is flicked away by Harris down towards fine leg. Zach Chappell runs around and does pretty well to stop it. They will get back for a second, though. The big fast bowler isn't as supple as he might be. Whether that because he's a bit stiff or he spends too much time in the gym, I'm not sure. It's one or the other. They go through for a couple of runs. Harris moves to 27, 87 for 2. I think he does like the gym. Does Zach Chappell? Never understood that. There's Aitchison around the wicket bowls, and that one is cut away nicely for 4 runs by Harris. Short and wide outside the off stump. Thank you very much indeed. David Lloyd barely moved. Neither of them, in fact, moved. And it's 91 for 2 at the end of the 33rd over. Poor delivery. The last, I don't know what this pitch is because I didn't ask and I haven't been told. Derbyshire have played the last 3 matches on these hybrid pitches.
Right.
They've done absolutely nothing. Nothing.
I'm not sure whether this is a hybrid, but I know that they played Somerset on here last season and 21 wickets fell on day 1 and then it flattened out, so we're not going to get that situation today. But it will change colour. There's quite a good covering of grass on it, but they don't do very much here. The one thing that I don't know how you've seen it throughout this summer, the one thing that is missing, the ingredient from certainly this division, is real pace.
Yes.
Searing pace, damage pace.
Yeah.
No, I'm not seeing that from any team.
Singdale down at Gloucestershire's sharp.
Yeah, saw him. He was okay.
He's sharp. But yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, Chappell isn't express. Certainly Aitchison isn't. Tickner is the quickest of the Derbyshire bowlers by some considerable distance, I would suggest. And he has bowled quickly in the last couple of matches. But he tends to bowl short of a length a lot. So he's taken at least 2 modes of dismissal out of the equation. Zach Chappell's just had a lengthy conversation with Tickner prior to that, Madsen, before coming in to start his 8th over. The first ball is defended by Wells out into the offside, and there's no run. Yes, you can't. There is no substitute for it, is there really? Somebody who is 90 miles an hour plus.
Yeah, I mean, 85 would be good. 85 plus. You've got a weapon. You know, you can. A bouncer will rock you back, and knock a batsman back.
Wells waits just a couple of slips now, and he drives into the offside. David Lloyd stops it with his chest as he moves across to his left-hand side. Always looks weary. David Lloyd always looks weary.
I know the feeling.
Yeah, it might be something to do with the name. I don't know. No, he's a good Wrexham season ticket holder. Was on the books at Wrexham back in the day. So
how old is he?
He'd be 31, 32. Chappell is in. Ball played straight back to him by Wells.
I'd see the owner, did an interview with the owner of Wrexham this week. He said that he loves Wrexham. It's absolutely terrific, but at times he wishes he'd never got involved.
Yeah, well, I think there are a few owners who think that. There might be some at Burton. Last season cost them a lot of money. Well, your club, your Football League club, as Zach Chappell is in, and Wells turns it up to mid-on. They're just struggling a little bit at the minute, Stanley, aren't they?
Well, they are. I mean, the council are doing the best to shut them down.
Yeah, so I read a piece the other day that suggested that, I'm not sure On the Brink was mentioned, but wasn't far off.
Well, it's a community football club, and it's been fabulous for the community.
I love going there. Love going there.
Don't get me going.
No, I just thought I'd poke you with a
Yeah,
stick. I'm going in a minute.
You've just dropped that one in, haven't you?
Chappell bowls driven. That's going to be 4 runs to Wells, out towards the extra cover boundary. Really nice shot, but Chappell's just not effective in this game so far, sadly, from a Derbyshire perspective. And
yeah, I'm going now.
They've taken you off. They've taken you off now, haven't they? Deliberately. He's been taken off because he was about to come off his long run-up. I just thought I'd poke him. I'd seen some comments from the club. I've been following it quite closely. Actually, I like the chairman, Accrington.
Oh yeah, Aki. Yep.
Yeah. As Chappell's in, bowls to Wells, who dabs it out into the offside, and they scamper through for a quick single, comfortable quick single. Wells moves on to 59. Harris has 31. That was the last ball of the over. 34 gone. 96 for 2 now. Lancashire, who have made a very good start this afternoon. 29 runs have been added in 20 minutes, which is considerably quicker than it was this morning, Scott.
Yeah, it was hard going, wasn't it?
I'll say. And that was just in the commentary box.
That was definitely hard going.
The big hitters have gone. It's just me and Scott now.
Yeah, and Paul will be back a little later on. Just looking at some of the other games across Division 2 have started after lunch. Let's see, Aitchison to continue here. This will be his 9th over of the day. Wells on strike from the Statham end around the wicket. Turned out towards the leg side by Luke Wells, but there's no run. There's plenty of wickets falling in a couple of the Division 2 fixtures earlier today. Middlesex losing 4 early wickets, 56 for 4, and now 98 for 4. And that's at Lords against the Division 2 leaders Leicestershire. It's left by Wells through to Guest, and there's no run. Ryan Higgins looking to try and rebuild for Middlesex in that fixture. He's 42 not out. 3 wickets for Ian Hollands. A good start for Leicestershire at Lords against Middlesex. And Kent lost wickets early on in their first innings. It was 70 for 5. They're 105 for 5 now. Kent against Gloucestershire. In defender by Wells. And there's no addition to the score. Compton Hampton out for 19. Bill Drummond out for 11. Mayeye for 25. Jack Leaning for 9. And Harry Finch for 1. The wickets Kent have lost this morning. Aitchison again from the Statham end in, and balls and defended again by Wells. It's pushed up towards David Lloyd cover, and there's no run. The other Division 2 game is Glamorgan against Northamptonshire in Cardiff. Luke Proctor 46 not out for Northants, who were 112 for 2 in their first innings. Division 2 scores. Aitchison in, balls, left again by Wells. And through to Brooke Guest. There's no addition to the score.
Just moving Zach Chappell around a touch down at well, long leg really. He's moving more towards fine leg. There are 2 slips and a gully, and Aitchison is in. Wells takes a little step and then gets an edge that drops short of Wayne Madsen, diving to his left, gets a big paw on it and keeps him down to a single. Genuine edge, but all the way along the ground, and Wells moves to 60. 97 for 2. That was the final ball of the over. It's bowled nicely as Ben Aitchison on his return to first team action. A remarkable story really, not having played since July 2023. Now bowled 9 overs, 1 for 24.
This was an ankle injury and then a back injury.
An ankle, then he came back from the ankle injury but didn't play and injured it, suffered a stress fracture. And then he had an operation on that, and then he needed another operation. He's had a terrible time of it really, so it's just great to see him out there. Big Liverpool fan.
Oh, but
he can't help that.
He's enjoyed a good few weeks, has he?
Yeah.
Back playing cricket and his team's won the league.
I think he was at Anfield the other week when they won it. This one is turned into the leg side by Wells for 1, just 1 in fact, and Wells moved to 61, 98 for 2. I may have had a Renan down in South Africa. Bumble on comms at Derbyshire game. Didn't put 1 and 1 together until I actually saw him on my screen. Exceptional weekend ahead. Don't get too excited, Renan. Here comes Chappell, and that one is driven by Harris out towards Morley in the deep on the cover boundary. And there is no run. I rather neglected, I'm afraid, the messages this morning. I was too starstruck. Another one about David Lloyd here. The Derbyshire fans clearly starstruck as well. David McArdle. David Lloyd played in the first match I ever saw. Benson and Hedges zonal game at Chesterfield in about 1980. He and Bernard Reedy batted us out of the game. In comes Chappell again, and that one is an inside edge. It looked to drive it into the offside there, Wells, and it eventually went up to mid-on. Fell in love with the ground and the sport that day, says David. Lancashire, of course, at Chesterfield.
Look forward to that. A few weeks' time, that is. Too far away.
It's not far away.
No, it's kind of like it's in that round of championship games that's in the middle of the blast.
Yes.
Taking place.
Are they not with Kookaburras?
Are they? Oh, right, okay.
Nasty feeling they might be.
Right.
Somebody's standing on the 3rd floor of the pavilion at the Jimmy Anderson end, and he needs to move apparently because Luke Wells can see him when he's batting. What he's looking up there for, I've no idea, because he's a long way up, but he's got no idea they're asking him to move. Everybody is now waving their arms furiously, and he's scarpered. He's mad. What's he doing up there? Why is anyway? It's not for me to question, is it? Clearly. Chappell round the wicket. Wells plays it into the ground, and Chappell fields in his follow through. Yes, Derbyshire against. Let's get back to more sensible things.
Do we have to?
It starts on the 29th of June. The game against Lancashire at Chesterfield starts on a Sunday, which is unusual and disappointing because the cob shop across the road doesn't open on a Sunday. Is Chapel bowling, turned into the leg side by Wells for a single, and Lancashire's 100, much to the delight of the youngsters initially, and now the rest of the crowd, their 100 is up. 100 for 215 deliveries.
Yeah, I've been once before to Chesterfield. Lancashire played a one-day cup game there, but it was a long time ago. I'm pretty sure that Andrew Flintoff was playing for Lancashire.
Blimey.
Yeah, so it's my only visit, which was, and I think it rained a bit.
That's the only drawback to Chesterfield, is if it does rain. This one is pushed out to the offside by Harris. They're going to scamper through for a comfortable single. David Lloyd moving to his right does the fielding. End of the over, 101 for 2. Wells has 62, and Harris, who's pinched the strike, has 33. And Wells is going to change his gloves. Warm work out there. My ears are sweating today. So it must be warm out there.
Is that an indicator for you?
I think so.
Right.
If I take the headphones off and they're a little bit damp, which can't be, unless it's dampness from one of the other. It could be Paul Allen's dampness. I don't know.
Don't think we should go there.
No, I don't think we should. But yeah, I might bring my own headphones next time, so that I don't inflict. Anyway.
I like that's your gauge of how hot it is. Whether you've got.
Yeah. Well, there's quite the breeze blowing in here, isn't it? I don't know where it's coming from, but I know where it's going to. It's one of those breezes.
It's going right up your short trousers.
It is very much there. But it's pleasant nonetheless. It's very warm outside. Talking to one or two people who have to be out there, the photographers at lunchtime, Gareth and Griff, saying how warm it is out there today.
Here's Aitchison for around the wicket, bowling to Marcus Harris, who's defending into the offside, no run.
Just hoping my pork pie survives next door in this heat.
You've been talking this pork pie up for a
beautiful pork pie.
So where's this from, this pork pie?
A shop in Chesterfield.
It's Chesterfield. Oh, it's Chesterfield.
Yes,
So I could visit this shop in Chesterfield.
I don't know whereabouts in Chesterfield it is. Our good friend and travelling companion Goose brings us the pork pies. People who listen to Derbyshire commentaries regularly will be delighted to hear that Goose is in good fettle.
Aitchison in to Harris, but down the leg side. Good tumbling take by Brooke Guest. Goes leaping away to his right to get his gloves onto that.
He's a regular visitor to Old Trafford, but not necessarily this one, because he's a season ticket holder across the road. Telling us this morning he's managed to get some tickets for Bilbao next week.
Oh, he's done well with that.
Yeah. They were quite expensive. I'm not going to go into details. They were reasonably expensive. He's got them legitimately, by the way. As Aitchison around the wicket is in, and that one is driven away for 4. Off the back foot by Harris to the cover boundary. He moves to 41, 105 for 2. However, because he wasn't in the original ballot for tickets, he's in the sort of secondary ballot when they got a few more tickets released. I think all the ways of getting there have been bought.
Right.
Let's just put it like that.
Right.
And, I think from the way I looked at it, it was going to cost him 10 times more to get there than the tickets have cost.
It's funny you mentioned that, because I was overhearing a conversation in Northampton last week, and he was a Tottenham fan.
Aitchison is in again. Oh, and he almost plays on the inside edge onto his pads there from Marcus Harris.
And he booked his flights for Bilbao months ago.
Nice.
And thought, I'm just going to get them. If Spurs don't get there, I'll just go on holiday. I'll just go for a weekend or for a few nights and enjoy a trip. So he booked his plane tickets. He spots Tottenham. Tottenham got to the final. He's already secured his plane tickets. His mates.
Aitchison bowls. That was pushed into the offside by Harris.
Quickly went online to try and search for a flight from somewhere in the UK to Bilbao, and obviously the prices are through the roof. And he got his sorted ages ago, which I thought was quite a clever idea, isn't it?
It is clever.
I'll just go anyway, just for like a couple of nights, even if my team don't get there.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's a nice place. I sailed into there once.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went from Portsmouth to Bilbao, I think. Aitchison bowls. That one is turned into the leg side. A little inside edgishly by Harris for a single. It moves to 38. 106 for 2. I don't remember it being a particularly pleasant. It's a proper port city. If it is a city, I assume it's a city. But he'd even looked at Eurostar and then changing in Paris and going by train. But it's a 24-hour train ride from Paris to Bilbao, apparently. So that was quickly scratched from the agenda. Imagine spending 24 hours on a train. What kind of state would you be when you got off? Dear, oh dear. But no, Goose Springs is the pork pies.
Excellent.
And we're very grateful for them.
Well,
we pay for them. I mean, we don't have to be grateful. We actually pay for them. I'm going to point that out as well at this stage.
Well, we need to find out where this pork pie shop is in Chesterfield, and then when I'm there, in next month, have a little trip.
We do all. We are the first, not the first night, not the night before the game, but the next two. So at the end of day one and the end of day two, everybody stays in Chesterfield, which is nice. It's a nice. It's a nice way to spend a couple of days.
I'm looking forward to
watching cricket in the
it.
park and
New ground.
Some good pubs in. Some good pubs in Chesterfield.
I'll follow your lead then, Fletch.
Absolutely. Well, you'd be more than welcome, Scott. You'd be more than welcome. Change of bowling here. Blair Tickner's back, look. I think this is the right decision. Derbyshire could really do with a wicket here before this partnership gets completely out of hand. It's already worth 95.
Yep. Tickner probably has looked the most threatening. He bowled a very good probing spell, certainly at Harris before lunch. Beat the outside edge a couple of times. He has looked a threat for Derbyshire. They've been bowling from that Anderson end today. And this is run down towards deep backward point by Marcus Harris for a single. Takes him on to 39. It's 107 for 2. It is back-to-back outgrounds in that little block, because it's Lancashire got Kent at Blackpool in the week before Chesterfield.
I've been to Blackpool. We were at Blackpool for a one-day game
weren't we?
A number of years ago. Stefan Schemmel, who's in the building, was with us as well.
107 for 2. 2 slips and a gully for Wells. Waits for Dickman's in and bowling. That's just pushed into the offside for a single. It's good running that. Just dropped it out towards point.
They've done it well, haven't they? These two, they have swapped around the strike. The only good thing, as far as the bowlers are concerned, is that they're both left-handers. If it was left and right, it would be incredibly irritating by now. But for everybody, they wouldn't even have bowled 29 overs or whatever it was this morning had it been left and right hand.
Gully gets removed for Harris, just 2 slips. So the back foot and carved away down towards wide third man. Well, he's looking, as he has done all season, Marcus Harris, in fabulous touch. Moves to 43, and that is the century partnership as well. 101 these two now have added from 175 balls. And pushed Lancashire from 11 for 2 early on this morning to 112 for 2. And Marcus Harris, Lancashire's new captain for the next few games, he said.
Yeah, it sounds a bit vague, wasn't it?
It was a bit, yeah.
I won't push you on it.
No, please don't, but yeah, just looking forward to skipping aside for the next couple of matches.
Yes, he did call Derbyshire Derby in the video that I saw, which irritated me enormously.
Right. Take that in. Balls to Harris as defended. Just drops back down the pitch. And there's no run.
Stewart in Chesterfield. Great pleasure to hear Bumble back. I mean, it's as though we don't exist, isn't it?
Well, we don't. I try not to exist when Bumble and Paul are around.
There's no point in fighting it, is there?
No. Just get them on as much as possible tends to be my method. And why not?
Chesterfield, of course, beat Accrington to get into the playoffs, but they play Walsall tonight 2-0 down from the first leg.
It's worked to the leg side by Harris for a single. Moves to 44, 113 for 2.
The pork pie shop is in the marketplace opposite the market hall, apparently. All sorts of big pies.
Big pies?
Yeah. It says all sorts big pies.
Big
pies?
pies?
Big pies too. So they do all sorts of pies, including big ones. This is just
I see, right, okay.
This is a sort of, it's probably a medium. It's not a one-bite pork pie. It's a proper substantial pork pie.
It's a 2-bite pork pie.
Thank you, Richard.
To try it out. Taking the balls full to Wells. That's
punch to mid-off where Harry Kane fields. And there's no addition to the score, but I'll get over that for Lancashire. That lovely fall by Harris off the back foot down to third man, and then a couple of singles in and around it as well. 113 for 2, Wells on 63. Marcus Harris is 44 not out.
Yeah, it's no sign of a breakthrough since lunch really for Derbyshire, which they rather desperately need. Wayne Madsen in conversation with Ben Aitchison, who's going to continue from Statham end. As I say, yet to see Martin Anderson. I'm looking for him at the moment. I'm trying to find out where he is. There he is. He's at Gully. So there'll be a couple of slips. Caleb Jewell and Wayne Madsen, then Martin Anderson, who's a very good catcher at Gully. Anders Dowell on the point boundary. David Lloyd at cover. Harry Kane at mid-off. Zach Chappell at mid-on. Jack Morley at mid-wicket. This first delivery of the new Aitchison over is defended by Harris back to the bowler. The only man I didn't mention was down at long leg, and that is Blair Tickner. He's just getting himself a drink, I think. Yeah. Out of a little bag that's been very carefully placed there by the Derbyshire backroom staff, no doubt. Aitchison turns at the top of his mark. Past the umpire now. That one is clipped away towards Morley on the mid-wicket boundary. That goes through for a comfortable single. Harris moves to 45. And Lancashire to 114 for 2. All the excitement that I felt at 11:36 is starting to evaporate. I was really excited at 11 for 2. I'm slightly less excited now. Nothing that 2 more wickets wouldn't bring back, of course. My listeners aren't used to me being excited, though, so neither of them like it. Aitchison to Wells this time, and Wells goes back and chops it out to. Well, I thought he chopped it out to the point boundary, but he's actually chopped it off the back foot straight to Harry Kane at mid-off, remarkably. The 2 o'clock experts have clearly been expert enough and dismissed. They knew so little about the topic that it's taken 5 minutes. Next delivery's pushed into the offside by Wells, fielded by Lloyd. There's no run. They're good fun. You're about to hear a chuntering in the background. Wouldn't have it any other way. 114 for 2. The over rate, despite the fact that only bowled 29 this morning, is level, and this one is left alone outside the off stump by Wells to go through to Brooke Guest. And again, I don't want anybody to try to explain it to me, but I don't understand how they get the over rates level when we're clearly going to finish at 20-7 tonight, and the close of play is 6 o'clock. And I know they take time off for wickets. Well, there are only 2 of those. There were no other real stoppages this morning. Well, a couple of changes of gloves, but anyway. Aitchison around the wicket, defended by Wells into the offside. Lloyd does the fielding. The over comes to an end at 114 for 2. Bumble doesn't know, but I'm going to do this on air now, because so that he'll have to say yes. When they discovered at Radio Derby that David Lloyd, the other David Lloyd, the real David Lloyd, was commentating with us, they said, "Oh, we're going to do a piece on. You remember the game at Buxton in 19? I said, yes, I remember it. He said, "You think you can have a chat with him about it?" I said, "Well, his time is precious. I'll ask him.
Oh, it's 50-year anniversary.
50th anniversary of the day that it didn't really snow, but everybody's made a very big deal of it. Match at Buxton on day 2 after Clive Lloyd had smashed an enormous amount of runs on day 1. Yeah, I've printed out the scorecard. That might help. I was only 12.
It's Tickner around the wicket, balls to Harris, edged, caught, and the celebration tells a story there.
Wayne Madsen with the catch. Celebration from the slip taker and from the bowler, because that is a key wicket. Marcus Harris, who's held Lancashire together largely this season with the bat, goes for 45, and the breakthrough that Derbyshire were desperately craving, and probably the key wicket. Madsen with a catch high up to his left, both hands on it. Tickner celebrates, he gets another. Lancashire 114 for 3.
Big catch, as Scott says, but a really good catch as well. And Wayne Madsen, who isn't usually particularly demonstrative, caught it, threw the ball away and went racing off towards backward point. That's how important Derbyshire feel that wicket is. 45 off 90 deliveries with 7 fours in his innings, Marcus Harris. And having said that Derbyshire desperately needed the breakthrough, well, Blair Tickner has provided it. 2 for 25 from his 10 overs and 1 ball now. And it was a bit of a, it's not for me to criticise, clearly. It was a bit of a loose shot, really, because it wasn't what you would think of as necessarily a wicket-taking delivery. It's taken a wicket, obviously, but it was sort of short and a bit wide, and he thought, I can have this. And he had, I think it was Harris, it might have been Wells, my apologies, played a similar shot that came down for 4 in the previous over, didn't he? He thought, well, using the pace of Tickner, if I get enough of this, it's going to go to the boundary again, and he just hasn't quite got enough of it. And Madsen has taken his second catch of the innings, and he's done the old crossed arms. He's got all sorts of celebrations. He does that one.
What's that one mean?
You know the heavy metal one when they do that. He does that. He does that a lot, and he does all sorts. He can't keep still.
I don't blame
him. Yeah, so a big wicket.
Yep.
114 for 3 looks a lot better than 114 for 2.
The reaction there told us story, didn't it?
I've never seen Wayne Madsen react like that, if I'm entirely honest with you. He's played pretty much every game I've watched in the last 10 years. That extra responsibility as captain as well. I mean, David Lloyd captained them last season. It wasn't flat at all. That's not fair. But David Lloyd's own form wasn't good, and I think that reflected in his captaincy. So he gave it up. Wayne Madsen already got a century this season, got it in the first game, and he scored runs. He's the leading run scorer, and that just helps, doesn't it?
Matthew Hurst is the new batter. That softer pads down towards fine leg. That gets Hurst up and running straight away. Leg glance. 4 runs for Hurst. Lancashire having to start again, having seen Harris and Wells put on 103. Looking to try and find another partnership, but yeah, maybe that sense of that previous over from Tickner, that 4 that Harris got off the back foot, which he guided down towards a wide third, maybe just playing in the back of his mind, and he did follow that delivery. It's a good catch from Madsen, went quickly to him. Up to his right. 118 for 3. It's left alone by Hurst, and through to Brooke Guest. There's no run. That will do Derbyshire a world of good now, and that'll get them extra little spring in the step.
Yeah.
And it's starting to become a pretty awkward partnership, that, wasn't it? And looking good, those two.
Pitch not doing an awful lot, which is to be expected. I mean, it's blisteringly hot, and it's been exposed for the entirety of today now, so whatever was in it at the start will have burnt off, you would have thought.
Yeah, it's changing colour, that, isn't it?
Yeah. Wait till we get the heavy roller on it.
Tickner to Hurst. Oh, and the keeper goes leaping away to his left as Hurst helps it around the corner. It's gone for 4. It's Brooke Guest doing his very best to try and get just a little bit of glove on that, either to try and take what would have been a very spectacular catch, which is just to stop the ball. In the end, he's done neither. And Hurst moves to 8, and Lancashire 122 for 3.
You're not too far away from it, Guest. I'm not sure whether it would have been a catch in the end if it had already hit the deck by then, but just slightly erratic. Blair Tickner.
Well, they've had 2 left-handers to bowl at for well, that kind of hour and a half or so leading up to the lunch break, and for 45 minutes after lunch they've now got a right-hander in Hurst, and maybe just a little wayward to begin with.
by Blair Tickner to Matty Hurst. I took a little inspection of the ball there. It took a bit of a thump as it hit the advertising board down below us, but I say the umpire's happy with it, but now it's been lobbed up towards Wayne Madsen, and maybe
I'm going to take it to Paul Baldwin as the captain and official. Have a look at this one on paper. You can only do it twice, can't you?
Is that right?
I think so. Okay. That might have changed again, of course, because things change all the time in cricket when you're not watching.
Well, the umpires did have a little look at the ball after it was retrieved.
Yeah, Harry Kane's joined in. Wayne Madsen's polishing it furiously. Ben Aitchison, I think that's Ben who's come in to offer his 2 penneth. Blair Tickner's just basically saying, give us the ball, I'll bowl with it, will you?
It's a thorough polishing job, this, isn't it, as well? By
well, the over 8's level didn't do what they like. It's like a minus 0.1.
The captain's had a look at it. He's given it a polish and he's handed it back to the bowler. 122 for 3. He's back in at second slip, Wayne Madsen. 3 slips awaiting. Hurst on strike. Here is taking it over the wicket to Hurst. That's clipped away through the leg side to the right of short mid-wicket. And come back for 2. Matthew Hurst, and having hit 2 boundaries in this first 4 balls he's faced, he's moved up to double figures already, Matthew Hurst. He's on to 10. 124 for 3. 1 delivery to go of this over, which has produced a wicket. And the key wicket of Marcus Harris. There's Tickner. And again to Hurst. Oh, that's he looks back up as he defends, and it almost ricochets back onto his stumps. Bowler, meanwhile, on his follow-through, has gone, giving it the full belly flop. There's Blair Tickner, so he's led outstretched on his stomach and watching with his chin on the grass as the ball almost spun back on towards the stumps until Hurst became aware that potentially he was in danger there. But there was a lot happened. I mean, it was a dot ball. But there's a lot happened for no addition to the score. The ball bounces. Oh, there's Hurst thinking, oh, blimey, that could just roll back onto the stumps. And meanwhile, the ball was led on his belly. 124 for 3. What a bizarre over.
He will, on occasion, bowl himself off his feet, Blair Tickner. He's been doing that a lot this season. But I think there he was desperately trying to keep his feet so he could put the dive in that. Where the ball landed him, and he'd have to have been 12 foot tall, not 6'7" to have caught it. But goes Aitchison's beginning new over. That's driven down the ground by Wells for 4 runs, just to the onside of the stumps at the non-strikers end. Really nice shot from Wells, who moves up to 67. 128 for 3.
I suspect this probably is his highest score of the season for Luke Wells. Sort of 47 in the first game against Middlesex at Lawns in the opening weekend, and a couple of 20s in the games to follow. So yeah, this is his best score of the season, back in what is a very familiar position from at the top.
Some balls almost left alone by Wells, just moves down the leg side after it goes past the stumps and is taken tumbling to his right by Brooke Guest. 128 for 3. It's amazing when I come to Lancashire, lots of people who, sorry I keep doing that, I apologise. Lots of people who live around about me or work around about me in the northwest, they all get chirpy. Here comes Aitchison again, and that one is played off the back foot up towards mid-off by Wells. It's nicely fielded by Harry Kane, but he can't prevent the single from being taken. Wells moves on to 68, 129 for 3. Oh dear.
Are you getting some pelters from your mates then?
Well, only the old one. Only the old one. I'm surprised the boy hasn't been in touch yet. He would certainly lean more towards Lancashire than Derbyshire, even though he watches all the Derbyshire games while he's at work. Just sits there and watches them. I've no idea if he gets any work done.
Well, as long as he gets to watch the cricket, doesn't really matter, does it? Yeah.
I haven't seen him for a couple of weeks, so I must go and see him. Here comes Aitchison again over the wicket, bowling to Hurst, who turns that one into the leg side. Dowell does the fielding in his sun hat. And again, there is no run. Yes, my worst football match of the season is always Bolton. Always Bolton. At Burton, generally. I opened a match last season, not the season that just got, the one before, by welcoming everybody to the Prelly Stadium, and all those Bolton fans watching on illegal streams. As Aitchison is in, and that one is driven by Hurst up towards Came at mid-off, and my social media lit up. Who is this clown? How does he know? That's well, I'll tell you how I know. Yeah, it's good fun. It's good fun. I mentioned that they had they've got 2 tunnels, haven't they, at Bolton?
Yep.
So the only ground in the country with 2 tunnels, as far as I was aware. What's he going on about 2 tunnels for? I was just telling everybody they had 2 tunnels. I don't know why they've got them. This one is edged to backward point by Hurst, all the way along the floor, fielded by Morley. Final ball of the over. 129 for 3 after 41. Aitchison now 1 for 35 from 12. So not quite as economical this afternoon as he was this morning. He just looks a little bit disappointed as he pops his cap back on. He shouldn't be. Bowled nicely, and Tickner's going to continue from the Sir James Anderson end, the old pavilion end here at Old Trafford. The glorious facade that we can still see. Imagine when that was the biggest building in the ground.
Yeah, I know.
It's remarkable, isn't it, really?
Yeah, yeah. And it's even bigger now than when it was the biggest.
Yes,
with the addition
it's
to
a lot higher, isn't it?
Yeah, extra level on top.
But with a grey roof, apparently.
Tickner into Wells. Off the back foot and punched through point for a single. Takes him to 69, 130 for 3. Brings Matthew Hurst back on strike. 6 bowlers used. I thought there were 6 bowlers used this morning, wasn't it, by Derbyshire?
It's been the way.
Okay.
Perhaps not in the first morning of the match, but certainly Wayne Madsen likes to keep his bowlers rotated.
4 overs of spin, 3 for Lloyd, the off spinner, 1 for the left arm spinner in Jack Morley, and Chappell, and his Dowell, Blair Tickner, and Ben Aitchison, the bowlers used by Derbyshire. 130 for 3, so Hurst is already on to 10. He's got there pretty quickly with a couple of boundaries. And the first 4 deliveries he faced. 2 slips in place. That's pushed up towards mid-on this time by Hurst. Zach Chappell fields. And there's no addition to the score. There's some waving going out towards the Derbyshire balcony here. I think Brooke Guess wants a helmet, so maybe...
Dal, he's just gone through his bowling action, and guess what?
Oh, his cap's come off.
Yeah, his floppy sun hat came off while he was going through his bowling action. Get a smaller one.
In again comes Tickner balls to Hurst. That just turns him round, shaping to work the ball through the leg side, and it comes up thickish outer half of the bat and disappears out to cover. And there's no run. These are 2 players who will score at a good tempo. Hurst tends to keep things ticking along nicely, and he's not in the worst form neither, just starting to find some runs. 59 in the first innings against Northamptonshire last week, 78 against Gloucestershire the week before that. Steered up to mid-on by Hurst.
If all these players are in such good form.
Well, I'm using that term very loosely, really, in truth. I'm trying to find crumbs of optimism. And a 59 by Hurst at Northamptonshire in what was a pretty depressing 3 days of cricket. And a 76 against Gloucestershire. Yeah. Is something to build on, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it is. It is. I know how you feel. I've been doing that for a couple of years.
Tickner balls to Hurst. That's dropped into the offside. There's no run. The Northants game last week was, I said it, disappointing 3 days. It wasn't really, because
It was quite exciting, wasn't it?
It was, and
well, I mean,
they should have won.
I didn't watch all of it, but I listened to bits of it and I watched bits of it. I couldn't watch all of it, though. Good grief. Listening was all right. But no, it was quite exciting, and it could have gone either way quite comfortably. And I think what Keaton Jennings said was that and he was right, they've been in winning positions to get on top a number of times, haven't they, in matches?
They were, yeah. Certainly last week they were. Short and pulled. It's in the air, but it'll bounce in front of Fine Leg. In fact, it'll bounce in front and to the right and down towards the boundary. One bounce over the rope for 4 for Hurst. That's his 3rd boundary. He moves to 14. 134 for 3 at the end of the LVA. It was just a pretty disappointing final session, really.
Yeah.
When they collapsed to lose at Northants.
Well, at one point, I thought they looked favourites to win it.
They should have.
With the 2 down.
Yeah,
going pretty well.
Bohannon and Hurst and Harris were batting, and they were, I think, 115 for 2, and then 165 all out.
So. I only took a keen interest in it because Derbyshire were without a game last weekend. Sometimes you just got to find some cricket, haven't you? Watch some cricket. It was that would have been Sunday afternoon, wouldn't it?
It was.
Yeah. I'm not a big Premier League fan, so you will be again now, of course. It's never really been that attractive to me. I've had no interest in it either personally or professionally ever, and I'm unlikely to. Anish Dal is back to take up the attack from the Brian Statham end. He's not a knight, is he? He wasn't a knight. Should have been. Was he, Brian Statham?
No.
It'd be great if one of the commentators, you think, don't answer this back out there in listener land. I wonder who the only commentator would be a knight. Would be, apart from Kevin Helms, of course. Here comes Dal in and bowls, and that one is on leg stump, and it's turned down towards fine leg by Wells for a single. He moves on to 70. 135 for 3. I know a few who wouldn't. Ever. Because even I'd object. I couldn't care less.
Sir Alistair Cook, he does a bit of commentary.
Yes, he does actually, yeah.
Jimmy, obviously.
Well, Jimmy must be the only knight of the realm who has a regular podcast. I would have thought. I can't imagine there are many knights out there who do podcasts.
Probably not, no.
Is Dal into bowl to Hurst, who goes back, pushes it out into the offside square. Morley bowls it back to Ben Aitchison, who immediately gets to work on the ball. And it remains 135 for 3. Of course, the Tailenders podcast, this is a very exciting match for them, and I fully expect to see more than just Jimmy Anderson off that podcast here, because they have a big thing about Wayne Madsen as well on there. Madfrit Madsen, as this one is wide of the off stump from Dal, and it's a mishit from Matty Hurst. I think they might be coming to Chesterfield, somebody told me. There might be a presence at Chesterfield.
From the Tailenders
because
podcast.
one of the things was that Wayne Madsen and his longevity and all that kind of thing. It's Wayne Madfrit Madsen. He knows that he's popular amongst the podcast community. Jimmy Anderson bowling 2 mats might send them into a frenzy as Dal bowls, and that one is pushed into the offside. Fielded by Aitchison, who's fielding at extra cover. And there is no run. Negotiations going on behind me. Nobody really wants to join us. As Dal, have we just been rejected?
I'm making way. Bumble's going to come and join you and take you for another 10 minutes or so.
Oh, okay. I noticed Paul's studiously avoided coming on air with me, which was a very, very good decision from him. Yeah. So the runners-up prize goes to David Bumble Lloyd, who has to return. Dal turns at the top of his mark and immediately sees the umpire with his arm outstretched. Now he's put it down so we can get on with it. And he comes around the wicket, of course. hits the pads of Wells. I think it might have been a bit about, was it? No, it's going to be leg buys. It's going to be signalled now. So leg buy added to the total, 137 for 3. Good catch that by Madsen. It was travelling, wasn't it?
It was a terrific catch, and he took it confidently as well. It was a breakthrough that they wanted.
Oh, they needed it.
Yeah, I mean, they've worked hard and changed his bowling around. Plenty of bowling changes, and then just his field there, that last delivery had a slip, a gully, a catch, a short in on the leg side, so just trying it a little bit different. But Wells has played well.
Yes, he has.
Got back at the top of the innings and he looks comfortable. That looks as if he's his position, not a 6.
We've got more than half of the runs scored by Lancashire so far today. 70 of the 137 have been down to Luke Wells, who's on strike now for the start of another Blair Tickner over. Wonder when you'd start your stopwatch. Anyway, he's in now and bowls. That's wide of the off stump and through to Brooke Guest. You'd start your stopwatch for the start of the over when he started running on the spot, I suppose, wouldn't you, rather than when he actually took his first step.
He does remind me of Jasprit Bumrah, just at that beginning. Looks awkward, and then he gathers himself and eventually gets into some sort of run.
It's not a particularly long run up either.
No.
Tall man, 6'7", something like that. He's got some terrific body art. As he's in again now, and that one's wide of the off stump as well and left alone by Wells.
What body art? Like tattoos?
Yeah,
Okay.
one leg.
Eh?
Just one leg is fully tattooed.
He's only got one leg?
Well, he's got 2 legs, but
only
one of them's got tattoos on it. And one side of his body as well.
All right.
But you can't see any of them when he's out there in his whites because he hasn't got any on his arms or anywhere else. When he goes out and warms up in his shorts, you get a good view of the tattoos.
And I wonder if they're telling a story.
There could be. I've never been with him long enough to read it, certainly. He's in again around the wicket to bowl to Wells, who edges this one into the ground. Madsen stops it, moving away to his left-hand side. Soft hands.
Is he good there, Madsen? I mean, that's a terrific stop.
I was actually going to ask you about this. Now, when I've only been doing Derbyshire 10 years. He obviously played way before that because he was captain of the side in 2012 when they got promoted to the First Division. He used to field at first slip. Now he's moved to second, and it's not because people have come in, because he moved there last year as well. I'm just going to ask you what as Tickner is in and bowls, and that just hurries Wells up a little bit as he defends it back to him. The difference between obviously the angle's different, but what is the difference? First slip, second slip, and is there a reason why the later in your career you might go to second?
Do you know, I can answer that by saying I have absolutely no idea. I was useless at slip.
Well, we'll move on then.
Leg side, no problem at all. Leg slip, short leg, yeah. But if I got in at slip, I was hopeless.
All right.
Terrible.
Well, Madsen's got a mountain of catches over the course of his career as Wells goes up on his toes and guides the ball down to Morley at backward point on the boundary. They go through for a single. Wells moves to 71, 138 for 3.
Another great slip catcher modern day is Adam Lyth.
Yes.
Absolutely fabulous. And going back to, not that long, Nick Knight. Brilliant in that slip, Gordon. Like slow motion catching it. I can't tell you how bad I was. I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't know do I watch the ball? Do I watch the edge of the bat?
Well, that's an interesting one. If you're at first slip, you can almost watch the ball, can't you?
Yeah.
Because you're sort of in line. But it's the further round you go, you have to watch it come off the bat. I always think. He's that second slip. Jules at first as Tickner bowls to Hurst, who just dabs it into the onside.
We used to discuss this in the changing room. That's the end of the over. It's 138 for 3 after 44 overs. Oh, you've got to watch the edge of the bat. Oh, so he keeps moving his back, he's waving it. Ask him to keep it still.
But the ball that he took the catch off to dismiss Harris, it wasn't a great ball. It was short and wide outside the off stump, so he almost wouldn't have been expecting, oh, that's not going to flash off the blade, and then all of a sudden it does flash off the blade, and it's with you, it's at you in an instant, isn't it?
It was
sharp.
It was a sharp catch, a quick catch. but it's up round about head high. So they're the ones, I think, if they're up round about head high. The real difficult ones are when you've got to go low left or low right and you've just one hand at it. Yeah. Keepers up to the stumps.
Dahl is in around the wicket to bowl to Wells. That's down the leg side. A really nice take by Guest behind the stumps. He let 1 or 2 go past. Martin Anderson is now warming up at long last. He's at Gully. I'm just trying to work out who was batting then so I could get the position right. He's at Gully. Martin Anderson, as he so often is. Aitchison has moved a little bit closer at mid-wicket as well as Dahl bowls, and off the back foot Wells pushes it up to Caleb Jewell, who's fielding at a deepish mid-off.
What does he bowl, Martin Anderson? Medium?
Medium pace, yeah. Started off as a bowler at Middlesex. Came to Derbyshire for 1 game on loan about 3 years ago. then they signed him for this season, so he came on loan at the end of last season as Dahl is in again and Wells defends. And we thought the sort of packing that middle order with all-rounders, so Lewis Rees, who's dropped down from opening to bat at 6, after the wicket-keeper who bats at 5, and then Anuj Dahl, and then Martin Anderson, so lots of all-rounders. And Martin Anderson has only got 5 wickets this season, but he's got 2 centuries and a half century. He'd never got a century before he came to Derbyshire. 28 years of age. Really good acquisition. He's turned into the leg side by Wells. Around runs Jack Morley, who is not an all-rounder. And they go through for a single. Wells moves to 72, 139 for 3.
So looking to lengthen the batting all the time.
Yes, and it's been slightly weakened. Ben Aitchison can hold a bat, but he isn't of the same standard as Lewis Rees, certainly. And Jack Morley can't hold a bat, as Dahl is in, and that was turned into the leg side by Hurst. And it's certainly not as good a bat as Alex Thompson, who's the off-spinner, who's missed out today with that hand injury. So the batting isn't as strong as it has been. And they have been on a number of occasions, obviously with Anderson getting centuries down at 7, 8. They have been helped out a few times by the lower order batters. As Dahl bowls to Hurst, who pushes it out into the offside. Aitchison fields 139 for 3 at the end of the over. Wells has 72, Hurst has 15. Excellent. We've managed to persuade Paul Allott to come on air, but he's steadfastly refusing to work with me, so it's going to be he and David Lloyd.
No, sure. Anyway, he's coming in now as Luke Wells just has a drink. It must be warm work out there. I went the other side of the ground and it really is a sun trap just in front of the first hotel that was booked, the red one. Absolute sun trap there. There's some benches. It's all very civilised. There's some benches and you can get a cup of coffee or something a little bit stronger and sit out there. As both batters are, well, one's just getting dressed again. That's Luke Wells. What's he on, Wells? Let's have a see. 72, 11 fours, and Hurst is 15 from 20 deliveries with 3 fours.
Doesn't he look a much better player as an opener?
Yeah, definite.
Looks comfy, doesn't he?
Yeah.
What he has done today, even though it was tricky for the first hour. Can I just put on record that I have nothing against Dave Fletcher? And it's all a figment of his imagination.
Well, you
it's
seem
just,
to,
it's our very...
You seem to be avoiding him, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think I am at all. I've never met the man before. Crikey. He's a fearsome presence, isn't he?
He is.
Commentary cam, we haven't had that on, have we? Anyway, we've had a change of bowling. It's Anderson.
They breed him big in Derbyshire, although he lives Bolton way. I don't know.
He's from Birkenhead or somewhere.
Well,
Cheshire lad.
There's some big lads in Derbyshire. The photographer David Griffin, he's longer than Last Mass.
Yeah,
huge.
Dave Fletcher, for those of you, well, there's Comcam. I mean, he's as big as both of us. Here he comes now. Look at this. Be careful.
There's only half
He's
of him
got a
there.
fearsome beard. Got a fearsome beard. Looks like a Viking. Are you allowed to say that now? I don't know. Anyway, Anderson's in again, round the wicket. And Wells just punches that off the back foot. He's played some good back foot shots after lunch. And that was just a little push into the offside. Signals to Hurst that there's a bit of extra bounce. At least I think that's what the signal was. Score goes on to 140 for 3. Hurst 73. Hurst 15, Wells 73.
My neck of the woods, that, with Vikings over in York.
Yes,
Jorvik,
Jorvik, is
Jorvik Centre. Used to come over pillaging and that sort of thing.
Did they? In
the Vikings.
Great big longboats.
Longboats.
In again. And Hurst flicking at that wide down the leg side. Guest acrobatically across. Takes the ball.
I remember Brooke Guest played here. He played a couple of times. Is he Australian? Has he an Australian background? I thought he had, yeah.
Good player. Good player. He was very young when he was here. A bit got nervous. Never quite got over those early nerves. Anderson in again.
And Lancashire have a Derbyshire connection with Carl Cricken.
Yes.
Is he with the twos? Does he look after the seconds?
Yeah. Carl, who was a Bolton lad.
Yes.
Same age and era as Warren Hegg. So as a player, Cricken and Hegg came up together. Hegg, the chosen one for Lancashire. Cricken went to Derby, stayed there all his career, ended up director of cricket and coaching there. Anderson in again. Hurst just on his toes, pushes that back down the pitch, no run.
I was when on the staff here was Brian Cricken, who was Carl Cricken's dad. He was on the staff.
No, Crick's been a really good acquisition for the club. He came to manage the cricket centre and then did the academy. Too highly qualified to look after the cricket centre. And we brought him into the coaching ranks, looked after the second team and academy and all that. So Anderson bowls again. Hurst working that onto the leg side. It's fielded aggressively at short mid wicket, hurled at Guest. That's the end of the over. Anderson's first. It's gone for a single. 140 for 3 from 46. Yeah, he's a good man, Crick. Really good man. Got a great manner about him. Firm but fair. Can be hard when he has to be. And a really good technical coach. Good with the keepers. Yeah, good man all through. Got a real broad Bolton accent still. Ambles, he's got an ambling gait as Crick. First ball of the next over from Dahl is driven firmly to mid-off.
Bit of spin, I think. Change the pace.
Bit of Morley.
Yeah, there's Morley or Lloyd.
Yeah.
Lloyd seemed to be an occasional off spinner. Morley is the left arm spinner. Premier spinner in the team. A change of pace, I think.
Dahl again round the wicket. Keeps a little low as Wells just defends.
There is I think Mitch Wagstaff is a wrist spinner. He's not playing in this game, but
right.
I always think this is this pitch, our ground here at Emirates Old Trafford is made for a wrist spinner.
Cries out for one, doesn't it? If you can find a tall one, that'd be good. Get a little bit of extra bounce. Dahl bowls this on the leg side. It's flicked away down to fine leg and will go for 4. It was a poor ball from Dahl, full and leg side, and all Wells had to do was just get a bit of bat on it, and it's shot away down to the pavilion for 4 runs.
You're the bowler here that to all the left-handed batters, the bowlers have exclusively bowled around the wicket.
Don't get me going.
Nobody changed and thought, well, I'll different angle, I'll go over the wicket.
It's very much a modern phenomenon, isn't it? Bowling round the wicket so consistently to left-handers as Dahl does this again. And that's pushed to mid-on, no run. I'm totally with you. I don't understand the need to do it from the word go. I think you'll know as a left-handed batter, if you're bowling right arm over, the natural angle takes the ball away from you towards the slit and the keeper, and you have to be able to gauge what to play and what to leave. As Dahl comes round the wicket again, and it's slapped but not timed to mid-on. And if you're bowling round the wicket, you're just setting everything up. It's coming into you. You know what to leave, what to play. I don't mind it as a variation if bowling over the wicket isn't working. But I think there'll be a number of statisticians, tacticians who will look at the data and see that left-handers perhaps don't like bowlers who are bowling round the wicket. But again, I don't know whether that's just from a small sample size or not. As Dahl bowls a very full ball, almost a Yorker, dug out by Wells, finishes the over, 144 for 3.
That it's fine, is that? But just putting yourself as a batter at the crease, and you become comfortable and accustomed if it's just round the wicket all the time. You're sort of trained into that. Now suddenly if he says, right, I've got to bowl over the wicket, you've got to reset. It's just a different angle. That you know, you might just have to open your stance a little bit or close your stance, whichever way it is, and just make you think a little bit more. Whereas what we've seen today, I should think that the left-handed batters are now quite set to receiving from around the wicket. They're comfortable.
Yeah, and Dahl especially is bowling very wide on the crease, so the angle is right. You're taking LBW out of the equation unless you can straighten the ball from leg to off. Harrison continues from the pavilion end. That's just a full ball which is defended to mid-wicket by Hurst.
See, I can see Anderson and Flintoff, they were great exponents of around the wicket to a left-handed batter. To bring the ball in, pitch and then move away. They were fabulous at it, but you know, sometimes you've just got, okay, I'm going to change the angle.
Harrison hurrying in again. This is way down the leg side. Good take by Guest. He's kept well as Brooke Guest, taking one or two very nicely down the leg side when standing up. Looks athletic, and he's had a bit of work to do as well, because there's been a bit of variation from the Derbyshire bowlers. One or two wide down the leg side. Just one slip waiting now, and a short mid-wicket. They're the only two catchers. So Harrison past the umpire, bowls again. It's short of a length and punched into the leg side by Hurst.
Who's this Harrison that's bowling?
Anderson.
I thought they brought another bloke on.
Where have I got Harrison from?
Well, Harrison was Callum Harrison, who bowled for
tall leg spinners we were talking about. Northants. That's it. Yeah. Anderson bowling down the leg side again. Hurst can't gather this one. It'll go through for a bye. It's a bit unfortunate on the keeper because it was way wide.
He's hit it.
Has he?
He's hit now. There's been no signal.
Is that a chance then?
Yeah. There's been no signal there.
I thought he was miles away from that.
Well, he's hit something. It's hit. Well, he's been given runs.
Yeah. I'd like to see that again if we could. Thanks TV. We'll replay it in sound for those listening. Anderson again, that's scurried through, hasn't it? It bounced twice. Getting through to Guest. Yeah, I've been showing this again. Hard, isn't it?
Well, he's come off something. I mean, he's been given us runs. So the interpretation from the umpire is that it's got a thin edge on it. Catchable down the leg side. Difficult.
Yeah. Round the wicket now. Driven firmly but straight to mid-off by Wells, no run. That's the end of Anderson's over. Not Jimmy Anderson, just in case you're wondering. He is playing and he will be bowling for Lancashire, but much later in the game. Lancashire batsmen hope anyway. Return to Lancashire ranks for Sir James Anderson. He's not Sir James on the scorecard, is he? I think he should be, don't you?
Well, no. Do you have to be invested? Is that the word? You have to go down.
Dubbed.
Yeah.
Dubbed.
So he's not been done yet.
Well, okay. It's public knowledge, though, isn't it? Dahl is going over the wicket now, but he's bowling to Hurst, the right-hander. He's kept low. That was short of a length, and Hurst has gone down in an exaggerated fashion, dropped the bat on it. Portcullis fashion. Kept it out. Well, they're trying to do something with this Old Trafford Square to make it a little bit more bowler-friendly. Not sure that uneven bounce is the right way to go. I'm not suggesting that's deliberate, of course, but that's what's happened there. As Dahl bowls at just short of a length again, it's comfortably defended off the back foot by Matty Hurst.
I think he just kept low because he's only about 5'9", so he's skiddy and he bowled a full length. It just kept a little bit low.
I used to bowl in New Zealand for Wellington. We had an opening bowler called Grant Cedarwall, and he used to try to convince us that he could bowl a shooter, as Dahl bowls another, to order, and he used to call it the Sostenuta. I'm going to bowl him my Sostenuta. And he used to reckon that he could land it on the leather and get it to scutter through at ankle height.
Then could he?
No.
No.
They used to try and bowl this thing, landing it halfway down, and he used to get pulled and cut to the ribbons. He was. Dahl again, short of a length, easy paced and defended to mid-off.
What was he called? Cedarwall?
Grant Cedarwall. There was a dynasty of Cedarwalls played for Wellington. A good rugby player, Grant, till he did his knee, and he played for the Junior All Blacks. And, quickish bowler, but he had a limp because of his bad knee. Dahl full this time, driven firmly straight back to the bowler by Hurst, no run.
Did he bowl with the wind at Wellington or against it?
Well, he used to bowl with it because he had a bit of pace, but
and a bad knee.
When he had a bad knee, he had to bowl into the wind. Didn't play that often, to be fair. Dahl past the umpire. Slightly slower ball, that one. It's driven firmly. Ball fine in the middle of the bat, but no run for Hurst. It's 145 for 3. Wells is 77 off 145 balls, going well. 12 boundaries to him. Hurst, who's only been in a short while, it's 16, 3 boundaries to him. Harris, the last man out, brilliantly caught by Madsen at second slip off Tickner. Made 45, and that was 31 runs ago, 114 for 3 when that wicket fell.
Dahl has bowled 9 overs, 3 maidens, none for 8, but he's going to have to pitch it up all the time. He's a skiddy bowler, just medium pace. I don't think there's too much in this pitch now. A totally different colour. The sun's been beating down and any moisture will have gone by now.
So Anderson around the wicket to Wells, who watches that onto the bat. A time to adjust. As the ball seemed slightly slow pitch, really. This isn't it slow. Might get quicker as the weather's obviously
might do
forecast to be good.
All these quick bowlers bowling around the wicket, there isn't a mark where they're running off.
There's not a mark where they're delivering the ball either, is there? On that delivery stride. And again, defended solidly. No swing. Haven't seen swing at all, have we? All day.
But how dry it is. You know, club and league cricketers will sort of think about when they play at the weekend, you can see every footmark that they've made through the dampness. There's not a mark anywhere on the run-up, and certainly on the delivery stride, and nothing on the follow-through.
And a 12 pace run-up for Anderson. Again, good length just on off stump. That forward defensive working well for Luke Wells. Just trots away to where short leg would be standing, does a bit of a jig on his toes, twiddles the bat. Just waits. There's problems in the boardroom. Wandering around on the boardroom balcony. Man in a blue shirt. Sit down. He's oblivious. Still there. Still standing up.
Nick's coming. Here we go.
There he's sitting down now. Yeah. Why would you be looking up there? Anyway, it's always puzzled me about batters looking 50 feet above the sight screen. Good drive this time on the front foot from Wells, but straight at extra cover. Harry Kane.
Harry Kane?
Harry Kane, yes. He's straight here from Munich.
He likes a bit of cricket, doesn't he?
I think he does.
Yeah.
Yeah. In again, Anderson, and driven this time, and Kane with a wonderful piece of fielding, diving away to his right, stops it to two hands and whips it into Guest. No chance of a run.
He's doing good work at cover there. Them last two shots were 4 metre either side, and he's diving away, very athletic.
Wells still in his stance, upright now, looking to flick that one away on the leg side. Guest tumbles away to make another satisfactory take. It's 145 for 3. 50 overs have been bowled now. Wells 77, Hurst 16.
It's been a good contest so far. Derbyshire winning the toss, having a ball first, because there's a little bit of moisture in this surface first up, although you look at it and it's a batting day, not a cloud in the sky, and it's quite pleasant out there, probably 16, 17 degrees. And so they will have looked at it and decided we'll have a ball first. Well, they've nipped 3 out, 145 for 3. Now just add 2 to that. If you can get it 170 for 5, you're doing all right.
Dahl begins another over with his customary back of a length delivery, which is defended. Yeah, who started that? Add 2 wickets to it, David?
Jeffrey, I think.
Yeah, I think it was.
I
Jeff,
think it was Jeffrey.
Mm.
Sir Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Give him his title.
Yeah, look at the scoreboard, and if you think you're doing well, just add 2 wickets to it. Then see if you think you're doing it as well as you were. Dahl again, mid-crease this time. Bit fuller and driven by Hurst.
We've both got transferred, haven't we? Geoffrey Boycott and myself. I've sort of moved from over here to North Yorkshire. Geoffrey has gone the other way. He's down the road here. He's over this neck of the woods.
Cheshire way, yeah.
Yeah. He'll be spreading joy somewhere.
Short extra cover in now as Dahl bowls another good length ball, which is defended straight to that short extra cover fielder.
Big game today down at the Oval. That's Surrey versus Yorkshire. That is Yorkshire were batting out. They were about 111, 113 for 3. Adam Lyth in great form, was 50 odd not out. Bairstow was with him. Lost 3 cheap wickets. Big game that is.
Driven this time and drilled at mid-on by Hurst. Just a test of his composure here. Matty Hurst, he's playing some good shots but not getting any reward for them, no runs.
154 for 4, Lythe's out, Bairstow going okay, George Hill is with him.
Been scoring some runs as Lythe, hasn't he? Good player, good opener. Dahl on a length straight and defended again by Hurst this time. Pushed into the leg side, short mid-wicket, came the fielder, polishing assiduously.
The Whitby lad, Adam Lythe from Whitby.
He's a good footballer, wasn't he,
Very
in
good,
his youth?
yeah. And his mum works in the chip shop, or one of the chip shops in Whitby.
Well, there you go. Just short and leg side and flicked away by Hurst. He'll look for 2 but won't get it. Fine leg quickly round. Final ball of the over, just a single from it. Dahl's figures are excellent. Just gone for 19 runs off his 10 overs. It's 146 for 3. Luke Wells is coming off for a drink and no, just a drink. No new gloves. Hurst having a drink as well. Must be warmer than 16 degrees, Bum.
Well, it's a sun trap over the other side, but well, I looked in the car, although that was first up this morning, it was 16 degrees, so it's probably a bit warmer now. Trencher she works at in Whitby.
What, Mrs. Lythe?
Christine.
Christine Lythe. Do you go in and say,
Yeah.
I was a left-handed opener?
No, no, but it's a good scene over at Yorkshire. I go to Yorkshire a bit, yeah, and invariably, mums and dads are sat around. Mums and dads are, James Henry Wharton, his mum and dad will be there, and
right.
Johnny Tattersall. Yeah.
What, they all live in Whitby, or they just...
No, at Headingley, you turn up and you'll meet mums and dads.
Sorry, we've gone
dads.
from Whitby. I thought, why are they all in the Whitby chip shop?
Chip shop.
They're at Headingley, are they? Right, Anderson again, scurrying in, leg side again, and Brooke Guest having to take that on the half volley as the ball goes past Matty Hurst. Not really interested, it was a half-hearted attempt at a flick. So they're all there, mums and dads watching.
Yeah, they watch the game.
Anderson has collected the ball, he's in again, wide on the crease, angling it in at Hurst, who defends solidly again to mid-wicket. Started with a flurry, did Matty Hurst. He had 10 off 4 balls, he's now 17 off 42.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
It's a solid effort, this, by Derbyshire, because this is how you need to bowl on this pitch at Old Trafford. To be accurate, peg away, as Anderson does exactly that again. This time the ball's on off stump and pushed into the offside. Just get the feeling that Matty Hurst is itching to play a shot or 2.
Well, he's been quiet after that first opening salvo. The other thing, having seen a number of matches here, is the lack of bouncers. You just don't see bouncers. Because the ballers probably are not just quick enough.
Well, Anderson's probably not quick enough.
Tickner ball 2.
Yeah, and I'm surprised he didn't bowl more, because he bowled one at Hurst, who top-edged it very fine. And that was the last we've seen, wasn't it? I haven't seen any more.
It used to be a real weapon from, well, there would be quicker bowlers.
Well, yeah, even if you're not that quick, it's worth trying, I think. Anderson, it's on a length again. This time it's just pushed straight back to mid-on. There's not... It's a tempter, isn't it? There's not an awful lot of threat at the moment with that. We're not going for runs, but there's not really a wicket-taking threat with that type of ball. There comes a time when you do have to mix it up, you do have to vary it, and even at Anderson's pace, it's worth banging one in halfway down. That's a bit shorter, but not short enough. And flicked off the hit by Hurst, a backward square leg for a single. Again, he's taken a single off the final ball of the over. So keeping the strike, 147 for 3. Wells being starved of the strike. He's scored quite freely. 77 off 151. Good performance, given where Lancashire are and given the conditions.
Just thinking bouncers again, that if you extend this to international cricket, test match cricket, there'll be a period when they will say, the fielding side, right, bouncers, we're just going to hit the pitch hard with a deep square leg, a short leg, deep fine leg, and just pepper the batter for half an hour with short bowling, and just see if it brings a mistake. But they're not, from what we've seen, they're not quick enough, and the pitch is not a quick pitch either. But you would see that definitely in international cricket. Right, we're going to have half an hour and just bang it in from around the wicket. But you see it differently here. So I think we're going to get left. Oh no, is this Dave?
It's Morley.
It's Morley, left arm spin.
I've just seen him mark his run out. Did you watch it?
Yeah, steps.
Feet.
Yeah.
1 feet. 22 feet it is. 22 feet.
Footsteps, not one in front of the other.
Yeah.
Which is how you walk. Actually, you put one in front of the other.
Well, not right in front of the toes like that.
No.
You know, I mean, it's heel and toe.
Heel and toe.
Heel and toe. 22 times. He fell over once, so he had to start again. Anyway, he's a good lad, is Jack. On the Lancashire staff for a number of years in the academy. I remember having to take him to hospital in Oman. We were doing fielding practice. Keep your eye on the balls, Jack, we said, and he did. Got smacked straight in the eye, doing high catches. Anyway, he recovered, he's all right. It's a slip, and that's about it in terms of attacking. That's scurried through, that was rifled through that as a loosener. Quick and flat. Hurst defended it. Was on him before he knew it. Morley again, round the wicket, left arm spin, that's steered away behind square for a single from Hurst.
And he has this flared arm at the start, doesn't he? He throws his arms away from his side as he sets off on his little run. Over the wicket to the left-hander with a deep backward square leg.
Still got a slip in and 3 on the offside with a deep cover. It's quicker and flatter to Wells, who nudges it into the leg side, no run. It's trading in singles at the moment, Lancashire. It's slow progress. Morley, 2 or 3 paces. Right on a length, this one. Decent pace, pushing the ball through.
He's bowling it quite quickly.
Yeah. Wells just has a glance towards square leg. And Morley's in again. There's an easy single. Just tucks away into the leg side. Don't know why there was any hesitation really, but no harm done.
I wonder if this is his natural pace, because he really is pushing it through.
I remember him being quite a flighty bowler, but I just lost that 22-step run. Starting again. Round the wicket to Hurst. It's defended to short extra, finishes the over, just a couple from it. Morley's second over. 2 overs for 7. 149 for 3. Wells 78. Hurst 19. Now then, Big Dave's here. I don't know whether this is your wish or my wish, Dave, but we're together.
It's the listeners. It's by popular demand, Paul. Popular demand.
The fan zone has come to. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, I'll let you carry on.
Well,
Off you go.
That's a much better seat. This, you've got to negotiate your way around the commentator cam here.
Yeah, well, these things are sent to try us.
Martin Anderson with 2 S's begins a new over from the. No, he doesn't. It's the second ball of his over from the Jimmy Anderson end. It's pushed out to the offside by Wells, who scored more than half of the runs scored today. 78 out of 149. That is more than half, I think.
You're right.
Thank you.
It was the first ball of the over, that.
Oh, was
I don't
it?
know what went wrong there, but...
Well, it was already up on the board when I looked at it.
No, they've taken it off again.
Yeah. Here's the second ball of the over. Anderson bowls. Wells takes a little step towards the former Middlesex man and then pushes it out towards Harry Kane in the covers. And again, there's no run. Just a little bit of breeze. It's coming from vaguely the sort of northwest direction, isn't it?
Yeah, it's supposed to be a straight northerly today.
Yeah.
But you're right, there's a tilt on it. Keep all that cloud away from that's enveloping the east coast. That's good.
Its delivery is again pushed into the offside by Wells, fielded by Anderson himself. Yeah, this breeze is coming from Blackpool. That kind of area.
That's it.
Old Trafford bathed. There isn't a cloud in the sky. There hasn't been a cloud in the sky since I got up this morning. Remarkable, really. We've seen so few clouds for the last 7 weeks. There's Anderson. Bowls to Wells, who pushes this out into the covers. They've run the first one quickly. It's a long way round for Morley. Picks up and throws in one motion, but they still get back for 2. That's good running.
Are you staying locally then?
Well, I live in Bolton. That's where I'm staying.
It's pretty easy, isn't it?
Yeah. It'll be easy tomorrow and Sunday. It was a little bit tricky at the bottom of the end. 61
It's always bad.
and
How do you get
around
on
there.
getting over to Derby then? Just go early.
Yes, I have a very kind breakfast show host who puts me up for 4-day matches, which is good of him. This one pushed out into the offside by Wells. Yeah, I lived in Bolton for years, Paul, years. You're talking about Carl Cricken. I actually live in Horwich, which was Carl's club, wasn't it? Horwich RMI.
RMI, yeah.
In the Bolton League back in the day. They're in the Greater Manchester set up now.
Railwaymen's Institute.
Yeah.
Wasn't that it?
Yeah. Yeah. My club's across the motorway at Blackrod, who were in the association, now in the North West Cricket League.
Okay.
This one is played off the back foot, and it's a one-handed shot. Took his bottom hand off the bat, not in control of that at all. Ball hit the deck before it reached Harry Kane at cover. Interesting delivery, interesting way of playing it as well.
Well, it's his strength, isn't it? He's good, very good getting tall and punching away off the back foot, but occasionally just gets himself in a bit of bother. I think it might have just stopped on him a little bit, or come through too slower than he thought. Nearly forced it into the hands of extra cover.
Wayne Madsen just when he's stretching, I don't think we'll see Wayne Madsen bowl. I think we've seen him bowl in one innings for about 2 overs, but he's certainly doing some stretches. Mind you, at 41,
he probably needs to keep stretching.
Keep stretching. So, that one beats Hurst. First delivery of a new over from Jack Morley.
It's encouraging, isn't it?
It is.
A little bit of spin, more than a little bit, really. He's bowling it quickly.
Yeah, he's pushing it through very flat, isn't he?
Yeah.
Does that thing with his arms, then bowls again. Back into his crease goes Hurst. That's dangerous. And manages to get bat on it, push it out into the offside. You were saying before, and you're right, there isn't a mark on the pitch, is that they've been bowling on it now for whatever it is.
3 hours, 3.5 hours.
Not a mark on it. I just wonder if it is one of the hybrid pitches. This is how they tend to look. This next delivery strikes the pad. There's a half an appeal.
I'm not sure.
No.
I didn't think you could play 4-day cricket on hybrid pitches.
Well, if it is a hybrid pitch, this will be the 4th successive match Derbyshire have played on a hybrid. They played 2 at Derby.
They must have introduced that in the last couple of years, have you?
Yeah.
What's the point of that?
I have no idea.
You don't get anywhere, do you?
No. Yeah, 2 at Derby and 1 at Sophia Gardens, all in a row.
Really?
Not the most exciting prospect, I have to say, as that one is pushed back to Morley by Hurst. And then
all draws, were they?
Yes.
All draws.
Yeah. The one at Sophia Gardens was quite exciting. It went down to the last ball with the last pair at the wicket, so that was at least some excitement as Morley's next delivery is turned into the leg side by Hurst and fielded by Harry Kane. Well, yes, of course, then we've got one more match, and I don't think it'll be on a hybrid, at Derby next week, and then T20 starts, and the 2 matches, I'm sure it's the 2 matches in between, during the T20 that are being played with a Kookaburra ball, which doesn't fill me with excitement either, as that one is pushed out into the offside. Beats Blair Tickner at extra cover and goes out to Mitch Wagstaff, who's on the field as a 12th man. They pick up another single. Hurst moves on to 20.
There's a bit more to the Kookaburras now.
Yeah.
Stands a bit prouder. I mean, it was very flat and wide. The old style Kookaburra, but I think there's a little bit more, a thicker twine and a slightly prouder seam on them.
It's a real shame, is there? One of them's at Chesterfield when Derbyshire take on Lancashire at Chesterfield. Just playing with a proper cricket ball on that, and Jimmy Anderson on an outground, that could be carnage.
Well, it was always when in sort of 80s, 70s, 80s, renowned as the quickest pitch in the country.
Yeah.
And I remember playing, I think Ian Bishop was playing for Derby. Neil Fairbrother got 170, but got hit on the chin by Bishop, and got a nasty gash on it.
Yeah.
We put a plaster on it and said, "Get out there." And he played a brilliant innings, but Bish was quick in his day.
I'd bet rather scarily now has no recollection of it whatsoever.
Probably not. Good place to play. Lovely ground.
They play 1 4-day game there. This year it's Lancashire, and they played the T20 against Yorkshire there as well, which is always a sellout. Zach Chappell back for another spell from the Anderson end. First ball to Hurst is off an inside edge into the onside. And there's no run. 152. 4-3. Run rate 2.76. Very reminiscent of what was happening down at Sophia Gardens when the run rate rarely got above 3.
Who maintains Queen's Park then? Is it the council? Or
the council.
But the club have to go in there and titivate it up.
They've got some hybrid pitches there as well now. Yeah, I think they've got a grant. As that one is mistimed drive by Hurst back to the bowler.
There was a move a few years ago, maybe more than a few, to base Derby cricket there, wasn't there?
There was a time, I'm not sure if it was the late 70s or early 80s, it was certainly one or the other, when they didn't play any cricket at Derby because they were in dispute with the council.
That's right.
And they played all their home matches largely at Chesterfield, as well as 1 or 2 other outgrounds that they no longer use. As this next delivery from Chappell is defended again by Hurst. And then this year, for the first time in a long time, they're going back to Repton School to have a game in the one-day cup against Worcestershire. That'll be quite good. I've seen the seconds play there, but the firsts have only played there once before.
Good facility.
It's beautiful, yeah. It's
a bit like when we go to Sedbergh.
Yes, like going to Hogwarts. It's a stunning building. Very difficult to find, I discovered when I went there. That you have to go through an arch and turn right. Chappell bowls to Hurst, who defends this one up to mid-on.
Did you have your Harry Potter book of spells with you at the time?
I'm going to take a little wand with me, I think. I'm going to take a little wand with me. I say they played one game there. It was before my time covering Derbyshire. They were supposed to play Middlesex in it. I think it was a 40-over game, and it was completely washed out. So we'll be hoping for good weather in August when we play our 4 matches at home. As this next one, just a little dig, as this next one is turned into the leg side, and there's no run. Yeah. We just want the money, that's all we're interested in. We're not interested in staging any games.
This weather's doing nothing for the county championship brigade that want games in August, though, is it?
No, it's not.
The best part of probably going to be the best part of the summer, this.
There's Chappell bowls to Hurst, who pushes it out into the offside this time, and it's picked up by Harry Kame, and there's no run. So the over comes and goes. That might have been a maiden. It was a maiden from Zach Chappell. His third 10 overs for 32. Zach Chappell he's beaten the bat a couple of times, but hasn't looked as threatening.
Has he? He's lost pace. I mean, he was
Yes,
rapid.
I think so.
He was rapid. He's had a
Yeah.
back problem, hasn't he? In recent times.
He was telling me about his side the other week, so perhaps he might just be a bit stiff.
Sides
They're
are
not
no
good, are
good
they?
for bowlers.
No, they're not good at
Ribs
all.
and sides. They'll be very careful with those. You do one of those badly, you're out for 8 weeks.
Yes. So Aitchison's the one. I'm just delighted to see him back on a cricket field. July 2023, the last time he played for the first team.
Really?
Morley over the wicket to Wells, who plays it to Caleb Jewell, who's got the fielding pads on. Still haven't got used to Caleb Jewell's running style. You know, you just sort of recognise people by the running styles, because he's always at first slip and he never runs. I've got him now. As Morley's in again, Wells plays it to Jewell. There's the three of them involved in this match at the moment. Yeah, he did his ankle, came back, did his back, tried to come back, did his back again. He's got a couple of plates in there. As Morley bowls, that one is driven but not timed, and there is Aitchison doing the fielding at mid-off. So it's just good to see him out on a cricket field. Really, he's captained the second team a couple of times. I was just saying to Scott, George Lavelle has kept wicket for the seconds.
Has he?
A couple of times this season.
Is he just on trial?
I think so.
All right.
That one is played off the splice of the bat.
Good little cricketer, George. He just never quite clicked when he was here.
Well, it came up because Harry, I knew I'd do it eventually. Jack Morley made his debut for Lancashire at Egbert against Derbyshire in the Bob Willis Trophy in 2020. As he bowls this next one, it keeps it a little bit low, and Wells goes back, but manages to get his bat down it, and Lavelle made his debut in the same game. Morley took some wickets in that match to help Lancashire win the game. I remember. Strange days. As Morley is in again, and again Wells goes back. He makes it look like the ball's kept low because he's so tall. That one probably didn't.
No.
And 152 for 3 at the end of another maiden over. So back-to-back maidens. Morley's first, 4 overs for 8. Nice and tight.
Yeah, this is a good test actually for Wells and Hurst, because runs aren't coming freely, and it's a period of the day and of the innings where they've just got to stick in.
Yeah.
There's plenty of time left, and the worst thing that could happen now with Lancashire in their predicament in the season is for these two to give their wickets away now because they've been tied down. So I commend Derbyshire for the way they're bowling and the way that they're keeping these two tied down. But it's just a question in this prolonged form of the game, the 4-day game, you go through periods like this and you have to just graft.
Chappell into Hurst. That one comes off the inside edge of his bat down to deep backward square leg where Morley does the fielding. They go through for a single, and Hurst moves on to 21. 153 4-3. Yeah, well, certainly we're going to get the full allocation. There's not much doubt about that with the weather forecast. It's going to break at the end of next week, apparently.
We'll still be playing here, will we then?
I think so. We'll still be in Lancashire's first innings.
They're saying it might be cloudy on Monday and Tuesday, but there's probably no rain till
it's
the end of the week.
Later in the week, isn't it? Yeah. Derbyshire at home to Kent. Lancashire at Leicester. This next delivery is pushed by Wells up towards mid-on. It's Harry Kame, is it? Oh, yes, I think it is.
I think
Harry
it is.
Kame. Jewell is at mid-wicket. Where's Lloyd found himself? He's bless him. He's found himself where he found himself at Grace Road. He's out in front of the hotel on the mid-wicket boundary. That's the last thing you need when you've got a bad knee and running round the boundary. He's sort of square leg actually out there. Chappell around the wicket to Wells, who pushes the ball back to him. It is good from Derbyshire. They're not giving Lancashire anything at the moment. One or two free balls just after lunch when Lancashire really did threaten to get away. That century stand.
Well, they'll be doing exactly what the batting side are doing. They'll be saying, if we get another 2 wickets here, 165 for 5, that we're right back in this.
Absolutely. They found themselves out of games on a number of occasions this season, but always found a way back into them, which has been really encouraging, as Wells defends the next delivery up towards Martin Anderson, and the irrepressible Blair Tickner runs fully 40 yards with no intention of picking the ball up.
He does some miles, that lad, doesn't he?
He genuinely can't stand still.
No, he follows through further than he runs up.
Yeah.
And he bowls.
And quite often he'll turn and carry on running and jog back to his mark.
Yeah,
I mean,
all that.
he is mad as a box of frogs.
Is he?
Yeah.
We like a bit of character.
Absolutely, good bloke. Chappell bowls, that's driven, and Ticknam just gets a hand on that one, otherwise it may have gone to the boundary. Diving away to his right hand side, Wells only manages to pick up a single. He moves on to 81, 154 for 3. Paul Allett's had enough of me.
Well, I haven't at all. Please, I don't know where this has come from. It's been an absolute pleasure and a delight, and it's been one of my. It's up there in commentary stints that I've done.
That's pretty kind of it. Just if anybody's listening back in the studio, just clip that off for me. You've got my email address. That one is driven by Matty Hurst. Thank you, Paul.
Cheers, Dave. Bye.
Excellent to have the insight of former players. You cannot beat it, because although we watch a lot of it, we've never lived it. That was the final ball of the over, incidentally. 154 for 3. Chappell now 11 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 34. Not too many runs coming in recent times. That run rate 2.6. Derbyshire will be pleased with that. They'd like a couple more wickets, but as Paul was saying there, chuck another couple of wickets onto the scoreboard, and it suddenly looks very healthy from a Derbyshire perspective. Again, it's another crucial hour in the county championship.
Every hour is a crucial hour.
So many of them. Yeah. Every hour of every ball, or whatever it is.
Every hour is a crucial hour.
Yeah, it seems to be.
Doesn't it?
Seems to be.
It does. Tends to all bubble up nicely, doesn't it, through the course of 2 or 3 days? And well, we'll see. I mean, so far here at Old Trafford this season, as Morley with his left arm spin is in, bowling flat and quick to Wells.
Medium pace.
Yes.
Left arm medium pace from Jack Morley there.
That's nudged away down to fine leg for a single. Moves on to 82, 155 for 3. The story of games here have been draws. Every one a draw so far. Lancashire behind him. Well, in truth, in the games they've played here, the 3 home matches they've had here, Northamptonshire, Leicestershire, and Gloucestershire, but have secured draws in all 3 through some batting on the last day, and I think with Leicestershire a bit of bad weather around. Well, yeah, it's a bit of challenge taking 20 wickets here and bowling sides out twice, certainly. Whether you're Lancashire or a visiting side here. 155 for 3. Morley in and bowls, and flat and quick again to Hurst, who just leans into it and defends away to the leg side, and there's no run.
Just looking at the last boundary it was in the halfway through the 47th over, and we're now into the 59th over, so they bottled it up quite nicely, the Derbyshire bowlers.
There's Morley, left arm round the wicket this time, defended again by Hurst. Just taps the ball back to Morley, and there's no run. 155 for 3. Slip in place as backward point, deep point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, short fine leg. Comes back Hurst, his next delivery from Morley, and works it out towards the leg side. Further at mid wicket, there's no run. There's a deep square leg underneath the hotel. There's 2 men out on the boundary, both square, deep point and deep square leg. Morley could be in for a decent stint through the course of this match. He's in and bowling again. It's worked through the leg side by Hurst. Just be worth a single. He moves to 22 as David Lloyd comes up from the boundary to field. And Lancashire move to 156 for 3. Brings Luke Wells on strike. It's been an impressive innings this from Wells. Back to opening the batting. Is so far repaid with 82 runs. Waits for Morley, who's in, and that's driven. straight to cover. There's no run, it's the end of the over, so just 2 coming off that. 156 for 3 Lancashire, with Wells on 82, Hurst on 22. 37 overs remain in the day, so we're edging a little nearer towards the tea break.
Yes, we'll get there eventually. Probably be around 4 o'clock. Anthony from Heanor has been on. Good to hear from you, Anthony. It looks like hard toil in the field today. Well, they did choose to bowl, so they've only got themselves to blame. Do you get a sense that the recent adjustments at Lancashire have given them a bit of a fresh start? I'd imagine they were fearing the worst after the early wickets, but they've steadied very well since then. Yeah, absolutely. Change is as good as a rest, they say.
Well, I suppose that's the idea behind it, isn't it? To try and spark some kind of upturn in fortune and form and performances.
Mick's not happy either on the email, as this first delivery of a new over from Zach Chappell is turned into the leg side somehow by Hurst. He picks up another single to move to 23, 157 for 3. Typical rain due when the international season starts next weekend. That's next Thursday or Friday, isn't it, at Trent Bridge. England against Zimbabwe at Trent Bridge, he says, for which I have tickets. Thank you, Mick. It's bound to rain at some time. It's got to. Otherwise we're all in trouble.
Yeah.
Can't be importing water.
But I think someone told me it was 18th of April last time it rained in Manchester.
Chappell bowls, that's pushed by Wells up to mid-off. Griff's all over the scoring rate like a rash, as you might expect. With 17 overs to go until tea, Wells required 23 for his 100. With 5 to go until tea, he still needs 18. That's how much it slowed down. And it had to.
Yep.
The way they started after lunch, it was something like 30 runs in the first 20 minutes. It was quite scary as Wells gets a full delivery. It was probably outside off stump, and he just drops his bat on it, plays it into the offside where Aitchison does the fielding. Griff's obviously bored. He's out there somewhere. With his
I'd like to
camera.
ask you whereabouts he is.
I saw him this morning and he was to our right near the hotel.
Okay.
International man of mystery. Seek him here. Gareth Copley's down to our right. One of the nation's finest. As Wells drops this into the offside and calls Hurst through for a quick single, which is always on. 159 for 3, now 158 for 3. They added that one on really quickly. Wells moves on to 83. I got slightly distracted by Bradford City signing Max Power, who I've always liked, A for his name and B for the fact that he started at Tranmere. On a 2-year deal, he must be about 57. He's been playing forever, Max. I think he's been abroad this season. Next delivery from Chappell is pushed by Hurst on the defensive up to mid-on.
It's not very often we have an EFL manager on commentary, is it really? We had Gary Boyer with us earlier on today.
No, that's a first for me. I've had an EFL captain.
Okay.
I did an entire T20 with John Brayford, who at the time was the captain of Burton Albion, one evening on a Friday night, I think it was. That was excellent. He'd written pages and pages of notes. It was brilliant. As it comes Chappell, and that one is driven for 4 by Hurst. Just for a moment I thought it was going to go closer to Harry Kane than it actually did. He hit it into the ground and away, and it's raced up to the hotel for 4 runs. The first boundary for a long time, since the 47th over indeed. 162 for 3 at the end of the over. 60 gone. 4 till tea. Yes, he'd written all these notes, bless him, Bray. And he actually sent me a WhatsApp of all these notes. I said, what on earth have you done that for? He said, I've got to be prepared. Never used one of them. Never used one of them. But it was, I think he enjoyed himself. Footballers, some footballers are big cricket fans. I knew that Gary was a big cricket fan anyway. But he got a bit overexcited, I thought, today.
He was very excited about meeting Bumble, wasn't he? And meeting Mickey Arthur as well. He was very keen on that.
It was like Christmas. He's a top man.
Yeah, we had Gary Boyd with us for a short while this morning.
Former Dundee manager, of course.
Don't forget that. There's Morley, left arm over balls, and defended by Wells.
Okay, I should have also mentioned when he was at, because Blackpool as well,
Blackpool,
of course. Blackpool did a terrific job at Blackpool, got them promoted.
He did, yeah. It's a Wembley thing, wasn't it? Wembley final. Morley into Wells, stretches for it and drives through extra cover for a single.
You'd have jumped on that one, did you?
I didn't, no, I didn't.
Oh, might have been right up your street.
No, absolutely not, no, that's outrageous. 163 for 3. Don't really get involved too much with Blackpool.
No? Perhaps wise.
Yeah.
Wembley's a long way off for me at the moment. On all fronts.
Short leg and a slip waiting. And crouching down as Morley from around the wicket. The balls to Hurst has driven back to Morley, and there's no run. And 63 for 3. Hurst on 27. Swings his way back in again, and balls to Hurst. That's defended towards cover. And again, there is no run. We had Simon Grayson with us on commentary for a T20 Roses fixture quite a few years ago. When he was, big Yorkshire fans, we got him up into the commentary box. Morley's in, forward again goes Hurst.
Luke disappointed.
There's no. Well, it was raining, so we were trying to fill some time. So he was the manager of Preston North.
Simon, we're trying to fill some time. Do you fancy coming up to the box?
And he said, yeah, but he'd had about 4 pints. But it was in good form.
Yeah. He's out in the Far East, isn't
he is,
at the moment?
Is it Nepal? It's pushed away by Hurst. To the offside, no run. End of the over, 163 for 3.
So yeah, it's either South Asia or the Far East. He's definitely that way.
Might be a club in Nepal.
The big Nepal Super League.
Yes.
It's a job, and it's a job I would never decry anybody from working. Even in Nepal, but it's nice in Nepal actually. But there's some lovely grounds. You probably need oxygen every match, of course, because it's quite high up, isn't it? Zach Chappell's going to continue. Kent 214 for 6 against Gloucestershire down at Bristol. Middlesex 182 for 6 now against Leicestershire at Lords, and Northamptonshire 161 for 7 against Glamorgan at Cardiff. I'm conscious that we're on
3.
Sports Extra 3, as this one is turned into the leg side by Wells. The first ball of the new over from Chappell for a single. He moves on to 85. That must be the half-century stand, is it? It must be something, because there's a lot of applause out there. 50 stand between these two.
132 balls, 87 minutes. Not only Simon Grayson is he managing in the Nepal Super League, he won the Nepal Super League.
Did he? Yeah.
He rates it alongside anything he's achieved in football, in an interview he gave to the Sun newspaper 2 weeks ago.
To the wow, not the Nepal Sun or ours?
No, I think it's the UK based Sun. Yeah.
Wow. Here comes Chappell, bowls a short delivery that Hurst has nothing to do with at all. The ball bounces very gently through to Brookcast behind the stumps. A few managers have gone over in the Indian Super League or the Indian. Not the Indian Premier League, that's something different altogether.
That's back started again, it's resumed again, isn't it?
Is it Saturday? It resumes tomorrow, or is it started today?
I know it's about to, or it's has already.
Right. I haven't taken a huge amount of interest in it, I'm sad to say. Chappell bowls, that's a fuller delivery. Hurst pushes it up to mid-off. There's no run. Tomorrow. So, a week or so off. No resumption for the PSL, as far as I'm aware. Stefan has been doing lots of voices, I noticed, having been in the office for a couple of days this week, desperately searching for sporting content. As Chappell bowls, that's turned into the leg side by Hurst and fielded by Caleb Jewell. So 2 balls and 2 overs to go until tea. 164 for 3. The game hasn't got away from Derbyshire yet. They dearly love another wicket or 2. Worst case scenario. Don't concede another boundary before the end of the day. There's Ajmal Shahzad, look down there, talking to Anuj Dal as this one is pushed into the offside by Hurst up towards a wide mid-off. The latest of the Derbyshire backroom staff to go around the ground. Chris Heighton, the second 11 coach, is here. Played 2-1-2, as he keeps pointing out. And Ben Smith, the batting coach. They had a circuit a little bit earlier. I haven't seen Mickey Arthur on a circuit of the ground yet. That might come. As Chappell is in, and that one is defended straight back to him by Hurst, and it's the final ball of the over. Just 1 run from it. 164 for 3. Wells has 85. Hurst has 27. My favourite Mickey Arthur moment of this season. There are many over the course of his
4 years.
I was going to say 3 and a bit years, but yes, this being his 4th. Was at Leicester this season when Derbyshire were getting carted all over the place, and he came racing down the steps out through, and he hurtled across Derby. And the poor bloke he was haranguing was Jack Morley, who hadn't really done anything wrong, but he was being given all this information to take on to his teammates. How he was going to keep it all in his head, I've no idea. But he didn't have his cap on, and when Mickey Arthur takes his cap off, you know he's angry. That's how you know he's angry. Cap off, stay away.
Cap on, everything's fine.
Yeah, everything's, yeah. And he's reasonably mild-mannered most of the time, but he was angry about something.
Do you know if he's aware of this, that the cap comes off?
I mentioned it to him, yeah.
Okay.
I did say I knew you were angry because you came out with your cap off.
Did he have any idea what you were talking about?
I don't think so, no. I was seeing him in the changing room at Trent Bridge a couple of years ago after a T20, a particularly bad performance. Might have been his first year, actually. And you could see him stalking the changing room with his cap off, and I thought, oof, not good.
Here's Jack Morley, left arm over the wicket, balls Wells off the front foot in defence. And pushed away back to Morley. He scoops it up off his own bowling, and there's no run. 164 for 3. Short leg and a slip, and short mid wicket. Wells turns it out to the leg side, but for no addition to the score. He's on 85 not out. 164 for 3, Lancashire. 2 short mid wickets plus the short leg slip. Long leg, mid on, mid off, cover and deep point. Little flatter, driven back to Morley by Wells on the bounce, and then catches it and polishes it on the bottom of his shirt. He's already back to his mark. Sleeves pulled up over his forearms and spins the ball from one hand to the other. Arms twirling around. He's over the wicket and bowls again. Forward goes Wells. Defends. And again, there's no run. This will be his last over of the session. Jack Morley's bowled. Will have bowled 7 overs. Whipped away to the leg side by Wells. He's leaning forward, the tall left-hander, getting onto the front foot and working it across the front pad. Fielded at mid-wicket, no run.
7 overs for 11.
Tidy stuff.
Yeah, decent enough, isn't that?
In to complete it. Balls again, driven away. There is protection on that cover boundary. Just be a single. It is indeed the end of the over. Yeah, very nicely done by Jack Morley.
As we like to call it, 7 overs for 12.
7 overs for 12 now.
I could see that going to the boundary then and me regretting saying what I'd said, actually. But so I was indebted to David Lloyd, who looks like he's going to come on and bowl the last over before tea. He's already removed his cap and is marching purposefully towards Wayne Madsen, who's currently setting the field. Greg's been on. He said he watched the interview with Anuj Dal on the club website, which I also watched, in which I mentioned it to Nudge this morning when I saw him. Congratulated him for calling them the new Derbyshire, because I've been pushing that pretty much all season. He seems to have a South African twang, he said. I didn't notice that, I must admit, but he did look up his list of schools, and Durban is on there, so I think he has spent some time in South Africa, Anuj Dal. some dispute. I should really ask him as to whether he was born in Newcastle upon Tyne or Newcastle under Lyme. There's quite a big difference between the two. He was Nottingham High School or Grammar School, as well as on the Notts staff as a youngster. Now made his home here at, there at Derbyshire. Here's David Lloyd then, around the wicket to Luke Wells, who pushes it up to mid-off. I can imagine we're going to see another 5 of those, this being the last over before the tea interval. Perfect timing as well, look at that, 3:57, beautiful. He's in again, Wells defends, ball goes straight back to the bowler. I wonder what they do on Sports Extra 3 when we go to tea. I must listen. But it's interesting. This one is driven out into the offside, fielded by Blair Tickner. They must put something on, unless they just go to the...
I think they just leave it. Just the atmosphere.
Do they?
I think so,
That's
yeah.
a concern. What we've been saying. Takes delivery from Lloyd. Is defended by Wells. 2 to go. In fact, what I'll do is I'll just tell you that just the 1 wicket has fallen in the afternoon session. Marcus Harris, brilliantly caught by Wayne Madsen at slip as this ball is pushed into the offside by Wells. After bowling of Blair Tickner for 45, century stand between him and Luke Wells. Wells has been the rock upon which this Lancashire innings has been built. 86 not out, and that's what he'll go to tea as he pushes that one into the offside. Final ball of the over. Matty Hurst is on 27. These two so far have added 51 for the 4th wicket, and they've seen Lancashire through at tea to 165 for 3. 2 wickets to Blair Tickner, 1 this morning to Ben Aitchison as well. Hard work for the Derbyshire bowlers, but the run rate 2.58 will please them. The game isn't getting away from them, a couple of wickets at any moment, and they'll be right back in it.
Indeed they would.
That's it really, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think.
that was summed up pretty well there, Dave.
Thank you very much.
Excellent, top work. We'll take a break for 20 minutes. Catch you soon.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names, rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Bartons and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This
So into the evening session on the first day, a glorious first day here at Emirates Old Trafford for Lancashire against Derbyshire in the Rothesay County Championship fixture, with Lancashire resuming after tea on 165 for 3. A very patient day of batting by Lancashire. They lost a couple of early wickets, 11 for 2, when Jennings and then Bohannon were dismissed, and then we've seen Wells and Harris, and now Wells and Hurst bat pretty patiently through the first 2 sessions of the day. David Lloyd is alongside myself, Scott Reed, in the commentary box. We'll hear from Dave Fletcher a little bit later on. What's your assessments, Bumble, of the day so far?
Well, the batters have been quite resolute, haven't they? Been inserted by Derbyshire. It was a little bit in the pitch first up this morning, got through that first session just 2 wickets down, and it's got easier in the afternoon. But Derbyshire they've got some control. They've certainly not got away, the Lancashire batters. It's been quite a difficult week for Lancashire, finding themselves bottom of Division 2, but in reality they're 24 points away from second, so there's no time to, feel sorry for yourself. We mentioned earlier, before the play started, that there'll be a lot of noise, a heck of a lot of noise, and you've got to shut it out and get down to what you do. Well, what they've done up to now has been fine. I think they've got Wells back at the top of the innings, and he is an opening batter, and he looks absolutely bang on as well. He looks as if he's one of these players. I am an opening batter, so that's where I'm going to bat. He was down at 6, and it wasn't just happening for him, so he's back at the top of the innings, and Hurst has joined him. We're going to see spin again in this to start this final session. Final session now. Who's going to wrest the initiative?
Yeah, I suppose for Derbyshire, having won the toss and put Lancashire into bat, then you're kind of almost thinking, to justify that, this needs to be a session that the bowling side need to dominate.
Yeah, you'd think 7 down.
Will be Morley, left arm spin to get us underway, driven by Hurst to mid-off, no run.
I always think, if you win the toss on day 1 and you get a team 7 down, you've done all right. If Lancs can finish.
It's Morley to Hurst, goes back and cuts that through the offside out towards deep point for a single. The first run of the post-tee session, 166 for 3.
If Lancs can finish no more than 5 down, and they can just accelerate the scoring a touch, get up to around about 3 and over, 3 and a bit, they'll have done okay.
We'll see how the final session unfolds then. There's been Tidy stuff from the left arm spinner on the first day here. Morley runs here for Wells. He's pushed it and they go through for a sharp signal. In fact, they'll come back. Overthrows.
Oh my goodness.
They've ran one and it's gone for 4. And yeah, a bit of a disjointed start to the evening session for Derbyshire, as Lancashire get a bonus 5 runs.
He is really struggling there, the batter, to make his ground. It's thrown miles away from the wicketkeeper. He's thrown for 4. Nowhere near him. Must be 15 yards away from him. Wow.
Wells is pretty happy. Moves to 91. It's Morley into Hurst, who's off the back foot and plays that ball nicely away through the offside for a single. Takes him to 29, 172 for 3.
It was such a tight single. He would have been struggling there, Hurst.
It's a bit of a wild throw in a bid to try and run Hurst out. In the end, it's cost 4 more runs. It's a full ball by Morley to Wells, who digs it out up towards mid-on. And there's no addition to the score. So 172 for 3. Final ball of the first over of the evening session. In and balls, and Wells goes back and defends and just taps it back along the pitch towards Jack Morley, who ignores it, doesn't decide to pick it up because that's the end of his over. He'll go and collect his cap and his sunglasses instead. 172 for 3, Lancashire. Wells on 91 and Hurst on 29.
Balls it quickly, doesn't he? Morley, for a little chap. Usually you get little chaps who'll get the ball above the eye line and use a bit of flight. He doesn't do that. He drives the ball in there quite quickly. His field was quite aggressive. Had a slip, a short leg and a catcher close in on the leg side. So one thing you'd be itching to do as a left-handed batter is to hit him over the top. You push him over the top and a fielder would drop back then, and then you've got your single. But he's not really giving you that opportunity to get down the pitch because he's bowling it so quickly.
He's done a pretty tidy job, hasn't he, on the first day of the game here so far. 8 overs, 1 maiden for 19.
Yeah, I mean, he's just controlling the game from his end. Tickner comes into the attack, the quicker bowler. He's had a few spells, 13 overs.
And picked up a couple of wickets as well. Keaton Jennings, and crucially this afternoon, potentially crucially, Marcus Harris. That is Hurst trying to run it away through backward point. Wayne Madsen's there for Derbyshire. And there's no addition to the score. Madsen took a terrific catch to get rid of, help remove Marcus Harris. It was a flash pretty firmly and it went high up a kind of shoulder height to Madsen. It's a very good take, and likewise the catch that dismissed Keaton Jennings, which was low down to his right. He was taking one high up towards the left and one low to the right. Wayne Madsen. There's Hurst with a gentle drive towards mid-off, and there's no run.
I've seen a fair bit of Hurst. I've never seen him get a big score, but I think he looks composed at the crease. He looks unflustered. Was quite confident.
Just signs in the last couple of games that Hurst is finding some form. Tickner into Hurst. It's defended up towards mid-off and there's no run. He comes into this fixture on the back of 59 against Northamptonshire in the first innings last week, and then hit the week before that against Gloucestershire. 78 in the first innings against Gloucestershire, so some signs for Hurst, encouraging the last couple of games. Played 2 very patient innings actually, with Harris against Gloucestershire for a big partnership. As he pulls this one down towards fine leg, it will one bounce down towards the boundary for a single. Moves to 30.
173 for 3. He put a 200-run partnership with Marcus Harris against Gloucestershire. And then last week in the first innings for Lancashire, it was a century partnership again with Harris by Hurst. So he's had some time in the middle in the last couple of games.
Well, it's a responsible position as well at 5. You know, you talk about the 50s that he's got, so his sort of challenge is to turn these into hundreds, especially at number 5. Pigeons were disturbed there on that shot, right in front of the fielder at fine leg. They were grazing.
Yeah, we've seen Scarpard taking around the wicket to Wells. It's just nudged away through the leg side for a single with mid on a little deeper. Harry Kame slowly coming up to field. Wells gently jogs through for 1, moves to 92, 174 for 3.
Why are they giving him 1 there? So the field there, that Harry Kame was at deep long on, there's a deep square leg and a deep fine leg and nobody else on the leg side. So he just dropped it into the leg side. I'll have 1, thank you.
Brings Hurst back on strike. Here's Tickner holding the ball up towards his chest as he comes in and bowls a short ball. Not seen too much of that today. Dug in by Tickner, and Hurst drops the hands and sways out the way and allows that to go through to Brooke Guest. And that's the end of the over. 174 for 3. Lancashire Wells on 92, and Hurst is 30 not out.
I don't mind a bouncer, but that was a harmless one. It's really short and bounced way over the batter's head. I don't mind a bouncer at all. You know, just keeps the batter honest, especially if it can be well directed. And seeing that there's a boundary rope all the way around Emirates Old Trafford, it's absolutely tailor-made, as we've seen that coaching staff wandering round, just like at club and league cricket, that you do a perambulation, go for a walk round the ground. I've seen a number of coaches walking round and stretching their legs, having a chat with the fielders on the boundary.
There's Jack Morley. Balls flat and quick to Wells, who's forward in defence, no run.
I bet he's itching to smack him over deep long on. Left-hand bowler to left-handed batter.
Morley to Wells, goes back, punches into the offside. Fielded at cover by Harry Kame, no run.
I wonder if he thinks that's one of his shots, Wells. But he is bowling it quickly.
It's been pretty flat and pretty quick so far by Morley. That's tucked away down behind square on the leg side by Wells. Takes him to 93 not out the single. 175 for 3 now. Bringing Hurst back on strike. Change of line for Morley to the right-hander. Left arm round the wicket to Matty Hurst, the right-hander, bowling over the wicket to Wells. There's a short leg and a slip in place. There's Morley in, forward goes Hurst. It's just played cautiously back towards Derbyshire's left arm spinner. Again, there's no run. 175 for 3. Hurst on 30. Morley in, balls forward again, goes Hurst and defends. And again, there's no run. Morley just creeping forward to field off his own bowler. And then back to his mark. Quite a strong breeze just blowing in towards him, towards his right hand side. As then again to Hurst, that's whipped away off the back foot and fielded by Harry Kame at mid wicket. And there's no run, just a single coming off Jack Morley. End of the over. 175 for 3 Lancashire. Hurst in the Wells in the 90s on 93, and Hurst is 30 not out.
How many hundreds has Wells got in his career? He's a well-established cricketer. He played a lot down at Sussex. He'll have a number of centuries.
26 first-class centuries.
Thought he would have, yeah. Good effort.
And he's now gone past 11,000 first-class runs.
93 years. Now then, spin. Spin from both ends. This must be namesake, is it?
It is, yeah. I wonder. It's just 2 overs, wasn't it, from
Tickner?
Tickner, yeah. We're in the 67th over, aren't we? Not a million miles away from a second new ball becoming available. Here is Lloyd. It's driven by Wells back to Lloyd, and there's no run.
So get through these 13 overs and have another go with a brand new ball from the quickies.
Lloyd's off spin from around the wicket, forward goes Wells and defends.
What we saw previously from Lloyd is that he'll drop one down, he'll bowl you a half tracker that you can knock away.
2 around the bat in catching positions as he plays forward and defends again to Lloyd, and there's no run. 75 for 3. We're halfway through the 68th over, into Wells, who drives firmly away through the covers, but there's a sweep up on the boundary in Jack Morley. Single for Wells takes him to within one gusty blow of reaching 3 figures. He's 94 not out. Brings Hurst back on strike. David Lloyd's got his slip and a forward short leg. Catches on the drive on the on and off side. Mid off and a mid on. There's a deep square leg, deep backward point. As Lloyd comes into Hurst. It's driven through the offside for a single. Moves to 31 not out. 177 for 3. Brings Wells back on strike. It's been a patient approach so far from Luke Wells. He's in sight of a century here. Signs he'll change his approach as he gets nearer to it. That's wide, short and wide, and carved away. And Morley's quick across the ground. Wells hurries back for 2 more. Takes him to 96. And the score to 179 for 3.
Well, that's that short ball. From what we've seen previously from Lloyd, you'll get that short ball every now and again. And he hits a powerful shot. There is a defensive fielder on that boundary. And so it was only 2 and not 4. You just got a picture now on our screen of the pigeons, and they're in 2s. Pecking away. There'll be some seed around somewhere. Not growing weather. Well, you need a lot of rain, a lot of water. There's nothing.
No. A month or so, isn't it, since we last had a bit of rainfall. Here's Morley to Hurst. He's off the back foot. That's punched to mid-off, and there's no run.
And with these squares now, most of them have been re-drained, and it just sucks the water away.
Morley to Hurst. Going back, working it to mid-on. There's no addition to the score. The lush green outfield that we had for the first game of the season here is no more, is it? Looks a little bit parched. Let's turn to the leg side. It's gone, I think, in between the legs of short leg. Maybe just a fraction to his right. Anyway, it's clipped out towards square leg by Hurst for a single. He moves to 32. 180 for 3 now, Lancashire.
He wanted 2 there. Did Wells. No, Hurst wanted 2. Wells said no, I'll have strike.
96 not out. Jack Morley in balls to Wells, who plays off the front foot, gets forward, defends. Morley fields off his own bowling. And there's no run. Clutching the ball towards his chest. Towards it again to Wells, who smothers it with a good stride towards the bowler.
Lots of spin bowlers now have this routine where they clutch the ball to the chest. That's the first thing they do, and then they splay their arms and then set off on the run.
And here he is doing just that into Wells. Take a single hit. Just put off his pads behind square on the leg side. And timely work. He's counted nicely there, Luke Wells. He's nicked the strike for the next over. He's 97 not out. And it's 181 for 3 with Hurst on 32 not out.
The mimic is Nathan Lyon, isn't it? That's what they're mimicking. Nathan Lyon's approach, and you think back to Nathan Lyon signed here at Emirates Old Trafford, and the weather wasn't anything like this. If this had been the weather, that would have been perfect for Nathan Lyon.
Yeah, Jack Morley would have had time working with Nathan Lyon 12 months ago. Lloyd into Wells, who defends. And there's no run. Yeah, it's amazing how that works, isn't it? When you think of the wet March we had last year and the damp build up to the season. Lloyd to Wells, forward, and trying to find a gap through the offside, but it's well guarded. Harry Kane is at cover to field, no run. 181 for 3. Lloyd to Wells. That's off the back foot and driven through the offside for a single. Just nudges on to 98, not out, Luke Wells.
Ooh.
182 for 3.
26 centuries, I just think he'll breeze through.
Hurst on 32. Here's Lloyd to Hurst. Runs that away through point for a single. Hurst to 33, not out. 183 for 3. Yes, he's been here a few times before, Luke Wells. Best scorer of the season. Back batting at the top. Just plays calmly away off the front foot and defending. Continues to twirl the bat, Luke Wells. He's a big twirler. Lloyd in and Wells forward. He'll take one. And he keeps the strike as well. He's 99 not out. 184 for 3.
I think I had a couple of 99s. I think one of them I caught on the boundary as well. Ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thick, isn't it, that, when you do that? That is thick. So he's got the strike. What will the field do? What they usually do is tighten the field. Come on, stop the one, stop the one. A lot of chit-chat around the back, make it nervous. So they're coming in at backward point. He was on the boundary, he's coming in, look to save one. There's a ring around him.
Here's Morley to Wells. Off the front foot, pushed away into the offside, no run.
Go on, smack him over mid-on. He ain't going to do.
Morley in and Wells waits and then drives nicely away through the offside. He'll get to 3 figures with a 4. Punched away through extra cover. And that will feel great for Luke Wells. It's another century. It's his 27th of his career. He's back opening the batting for Lancashire. His response is his first century of the summer. 103 not out. And Lancashire 188 for 3.
And he's played thoroughly well. He's back at home, I would say, at the top of the innings. He had a bit of a wobble, didn't he? He wasn't scoring many runs and lost a bit of form. And it was thought, well, we'll put him in at 6. This is where he belongs. He's played so well.
Just takes a little moment here. I mean, acknowledge the response from his teammates and the supporters. And he'll defend this next delivery from Jack Morley. Little fist pump, wasn't it, on towards the badge on the shirt.
You thumped the badge, and I like that. They've had a wobble this week. They've had a poor week.
Morley to Wells. It's worked off the back foot behind square on the leg side for a single. 104 not out.
Yeah, I thought there was a bit of defiance and, you know, a bit of togetherness. Showed the balcony and everybody was there. They've had a bad week. They've just got to dust themselves down, shut the noise out, and get on with what they do.
And it's Morley into Hurst. That's just gently dropped away into the offside. There's no run.
I would have tried and diffuse that situation from the dressing room, and you know you've got to deal with it from outside the dressing room with your interviews.
In comes Morley, bowls flatter and quicker to Hurst.
And that's turned out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. 189 for 3 at the end of the over.
I would try and diffuse it with just a little bit of fun, because they'd all know that, you know, it's not acceptable the way that the team's been playing. I'll give them one of my stock phrases. Boys, fellas, I want you to play like you've never played before today. I want you to play well. And just leave it at that and walk out. I mean, your dressing room's your own place. There's been so much going on. You're bottom of the league. It was in the paper. Lancashire are officially the worst team in the country. You know, oh my goodness me. You've got to read all that. You need a couple of wins. Pay the rent.
Well, first things first, I suppose. They've made a pretty solid start to their first innings, having been asked to bat. Led by Luke Wells. Just been watching some of the highlights of that century as well. And that celebration. Well, he's a senior player in the team, isn't he, Luke Wells? He's a senior player in the dressing room. And Keaton Jennings, in his post-match debrief on Sunday after the Northamptonshire defeat, mentioned the players and having to look at themselves in the mirror, and he included himself in that. Ask some questions and be honest with yourself. What's your response? As Anderson comes in and bowls to Wells, that's driven through extra cover. It'll bring him a couple more. I reckon Morley will get round to cut it off. He does. So he moves to 106, 191 for 3. Jennings is no longer the captain, but the captain last week was calling for that, wanting a response, and Wells has delivered.
Yeah, and he's back at the top. You know, whether that be the new captain saying that let's get him back up there, or the coach thinking, well, let's rethink this.
Anderson for Derbyshire into Wells. Solid front foot defensive push, no run.
I think that, you know, there are more problems at this club as well that the team will have to deal with, but all they can deal with is out there on the field. It's their performance that wins and loses games. But from my experience, the players will know that. They'll just know that. You don't have to say too much. You've got to improve.
191 for 3. Anderson into Wells. That's defended to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I'll tell you what you don't get here at Emirates Old Trafford. You don't get a 2-day or a 3-day game. You just don't. These pitches are excellent. The test match pitches, and we're trying to produce test match cricketers. These are proper test match pitches that we play on every game.
One slip in place as Anderson's into Wells, who defends to mid-off. And Caleb Jewell fields, and there's no run.
Caleb Jewell. I remember Jimmy Jewell and Ben Warris, they were a double act. And then Jimmy Jewell was in the Pickle Factory with Nellie Pledge. What was she called? Hilda Baker was the actress, set in Blackpool.
Anderson to Wells, a full ball which he drives on the bounce back towards the bowler, who stops it low to his right off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Jimmy Jewell was in that. It was a sitcom.
Right.
And he was our Eli. Nellie Pledge was his sister, I think. And that was Hilda Baker. And she had a signature saying, "Be soon," I said, "Be soon."
Final ball of the over. Anderson to Wells, who defends. And there's no run. 191 for 3 at the end of the over. I'll bring Fletch in to join you, because he knows everything that you're talking. He knows all about this. He's right across this particular...
I was looking to him as if he knew anything about that, and he gave me a blank look.
Yeah, same as my look.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're far too young to remember these. There'll be viewers and listeners who will remember Jimmy Jewell. And I don't think Caleb Jewell is a relative Although we could find out, is he related to Jimmy Jewell? Jimmy Jewell and Ben Warris. And they were way before Morecambe and Wise and all them. Way before.
I do remember it. I'm ashamed to say.
Good man.
I do remember it. That's as much as you're getting. I don't remember much about it. Did she not have a slight stammer?
No.
In it? Are you sure?
No, she didn't. No. But that was just when she was forgetting her lines.
Yeah, could have been, yeah. Could have been. I do have a recollection of it, I have to say.
We've got a delay just at the minute whilst Luke Wells is redressing.
Well, that and Blair Tickner's back on the field. He had gone off the field.
All right.
Nick Potts had come on as a 12th man, who's with the travelling party for whatever reason. We've had Mitch Wagstaff on as a 12th man as well. He was the one player apart from Alex Thompson who isn't here now. It was in the squad, matchday squad, who isn't playing in this game. Morley begins a new over, bowling to Hurst, who defends it back to him. The overthrows, which were shambolic, that went for the boundary. That was the first boundary that Morley had conceded. He pushes this next delivery, Hurst, into the offside, where it's fielded by.
And it was nothing to do with him.
It was nothing to do with him. It would have been a single and no more.
But it was a tight run, really tight.
It was one of the worst throws I think I've ever seen. Turned into the leg side. Here it is. Harry came again. This time he just lobs it to the wicketkeeper Brooke Guest to go through for a single. Hurst moves on to 34, 192, 4-3.
Came had done sterling work prior to that.
Yes.
He'd been busy in the covers.
Yeah. His throw rather let him down, though. I would suggest.
He wasn't in the same postcode, was he?
No, it was awful. In goes Morley again. He's driven. Kame gets a hand to that left hand with a tumbling effort.
That again, just from Morley, that's a little bit slower. Just a bit slower.
Give it a chance. Jewell in it. Short leg as Morley bowls. Oh, and he's beaten him.
And again.
Wells taking some pace off, getting some turn.
Yeah, two deliveries there. I think that's the pace. Just a little bit slower.
And taking him 12 overs to work it out. One run from the over. Final ball is in and bowls to Wells, who defends that one. Gets it just as it hits the ground to negate the spin, if there is any. And the over comes to an end. 192 for 3. Wells has 106. Hurst has 34. They've added 78 so far for the fourth wicket, I beg your pardon. Run rate starting to creep a little bit, but not too much. 2.6 over the course of the day.
Do you know, on pace of spin bowling, I'm just thinking back to Philip Tufnell. He would be asking, how's my pace? He'd be asking sort of Jack Russell or Alex Stewart, how's my pace? And so there'd be a dialogue that, you know, you're a bit quick, you're a bit
take a bit off.
Yeah, take a bit off. Just the danger is, don't take a bit off and lob it up there.
No,
you've still got to bowl it and get through your action.
Yeah.
But like you say, if you give it a chance, and it's a little bit slower, you have a chance of spin and bounce.
Well, Martin Anderson's going to continue with all his S's. 6 overs for 7. Talking about Jorvik before. He's a Scandinavian descent, Martin Anderson. Bowls to Hurst, who defends that one straight to the ground. There's no run. I think his father is Swedish. Came to Derbyshire from Middlesex permanently in the winter. Having been on loan at the end of last season, he actually played one game on loan a couple of years, 3 years ago. And was called back. And when he was called back, he'd started a game where he was supposed to play for Derbyshire. He was called back and he crashed his car on the M1. He was all right. Everybody was okay. Anderson in and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Hurst out towards Morley for a single. 193 for 3. Hurst moves on to 35. Yeah, so the first boundary that he conceded was from overthrows, and then he conceded another one, and that was
the 100.
Luke Wells getting to his century. he may well get a bit of a rest in, 7 overs time. As the second new ball will be taken immediately, I am certain. Anderson around the wicket, balls to Wells. He just gets hurried by that one a little bit, turns it into the leg side. There's Harry Kame again. Ball is being attracted to him a lot, Harry Kame. I'm not sure he appreciates it necessarily.
Isn't it funny that I mentioned earlier that to the left-handed batter, the quick bowlers have exclusively round the wicket.
Anderson's doing it now.
Round the wicket.
In comes Anderson again and bowls. That one is heaved into the leg side, and it's gone in between the two fielders out there back of the square and gone all the way for 4 runs. It was a bit too short from Anderson really at his pace, and it goes in between Tickner and Lloyd away to our right and to the boundary for 4 runs. 197 for 3. Well, I mean, obviously the captain, the bowlers themselves, but the bowling coach, would he be looking at that and thinking, well, why don't we just try something a bit different?
Yeah, I mean, it's a chat somewhere along the way. Look, why don't we change the angle?
Anderson into Wells, who defends that one into the offside.
Only, I've no problem with round the wicket, none at all, but only for let's have a change.
Yeah. We've got 3 wickets all day.
Yeah, let's have a change.
Let's just see if something else will work. If you don't try it, you'll never find out. I suppose with the run rate as it is, Derbyshire not too concerned at the moment. And it's going to take an awful lot of time out of this game for Lancashire to get a score that they will feel they only need to bat once, as that one is pushed out into the offside by Wells. Dal does the fielding. What are you looking at with 22 overs left today? They're only going to get another 60 runs or so, aren't they, at this pace? Get up to 260, so to get to 500 if they carry on like this will take till tomorrow, the close of play tomorrow. I know it won't, but if they carried on at this pace,
you'd expect that somewhere along the way they'd increase the rate. And with fatigue from the fielders, because you do get value for shot, and the shot that we just seen there, we pulled away to the leg side. That's a short boundary. It really is. We're right over towards the new hotel.
Well, I reckon there's a maximum of 3 pitches to the right of it, and then you're into the outfield, aren't you?
Yeah.
And of course, they can take 1 or 2 more chances with only 3 down as well, so there is the opportunity to accelerate for Lancashire as and when they decide that that's the way forward. As Morley is around the wicket to the right-handed Hurst, who drives it up to Chappell at a deepish mid-off, and there's no run. The net's getting a good soaking away to our left. One of the ground staff has got the big hose pipe out. I hope that's what it is. The ball next delivery is defended by Matty. I don't know what's up with Scott. You see it just beyond the little white.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It is a hose pipe, isn't it? This next delivery's turned into the leg side. That's a good piece of fielding by Harry Kame again at mid-wicket. Turned into the leg side by Hurst, scrambling to his left. Manages to get a decent hand on it. 3 dot balls to begin the over. 197 for 3 Lancashire have been put into bat this morning, and that one is defended by Hurst. Back to Morley, bends down and picks it up with his right hand. Pulls his sleeves up, blows into his hand as he does before every single delivery. Having already tried it on the, I was going to say footmarks, but there aren't any of those. This one is defended by Hurst and just gets away from Morley momentarily. Yeah, not a single mark on this pitch.
No, there's not. And there won't be tomorrow either.
No, so not an awful lot for the spinners to work with, other than the surface itself. As Morley comes in to complete the over, back goes Hurst, cuts it out towards Dal, who's fielding in the covers. They go through for a single. It's the final ball of the over. 198 for 3. 5 overs to go until the second new ball becomes available.
And the first thing tomorrow morning is that the pitch will be cut and rolled.
Yeah.
And so you'll see a different colour again. And it'll go lighter and lighter. The ends will go greyer and greyer. You'd always be looking for the runoffs, for the quick ballers' runoffs. Is there any rough that a spinner can work with? But you need plenty of days' play. You know, you'll play a 5-day test match here, and it's fabulous. You can score centuries. The quick ballers bend the back, and it'll spin late on.
Anderson from the Anderson end, but with one fewer S. That one is pushed out into the offside square by Hurst for a couple of runs. 200 is up for Lancashire. 200 for 3 in the 76th over. 2.66 is very reminiscent of what was going on down at Glamorgan 2 weeks ago. And the scoring rate was equally low. That one was turned into the leg side. It was rather leading edge as he turned his back too early. Hurst and sent it straight to Annosdale. Blair Tickner starting to work on his core or something, I don't know. I think that's what they say, it's his core, isn't it? Working on his core. I don't know what one of those is. I don't think I've ever had one of those.
Well, he's got 5 overs to go. He'll be stiffening up if he...
As I say, he can't keep still. Here's Anderson, bowls to Hurst, who defends that one. Straight back to the bowler. That's the stillest I've seen Blair Tickner in his entire time at Dunno. There we go, he's moving again. He's on one leg now. Always thinking, like a shark. Oh no, they're moving, aren't they? They're always moving. He's always thinking. Jack Morley standing beyond the boundary rope with his arms crossed. Now he enters the field of play as Anderson is on his way in to bowl to Hurst, who pushes it up to mid-on. And Caleb Jewell in his fielding pads.
We mentioned it before on here that when I was at Sky, the producer had a wonderful idea in Australia. Why don't you go in a shark cage?
No.
Oh yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
Why?
Because he said he'd pay me. I said I've got a better idea. Why don't you go in it?
Anderson bowls to Hurst, who turns it into the onside. And there's no run as it's fielded by Harry Kane. Nearest and Dearest.
Nearest and Dearest, that was
much.
it called,
Thank
and
you.
it was at the Pickle Factory.
Nelly and Eli Pledge.
There we go.
They may be siblings, but then the premise is great.
Yeah.
But their personalities are like night and day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nearest and Dearest.
If not for inheritance, they would never even think of becoming business partners. Here comes Anderson, bowls to Hurst, who defends that one. The spin-off was not on your Nelly.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was. It ran until 1973. It's no wonder I can't remember it. 1973 it finished.
Well, I've read up on Hilda Baker, and she was a comedian, sitcom actress, but apparently she had fantastic parties. She used to throw these parties like you've never believed.
Anyway, I've got to do an update.
It's going to be Morley still, and he's having a chat with, well, mid-on. And the fielders are wandering about, getting into position. There's a slip. Look at the catches. There's a slip, there's a short leg, there's a short mid-wicket catching.
Here comes Morley. Oh, it's hammered back towards the left-arm spinner.
That's bounced, hasn't it?
I think that's bounced and driven, I think, into the ground. Morley in the end has kind of parried it up in the air. 200 on the board for Lancashire. 3 wickets down. Here's Morley into Wells, goes back, works away to the leg side. There's no run. 110 not out, Luke Wells. There's Jack Morley in, balls again.
Wells drives to cover, and there's no addition to the score. New ball will be due after this over, so 3 to go. So a decent chunk of the new ball tonight for Derbyshire. Turned into the leg side by Wells. Kind of deflected off short leg. Caleb Jewell under the helmet there. Wells through for a single, moves to 111 not out, 201 for 3.
And for lengths to get through that new ball, get through unscathed, and then you might just kick on.
Well, this partnership's nicely set now, isn't it? Hurst off the back foot, plays it to mid-off, there's no run. Having established this partnership and having had one batter reach 3 figures, these two are the best players to try and negotiate that new ball. Can they safely get to it? Morley from around the wicket, in and balls, and Hurst clips the ball out to the leg side. And there's no run. End of the over, just the single coming off it. 201 for 3. Lancashire. Wells on 111. Hurst on 38. And 19 overs remaining in the day.
First time I've really seen Hurst, and he looks a good player. You mentioned the 50s that he's got. You start converting them into centuries, he looks unflustered. And he looks confident. You know, a wonderful player up at Durham, Beddingham. He just bats, and he don't break sweat. And this lad looks the same, and Marcus Harris is the same. You know, he looks really calm. Are you doing an update?
I am.
Well, I'll carry on then. Oh, big appeal from around the wicket. It's given not out. Fired in from David Lloyd. Bowling off spin in the 77th over. New ball due in 3 overs time, then it'll be taken straight away, I'm absolutely certain. As Lloyd comes in again and fires it in. Ball is pushed up to mid-on and there's no run.
It's brave of him leaving you by yourself.
Oh, let me loose.
Next delivery for Lloyd is turned down back on a square on the leg side for a single by Wells.
As my wife would say, he's on commentary and he's not supervised.
No, totally unsupervised. I think that's against BBC policy.
Yeah, sure.
A couple of overs after this until the second new ball, and then we can start again. Everybody wary of that, and very much aware of that, as the ball is driven by Hurst up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Zach Chappell.
Do you reckon it'll be the same 2 opening bowlers? Yeah.
I would say so. I'm just having a look here. Ben Aitchison's only bowled 12 as this one is driven.
4.
That'll be 4 runs for Matty Hurst, although the ball is slowing up. I'm not sure Zach Chappell's got the energy to get all the way there. He certainly won't dive. And the ball does indeed reach the boundary rope. And Hurst picks up another boundary, moves to 42 now. And Lancashire up to 206 for 3. Tickner's bowled 14 overs, 2 for 43, and Aitchison 12 overs, 1 for 35. I'd be very surprised. Dowell has taken the new ball. Took it down at Glamorgan, but that was largely because Lewis Rees had done his hamstring by then, and he had been opening the ball. That's an awful delivery. Full toss wide of the off stump, and it's clouted away down towards the wide third man area. Aitchison does the fielding, but they get back for 2 more, and Hurst moves to 44, 208 for 3 at the end of the over. Wells has 112. I reckon that Wells has had his helmet off as much as he's had it on over the course of this innings. He's taken it off again, mopping his stylish hairdo.
Well, he has no hair.
Well, that's why it's stylish.
Yeah. And I mean, you get into batting stamina. It's his first century of the summer, and so he won't have batted this long. And I'm not saying fatigue, but I should think he's that type of player that once he's got to 100, he ain't going to give it away.
No,
you don't give it away. And he's continually redressing himself. He's taking his helmet off, and he looks as if he's got a little towel tucked in at the back of his trousers. It's quite warm work, I should think, out there.
He's got a high score of 258. As he faces the first ball of a new Jack Morley over and whips it up to Chappell at
Was
mid-on.
that for Lancs or Sussex?
That's a very good question.
Right.
I'd have to do more digging for that. It's the kind of digging that Scott should be doing, really. That one's turned into the leg side by Wells. Just for a single this time. Anish Dal loses his floppy white sun hat as he runs around the boundary to do the fielding. Luke Wells' highest score of 258. Was that for Sussex or for Lancs? Thank you very much. Well, he's not doing anything else, is he?
Well, he's going to get onto that. Yeah.
Quite right, too. 209 for 3. In and bowls to Hurst this time is Morley, pushed up towards Aitchison at mid-on. 3 of the quicks are starting to windmill their arms now, and this is Aitchison's been doing it. It was for Sussex. Chappell's been doing it, and Chappell's going to do some fielding now, moving away to his left. Gets down as quickly as he can. In 2017, that 258. You can always find stuff out if we need to. 210 for 3. Wells on 113. Not even halfway to his highest score. Morley bowls to him, they clips that nicely into the leg side, out towards Dal for a single. Dal in the shadow of one of the big floodlight pylons, just started to creep across the Old Trafford outfield. Lovely scene. Wall to wall sunshine, as it always is in the north. I keep telling people in Derbyshire it's always like this up here, but they don't believe me. That was driven by Hurst back to Morley. And there's no run. 3 runs off the over. 17 overs to go today, which will tell us that there's 1 over to go until the second new ball is available. Lancashire 211 for 3 with Wells on 114 and Hurst on 45. If they do choose, I'd be surprised, but if they do choose Zach Chappell, he's bowled 13 overs for 41. Morley's economy rate is exemplary. 2 1/4 and over. You take that.
Just control, but non-threatening.
No, it's not threatened. No.
Not threatened.
No. I'm asking for one or the other, but you can never have both.
Yeah.
At Derbyshire.
If he's bowled it slightly slower, I think he's got an opportunity.
Here's Lloyd bowling to Wells, who guides the ball out square on the offside. Fielded by Dal.
I always think your last session you've got an opportunity as a batting side just to increase and kick on, especially when you've got plenty of wickets.
Yes, which they certainly have. Lloyd bowls to Wells, who defends it straight back to the bowler.
It's almost as if you want the opposition to take the new ball because it comes on nicely, it's a bit harder and it rings off the bat.
And there'll be a couple of miles an hour slower, won't there, the bowlers who take it. That one's turned up to mid-on this time, but it's fielded by Chappell.
I mean, you always think that way, that you get the opening bowler into his 3rd spell.
Yeah.
Get him into his 3rd spell, so let's see what he's got.
Wells goes back this time, punches it out into the offside. Kane fields. Well, we shall find out in 3 deliveries time what is in Wayne Madson's mind. He's at slip at the moment. Lloyd bowls. That one is guided out into the offside beyond the dive of Harry Moore. And a nice piece of fielding by Morley. The chance of a run out now then. That might be interesting. No, it's a really good piece of fielding by Morley. Lloyd whipped the bails off, but just too late. Just too late. But it was tight.
It's a wonderful piece of fielding.
Yeah.
He gets rid of the ball quickly and accurately.
Yeah.
Throws perfect. Just too quick, Hurst.
Did well, and Wells moves on to 116. As the Pigeons swoop again. Lloyd bowls off the back foot, punched into the offside. A bit more sedate, the fielding here. And that is the century partnership between these two. 214-4-3. The second century stand of the innings, following on from Wells and Harris. This one coming up off 245 balls, which is a lot slower than the one between Harris and Wells, which was off 175. Now the decision is to be made. I think it's been made, because Caleb Jewell has got his pants down. He's removing his fielding pads. So who are we going to see first? Ben Aitchison has removed his cap. Looks like he's going to bowl the first over with a new ball from the Statham end.
So now for the captain, is brand new ball, new phase of the game. How many catches? There's a big partnership, century partnership, 2 batters well set. So you've got an opportunity with a new ball. Get your new ball bowlers on, he'll do that. Now how many catches? Because he's got to look also to save runs. And there's one fielder camped out in front of the new hotel.
He's not moving, is he?
So he's a saver. He's a defensive fielder. And that's on the offside, left-hander batting. So a backward point right on the boundary. There's bound to be a fine leg who will drift into position, and there'll be a deep square leg. So there are 3 scouts out. Now how many catches?
We're going to have 2 slips and a gully, it looks like. There's a man at extra cover who isn't really a catcher, but he's closer to the bat than many others. The mid-on's quite deep, Morley. So there's 2 out on the leg side. That's square leg and long leg. And Aitchison is in to bowl to Wells, and the ball goes through to the keeper. I assume they've taken the new ball. I didn't see it being waved, but I assume it has been taken.
Yeah, I'll just have a close look and see if it looks brand new. Let's have a see.
Was it taken? It was taken, thank you, Scott.
Yeah, it is brand new.
Aitchison on his way in again. Bowls, that's left alone again by Wells outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guess. You also want the batters to play at the ball occasionally. Don't waste your first couple of overs bowling so wide of the off stump that your energy levels are being sapped.
Well, he's not bowled for a while, so he'll be a little bit stiff.
Well, prior to 11 o'clock this morning, he hadn't bowled since 2023. And he comes again, bowls wide of the off stump again. Through to the keeper.
I'm putting him at about 75 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So medium pace.
He's never been express, even when he first arrived at Derbyshire. I don't know how much he played at Lancashire. He didn't play much.
He's on the academy, I think.
Yeah.
Good build.
Yes.
Oh, good build.
He's looked after himself. Formby. Quite
oh,
posh
yeah.
up there, isn't it?
Very nice.
This next delivery is defended by Wells. His dad Ian was director of rugby at Waterloo.
That's rugby union, yeah.
Yes, wrong sort of rugby, obviously, but
well, some would argue that it's the other one that's.
do you know what? I used to be vehemently anti-rugby union. I covered rugby league for a long time. I find Super League almost unwatchable these days. In comes Aitchison again. Back goes Wells, punches it up to mid-off.
We got York City Knights around our end. And
just the Knights now, no City.
York Knights. So they're in just below Premier League, aren't they? That's
right.
it, yeah.
Yeah, decent side. I used to support them. I used to live in Barnby Moor, which is not too far outside of York, about 12 miles on 1079 towards Hull. Aitchison in and bowls. That's a full delivery on the pads, and it's clipped away by Wells, out for a single towards Dal on the leg side boundary. And the first over with the new ball yields 1 run for Lancashire, 215 for 3. Aitchison 13 overs, 1 for 36 on his return to first team action. It will be Blair Tickner from the Statham end. No, the Jimmy Anderson end. And you'll get it wrong eventually. He's just measuring out his run-up while the two batters have a drink and a wipe down. Yes, I followed York for, well, I worked at the Evening Press for 6 months. Did a full season of York Rugby League. That was...
at York Press?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Worked there for only 6 months after working at the Press Association. Covering York Rugby League team.
And then you moved to Bolton?
Well, I still lived in Bolton when I was working in York,
okay.
which is quite a trek.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a bit too far, really. They were the Wasps back then, before they became the Knights. I think they went bust the years I was watching them as well. I think they've done that a couple of times. It's going to be Blair Tickner from the Anderson end. And he's going to be initially bowling to Luke Wells on 118. And Wells goes back and punches it out into the offside. And of course it's Harry Kame that it goes to, because every ball seems to go to Harry Kame. Only 2 extras in the entire day. It's remarkable, isn't it? One bye and one leg bye.
Yeah, a bye and a leg bye.
That's it.
Yeah.
Must be relatively unusual. Feels unusual. I thought there was a bye before the bye that was given, but it's not counted in the scorebook. As a Tickner goes around the wicket to Wells.
No swing.
No.
No, I mean, you can forget over the wicket. There's obviously...
They're not going over the wicket.
No.
They're refusing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got it in their heads that around the wicket's the future.
That's fine. It's absolutely fine. No problem with that. But let's have a change.
Try something. Yeah. For goodness sake, try something. Here comes Tickner in and bowls. 2 wickets already. That one's been driven square on the offside. Dal's running around and gets there with a sliding stop. Hurls the ball back in. The batters get back for a couple. Nice cricket all round apart from the delivery. 217 4-3.
Yeah, you mentioned how long will it take to get to 500. You've got to be winning the game. How can we win the game?
Yes.
And by winning the game, you've got to increase your scoring.
At this
You
rate,
want this pitch to just do a bit.
could be Thursday as the next ball is defended up towards mid-on by Wells.
You're looking, is there any wear and tear? There's not a mark on this. I'll have a look at it first thing in the morning. But I've seen them so many times.
I'm convinced it's a hybrid.
Right, okay.
Just because there are no the last 3 pitches that Derbyshire have played on have been hybrids, and there's not a mark on them. It's just not natural, is it? We'll have to inquire. This next delivery is driven but straight to Harry Kame by Wells. The wind has changed direction now. It's coming from the west. No, the east. The east.
Yeah, that's northeast. Yeah, it is coming from the east.
It was coming from the northwest before.
Coming from the city.
Yeah. Surprised it could get through some of those buildings.
Look at that, it's like Manhattan.
It's incredible, isn't it? And next delivery is driven away. That's a glorious shot from Wells. 4 runs all the way. Climbed into it. Drove it to the cover boundary for 4. Really nicely played. He moves to 124 and Lancashire to 221 for 3. That's fair raced away.
You just see the intent in the shot from a player who's got a century on the board. He's full of confidence. He's a big fella. He's well over 6 foot. Massive stride and a full flow of the bat. Not one of these check drives. He's giving it the kitchen sink there. And that's the feel of a new ball. Yeah. And we could hear it from here, just a crack that it hits the middle of the bat.
Derbyshire need wickets. And they need multiple wickets before the close of play. 221 for 3 Lancashire. To say they were 11 for 2. They've done all right. Back-to-back century stands. Wells and Harris, Wells and Hurst. 2 slips and a gully. A point who's quite deep. The catchers for Aitchison beginning a new over. Ball played into the ground by Hurst, fielded by the bowler off his own bowling. Aitchison speaking to the umpire about something. Likes a chat, Aitchison.
He's a Formby lad, you say?
Yes. Yeah.
He'll be into golf then. Be a golfer.
I imagine most sports people are, but I imagine he is. Next delivery is pushed up to mid-on by Hurst. Probably hits it about 400 yards.
I'll tell you what, I've seen some of these England cricketers, they hit it a long way.
The touch game that wins your golf matches, though, when it not smashing it
it's round the green,
a million
isn't
years,
it?
a million miles down the fairway. Although, as Rory McIlroy found out yesterday, driving it up to the fairway might be useful. That one is driven off an inside edge out towards the square leg boundary. It's fielded out there by David Lloyd. They go through for a single. Hurst moves to 46, 2-2 for 3.
What a Richie Benaud, that.
Yes,
almost.
Almost.
Yeah.
They haven't lost that wicket in the afternoon session.
Choo.
Here comes Aitchison again. Round the wicket to Wells, who plays an interesting looking shot. I'm not entirely sure he needed to play that. I'm fairly sure that he doesn't think he needed to either. Ball goes back towards Aitchison. Derbyshire winning on points, of course. But not for long, you wouldn't have thought. Here comes Aitchison again. That one is driven away, and now it goes straight through Harry Kane this time. It's going to go to the boundary for 4. David Lloyd running around, but he can't get there, and Wells picks up another boundary. He moves to 128, and Lancashire to 226 for 3.
It's that same cover drive.
Yeah.
With a full stride, full flow of the bat.
The follow through of the bat's beautiful, isn't
it? Yeah, it is.
Yeah. They always look classy, though, left-handers at Bumble, don't they?
Well, I remember Gary Sobers.
Gower.
Yeah, full flow of the bat. And then there were stodgy left-handers. Never in command.
I will not hear
Never
that.
in command left-handers.
Not hear a word of it. It just bowls. That one is a check drive, and it's 4 more. This time much straighter on the offside, but the same result. He did check that shot. He moves on to 132 now. Wells, bang, and away it goes. 132 to him, 230 for 3. Lancashire, with 13 overs left today. Here at sunny Old Trafford, Derbyshire need to do something, and they need to do something reasonably quickly. Otherwise, this game will be beyond them. They've obviously still got to bat, and if they bat well, then it's beyond everybody.
Well, they've every chance because this pitch stays really, really good.
Yeah.
Unless the bits of it will break up, but they don't.
Probably
usually.
only the batters who are describing it as good.
Yeah.
I know what you mean, but we all call them good pitches, don't we? But they can be too good. As Hurst dabs this into the offside, sets off for a potential single, but decides against it wisely.
So what do you need on this pitch? This is a test match pitch. This is what you play a test match on. You need searing pace.
Yeah.
You need somebody with real blistering pace and wrist spin. That's it. On this pitch.
Well, Derbyshire don't have either necessarily.
That's it.
Did Lancashire have that?
No.
Excellent. Well, there we go then. Derbyshire have got a wrist spinner in the squad, but he's 12th manning. As that one is driven, Tickner stops it in his follow through nicely. That is good news. What we need is what we haven't got.
Yeah, that's my point. That if you get
somebody
onto
made
this,
the point. I think it must have been you and Paul Allett talking before you. So what you need is a tall leggy.
Yeah.
Yeah. You remember a lad called Critchley?
Matt Critchley.
He was on the books at Lancashire, went to Derbyshire, then now he's at Essex, and he'd have been useful. Sadly, he's nowhere near the northwest. That one is clipped nicely into the leg side, backward square, out towards Allenstown by Hurst, who moves to 47, 231 for 3.
Well, the lad Harrison, who's playing at Northamptonshire, 10 wickets here.
Yeah.
They didn't win, but he took 10 wickets.
Yeah, he's useful, isn't he?
And he batted 9 and got 50.
And I didn't realise he was 28, 29. I thought he was younger than that. He's on loan from Notts, isn't he?
Yeah.
From the Nottinghamshire basket of players they signed but can't be bothered using anymore. Actually, I think he might have come through at Notts, but he's now surplus to requirements. As they scooped up everybody who was any good in the East Midlands. And then spat them out again. That one's way wide of the off stump by Blair Tickner.
You're not a fan then?
Well, I'm contractually obliged not to like Notts, being from Radio Derby.
Yeah.
They're about 12 miles apart.
Yeah.
The two cities
I know,
don't get on at all, as you can imagine. But they have this. I mean, most recently they've been and taken all the players from Worcestershire, haven't they? But they've been to Derbyshire, they've been to Leicestershire. Zach Chappell made a 90-odd on debut at Derby for Leicestershire as Tickner bowls again wide of the off stump through to Guest. Notts signed him, barely played him. The one player that Notts have got that I would have in my side every day of the week is Brett Hutton, who's been there forever and gets called on occasionally, but always produces. Really good cricketer. Really good cricketer.
It's a bit like Joe Leach was at Worcestershire.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't have any of the others, though. Apart from Samet, of course, who's now one of my favourites. That one's turned into the leg side by Wells. The final ball of Tickner's over. 231 for 3. Wells has 132. Hurst has 47. Samet, the Derbyshire T20 captain. I've just read the Cricketer magazine at the back there, which was the season preview. I thought I'd just see what they said about Derbyshire, and I stopped reading it at the moment. The first thing I read was it said captain, county championship and 50 overs. Oh, county championship and T20, Wayne Madsen. 50 overs, Samit Patel. Samit's the T20 captain, and Wayne doesn't play 50 over cricket because he's elsewhere in August.
It's nice if you can have August off.
Well, he doesn't quite have it. I mean, he was playing here, wasn't he, in August? But now he's down at Lords, I think, this year. He's got a gig. Here's Ben Aitchison bowling to Matty Hurst, who drives down the ground. That'll be 4 runs. It's been chased by Jack Morley. He needn't bother. First ball of the over goes for a boundary, and Hurst has a half century. 51 to Matty Hurst of 129 deliveries with his 6th 4, and he has added 121 so far for the 4th wicket with Luke Wells.
It's like the motorway. It's like driveway.
It's not going well, is it?
Lots of drives.
Madsen is just moving the man on the mid-wicket boundary 5 yards to his left. That should do it. Then comes Aitchison again. It's turned into the leg side, fielded by Martin Anderson, who finds himself at catching mid-wicket. It's Luke Wells' highest score, this 132 at Old Trafford, beating his 130 that he got against Somerset. I remember it well, against Somerset last year. Scott says batting down at 6. He's opened the batting here, and he's still there. He's at the non-striker's end. So he's bowled him. Ben Aitchison has got one through, and Matty Hurst goes for 51. Middle and off, top of. It's amazing as well, if you bowl aiming to hit the middle of off, the top of off rather, you pick up wickets. That's exactly what Ben Aitchison has done. They've got their 4th wicket, 235 for 4. Apologies for the surprise in my voice. Derbyshire have got their 4th wicket. 51 off 131 deliveries for Matty Hurst, and he and Wells added 121.
Well, we didn't see that coming.
No.
Just a couple of drives from Luke Wells, one from Matty Hurst, and then Aitchison, he's over the wicket to the right hander, and it nips back. It's a good delivery. It's the top of off stump. It nips back. I don't think he's got a nick on it. He hasn't. And it's the top. It's just nipped back. It's a golden delivery. It beats the defence, goes through between bat and pad. It brings George Bell to the crease. So the new ball has broken this partnership. So that's good for Derbyshire. They needed a break. They were going so well, these two. But now there's a new batter at the crease, and that's George Bell joins Luke Wells. Wells is on 132. I didn't see that coming, but it's a good delivery.
And now you've got the scenario that if they can nick out another 2,
yep.
And the run rate has only been what the run rate's been, and Lancashire at the close is 260 for 5.
I'd still think Lancs have had a satisfactory day, a good day.
Because they were put into bat.
Yeah, and I always think that if you've got 7 for on day 1, if you've got put them in and you've got 7 for on day 1, you've done all right, because you've got 9, 10, 11.
Derbyshire need 3 wickets.
Yeah, well.
In what the next remaining overs aren't on there.
11.
We've got 11 overs, 11 and a half overs to go. Well. Well done to Ben Aitchison, whose figures are now 2 for 49, which keeps him, I think, at the top of the Derbyshire bowling averages. Not quite. I think Lewis Rees is probably just above him. Yeah, Lewis Rees taken his 19 wickets at 22. Aitchison bowls to the new batter, Bell, who drives up towards a straight mid-off, and there's no run.
He's opened in the last 2 matches, George Bell. And now there's been a change. Yeah, there's been the change with Wells taking his position. He's taken Wells' position at 6.
Probably a bit of rivalry here between these two then. Aitchison in and bowls. That one is defended again by Bell. This time into the onside. Anderson comes across to do the fielding.
And he's a wicket keeper as well, Bell.
You know, he looks like one, doesn't he?
He does, yeah.
When he's batting out there from this distance, he looks like a wicket keeper.
We had so many wicket keepers. George Lavelle.
Yeah, been playing for Derbyshire seconds in the last couple of matches.
Yeah.
Can't have too many wicket keepers.
Phil Salt, Matty Hurst.
Joss Butler. Next delivery. Does he play for Lancashire anymore?
Who's that?
Yeah, quite. That one is defended by Bell. Thank you. And there's no run. 235 for 4 at the end of the over. We're not to get ourselves into trouble.
Well, he's out in the IPL. He's playing well. He got 500 runs.
Yeah.
As Joss Butler and the top of the league.
I'm pleased for them. Good Girat.
Yeah. Top.
Well, you're the IPL expert around here.
ICB a second. That's Phil Salt and Livingston.
Yeah.
They don't play that often. Although Salt's had dengue fever.
Has he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah.
Did I read that Livingston stopped playing red ball cricket? No? Okay. Somebody has. I thought it was him. Here comes Blair Tickner into bowl to Wells, who goes up on his toes and plays it out into the offside. They're thinking about a single. They're having negotiations. But Dahl has done the fielding and there's no run. 235 for 4. is Derbyshire don't have any players in the IPL. Not sure why. Have had a couple of players in the PSL in recent times, but not this year. Although they did have 2 players playing in Guyana for a team from Bangladesh in the winter who won the World T20 Cup or whatever it was called. This one is driven handsomely by Wells for 4 more.
Short.
That's beautiful. To a wide, long off, glorious shot from Luke Wells. Moves on to 136 now. Lancashire to 239 for 4.
That's a lovely shot. He's getting his drives away, isn't he? He's getting it through the offside.
That was glorious.
Does Scott want to come on here now, do you? Not that I'm fed up or anything, but
thanks, Dave.
I'm getting a bit thirsty.
The bar's open. You'd be going back across to the posh seats, right? Here's Tickner, bowls. That one's a fuller delivery, and it's pushed up to mid-on by Wells. And there is no run. So Bell yet to get off the mark, and Wells on 132. Most recently, the wicket to fall. Matty Hurst, bowled by Ben Aitchison for 51. He looked as surprised as I sounded that the ball had got through. Tickner is in again. That's a short ball. It's pulled into the leg side violently by Wells for 4 runs. A long, long way in front of square, giving David Lloyd absolutely no chance out there in front of the hotel. Another really nice shot from Wells, who moves to 140. 243 for 4 now. And Blair Tickner is getting a bit of tap here. 2 for 58. Now from his 16.5 overs. Started really nicely this morning. Hasn't found that same rhythm this afternoon, certainly. That one is played into the offside by Wells. And he practices a leave, which might have been the preferred shot there.
You mentioned this is his highest score, didn't you, at Old Trafford, this going past the 130, just looking on the list. It's his 3rd highest score for Lancashire, actually.
It's like the bad old days. Here comes Tickner again and bowls. That's left alone by Wells to go through to Brookgest, and the over comes to an end. Tickner 17 overs, 2 for 58. He's been out bowled really by Ben Aitchison, 15 overs, 2 for 49. Aitchison is going to bowl the next delivery as well. They're just showing, I think, the day's wickets. Yep, they are. Catch down the leg side to get rid of Josh Bohannon, the Keaton Jennings, Wayne Madsen catch, then Madsen with the catch to dismiss Marcus Harris, and then finally that delivery, which surprised everybody. Me, Bumble, Matty Hurst, possibly even Ben Aitchison, to get Hurst out for 51, but yeah, I was a little startled when it happened. It nearly woke us both up.
Yes, he kind of came from nowhere, didn't it?
Absolutely
really?
Nowhere. No idea where it came from.
It's the highest partnership of the innings, that one as well. Bell defends this delivery from Aitchison, pushed into the offside. There's no run. Got successive century partnerships, which hasn't happened for a while for Lancashire. Wells and Harris 103, and Wells and Hurst 121. Wells is still going.
It shows no sign of stopping either.
Pretty stylish knock, hasn't it, by Luke Wells. Aitchison in balls to Bell. That's defended to mid-on.
The rest of his team have scored 100.
Yes, he's become the Marcus Harris this week. There's Luke Wells.
This game hasn't really moved on particularly quickly, but 2 have. Middlesex all out for 232 against Leicestershire, and Northamptonshire all out for 185.
And Bell defending.
Against Glamorgan down in Cardiff, and Glamorgan already 31 without loss in their first innings. Kent 338 for 6. That's something of a recovery against Gloucestershire.
Yeah, they were in a mess, weren't they?
Yeah. You can't. We all predicted the second division at the start of the season. We have our own predictions at Derbyshire. We put them in an envelope and bring them out at the end of the season. The mine's already going to be hopeless.
Aitchison balls to Bell. That's tucked away off the back foot to mid-wicket. There's no run.
But I just don't think you can predict the second division. It's just very strange. Don't know what's happening.
Well, I mentioned this the other week when I was on commentary. This is, since Lancashire won the title in 2011, this is the 4th time they've been in Division 2.
Okay.
And the previous 3 occasions, they've gone straight back up, and I think they've gone straight back up as champions in those 3 previous times. Just some balls to Bell, who defends, and there's no run. And they were the dominant side in the division. But it looks like a pretty even division. There's not a great deal between most of the sides.
And with Leicestershire bolting, they're going to put themselves in a very handy position if they win at Lords.
Yeah, that's quite a big gap, isn't it? But it's Aitchison over the wicket to Bell. Trying to get off the mark, George Bell. Just drops it into the offside, and having to be patient for the time being. It's the end of the over. And Lancashire 243 for 4. Wells 140. Not out. George Bell on naught. The bowlers used for Derbyshire today, well, Aitchison and Tickner, the 2 wicket takers, but plenty of bowling options there used by Captain Wayne Madsen.
I've been told who we're speaking to at the end of the day's play. I do hope it's Ben Aitchison. He's got every chance being the pick of the bowlers. Be nice to speak to him on the record. We've spoken to him plenty of times at matches when he's been doing laps of the ground, running and all sorts of stuff, but it'd be nice to speak to him if you're listening, Henry.
Well, it's the broader subject, isn't it? It's the story about his coming back again.
It's remarkable. Tickner begins a new over from the Anderson end, and the ball is turned into the leg side by Wells, out towards Lloyd for a single. 244 for 4. Wells moves on to 141. Fully expect to get a message from either Henry or Stephen now saying it's Harry Kame, because they think they're funny, but don't even try it, boys.
Well, yeah, here and there not, so you can pick whoever you want, can't you?
I could, yeah, and if H is around, I'll give him a shout. It's got to be him, hasn't it? It's got to be him. Like you say, the story. Well, I thought we were going to the 2 mid-wickets there, but we're not. We are going to have a gully, or are we having a 3rd slip? We're having a 3rd slip, so we have got 3 slips and a point now. Jewell, Madsen and Lloyd, the 3 slips for Tickner, who's into bowl to Hurst, who just dabs it out into the offside. There's no run. Mitch Wagstaff back on the field. He's fielding and catching mid-wicket George Bell, yes. Yes, Hurst's gone, isn't he? I remember. Bell, 10 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. I think that's what they've brought the extra slip in for, just to put a bit of doubt into his mind. I can't imagine that it'll worry him for a moment. As Tickner is in, and that one is driven just to the onside of the stumps at the non-striker's end by Bell.
Well, he got naught in the first innings last week at Northamptonshire. And 11 in the second innings, George Bell. Slightly nervy times here, trying to get himself up and running. And they've bowled well to him. There's not been a great deal there for him to try and
another freebie yet,
score. No.
Where will his first run come from? Tickner bowls to him and he clips into the leg side. That's a really nice piece of fielding by Mitch Wagstaff. The sub-fielder at mid-wicket, diving to his right to prevent the ball from going through and potentially to the boundary there, because he hit it quite well, Bell. 12 deliveries and counting. I'm just trying to create a bit of jeopardy here, that's all. I've got nothing against Bell at all. I don't know him. I'm sure he's a very fine young man. As Tickner is in a bowls to him, and that one is pushed up to mid-off where it's fielded by Zach Chappell. And there's no run.
Who do you reckon so far had the kind of better, stronger day? Who's the happier dressing room, do you think, at this point? There's 8 overs left.
I think Lancashire. But if, and it's a huge if, isn't it? If Derbyshire in the last 8 overs, last half hour, could nick out a couple more, I think they'd be more than happy. It all revolves around the run rate, doesn't it? If they'd have been scoring at 4 and over, as Bell pushes this one out into the offside, there's no run there for him either, as the over comes to an end. If they'd been going at 4 and over, then Lancashire are closing on being out of sight, aren't they? But 2.7.
Yep.
I think they've bowled okay, tidily but non-threatening. I think Bumble called it, and I think that's probably right.
Yeah, they've not stretched away, have they, Lancashire? They're not kind of.
No,
it's not been like a absolutely dominant day with the bat. But
can I just point out, I'm nearer the camera than Scott. That's why I look twice his size on the commentator cam, which is the bane of my life, because I've never been photogenic.
Oh, Dave.
Thank you for your sympathy. That's why I work on the radio. People can imagine all sorts of things when they hear my voice, but once they've seen me, that's shattered.
The illusion shattered.
Just completely shattered.
That's not what you need. Here is Aitchison to continue from around the wicket. Bowls to Wells, who plays it slightly awkwardly. Just skips onto him and he defends up towards mid-off. There's no run. We're just seeing as well the image on the live stream of the flags here. The wind has been pretty strong through the course of the afternoon. It's pushing quite firmly, blowing across the ground in towards Aitchison's right-hand side as he comes in from this Brian Statham end. Balls to Wells. Oh, that leaps up and it caught at Gully. Well, Wells, having looked quizzically towards the pitch in the previous delivery, does something similar here as well. That's a really sharp delivery that balloons, I think, off the shoulder of the bat. It's caught at Gully. It ends a terrific knock by Luke Wells. Martin Anderson with the catch at Gully. And Aitchison picks up his 3rd wicket of the day. 244 for 5, and Derbyshire trying to prize at least one more out before the close of play. Get the key batter of the day in Luke Wells.
I just sold you an absolute pup, and I apologise. I pointed out that it was Martin Anderson. It was Caleb Jewell. I have no idea why he's feeling there. This ovation for Luke Wells, though, and quite right too, because it's been a terrific innings. 270 deliveries, 19 fours and a 5. It might be 18 fours and a 5, because I think you'll get a 4 for that, won't you? But now then, this is interesting now for me. It might not be for anybody else. George Balderson comes out to join George Bell, so we've got 2 Georges out there, which is always exciting. And both batters on naught. At 10 to 6 with, 7.5 overs left in the day, and a 5th wicket goes down. Well, even Bumble was admitting 7 wickets if you put the opposition into bat. It's a good return. It was a fairly comfortable, well, it was a very comfortable catch for Caleb Jewell in the end. Again, apologies, I had no idea he was there. I'm not going to point out anything else. It's outrageous.
Well, it's a great chance, isn't it? Actually,
but it's a huge opportunity here for Derbyshire. Now, you've got to weigh up. Ben Aitchison hasn't played. I've been banging on about it all day, so everybody knows now that he hasn't played much cricket in recent times. And in his current spell, this is only his 5th over. He's probably got 2 maximum left in him, because you don't want to break him now that he's back.
Balderson on strike. Aitchison around the wicket balls. That's push full and left. Through to Brooke Guest. Be interesting to watch back the wicket taking delivery and the delivery of the ball before as well, because they seem to have reacted differently, though. It's the way that Wells played the ball before the wicket seemed to suggest maybe it just kept a little low on him, and then the wicket taking delivery seemed just to lift a bit. Pushed away by Balderson, fielded in the gully, and there's no run. And seeing maybe just a little bit of spice in the pitch.
Well, it'd be nice.
It won't be the worst thing, would
no,
it? No,
it would be nice.
Yeah.
Spice is nice.
It is, isn't it?
Which reminds me of my tea for this evening. The one joy about being at home is that I can go to the usual place.
2-4-4 for 5. So the back foot, Balderson trying to find a way into the offside, through the offside, but there's a ring of fielders on the offside, mid-off, cover, point. Gully, a couple of slips, mid-wicket, mid-on, fine leg as well. They've bowled well here, Derbyshire, after a pretty busy start to the session with the bat. Pulled it right back.
The 2 sessions after lunch and after tea, all of a sudden it looked like the run rate was going to really accelerate, and they have clawed it back beautifully. Fair play to them.
2-4-4 for 5. Final ball of the over. Going to go over the wicket this time to Balderson. Steered off the front foot. Duel at Gully Fields. No run and a wicket maiden, that. 2:44 for 5 with 7 overs remaining in the day. Here we go. We can look back at these 2 deliveries.
Yeah.
So that's the previous delivery to the wicket. He's played that as if that's just skidded on and kept a bit low, and then the very next delivery, does take off, and he's caught at Gully.
So the thing about Wells being so tall, quite often when the ball, I said it earlier on, he makes it look like the ball is kept low because he is so tall, and all of a sudden he has to really dip down. It just kept a little bit low, but the one that leapt is fascinating. You keep hitting that spot, that'd be useful. Change of bowling. Blair Tickner's gone, having bowled 4 overs for 16 with the new ball, and Zach Chappell, wicketless so far, because Aitchison and Tickner have shared the wickets, is back from the Anderson end. He will want to get in on the act here. Zach Chappell, having bowled 13 overs for 41 in the match so far. He's on his way in to bowl to Bell, who turns that one up to mid-on, and still we have 2 batters out there who have yet to get off the mark. This is a real opportunity for Derbyshire to apply some pressure, which they've sort of been doing for most of the day. Sort of been doing for most of the day. Just a couple of times you thought we might get away here, but
they managed to pull it back.
Yeah, I think they've stuck to it very well indeed. As Chappell is in, and that one is pushed up to mid-off. There's no run. Bell thought about scampering through for a single, and the more he thinks about that, the better from a Derbyshire perspective.
Yep. Slightly nervy times.
Derbyshire's batting lineup isn't as strong as it has been for most of the season, with no Lewis Rees, no Alex Thompson, Aitchison and Morley, not quite the same batters as this one is. Defended up to mid-on this time by Bell. And we've yet to see, we were talking about this last night with Joe on the show. The one time that David Lloyd has really come off and he got into the 90s was the one time that Caleb Jewell really failed. We haven't seen both openers both succeed in the same match. That will be spectacular when it happens, if it ever happens, because they both like to get on with it. As Chappell balls, there he goes, he's off the mark now, just clipping the ball down to long leg for a single, and at the 18th time of asking, George Bell gets off the mark with a single. 245 for 5. Another lefty.
Yep.
In half and half.
There's Tom Hartley's due in next as well.
Jimmy Batt's left-handed.
Yep, there's quite a few.
There's loads of them. Which is why they would have liked Alex Thompson in the side, who is a bona fide off-spinner. Tall as well. Perhaps extract a bit of extra bounce. There's Chappell on his way into Balderson, who guides this backward a square on the offside straight to Dal. And there's no run. So 6 overs after this one. 1 ball to go in the Zach Chappell over his 14th of the match, first of this current spell. Derbyshire won the toss this morning, seems like forever ago. Decided they'd have a bowl first, and if they can get 2 more wickets today in what remains of the day, which is not a bad title for a film actually, then they will be happy, I'm sure. Chappell bowls, and oh, that goes past the edge of Balderson's bat. Through to Brooke Guest. He just played down the wrong line, I think. I'm not sure it did an awful lot, but the scene here at Old Trafford, absolutely glorious. If anybody can spot a cloud, you're a better man than I. There are some vapour trails to our left, as you might expect. We're not far from Manchester Airport, out to the west. But it has been glorious. I'm going to have to open some windows when I get in, I think. It'll be warm in the house, won't it? Very warm.
We're set for the weekend to be like this as well, aren't we?
Yeah. I think it's the first round of the Lancs knockout this Sunday, I think. A lot of players doubling up over Saturday and Sunday. Ears pressed to the BBC Sounds app for the latest from Old Trafford on Sports Extra 12 or 3.
Aitchison over the wicket in bowls. And, clipped away by Bell through the leg side. Well, Balderson wants to come back for 2. Bell sends him back. Doubles his score. Moves to 2, George Bell. 246 for 5. Brings George Balderson on strike.
Do you do 6 o'clock? Into the show and then got a shout them when we're finished and get an interview back. You alright, boys? Calm down.
That's left by Balderson, angled across him from over the wicket to the gloves of Brooke Guest. No run. 246 for 5. It feels reasonably evenly poised at this stage.
I think so.
Another one tonight.
For the first time in the game, really. There's Derbyshire on top in the first hour, certainly. 2 wickets down, and then Lancashire rebuilding really nicely.
Just into Balderson. Clipped away into the leg side, but there's no run. Yeah, and to Lancashire's credit, on the back of a pretty difficult week, when they were 11 for 2.
Yes, they could have crumbled, couldn't they?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, we had hoped.
They managed to find a way to wrestle through it, thanks to Luke Wells and to Marcus Harris. Change of line around the wicket to Balderson this time, and that's a little bit of width, and he carves that one away. It's partially stopped at backward point.
Ooh, there's an injury.
Yeah, there is.
There is an injury.
Yeah.
Now, I'm trying to work out who that is. Straight away, Harry Kame and Wayne Madsen, and now they're saying, yeah, we want you on now.
Yeah.
And that might be Caleb Jewell again. Let's have a look if I can see who it is on the monitor. I can't really tell. Is it Harry Morley? I'd be surprised if he was fielding now. It's David Lloyd. I beg your pardon. I knew I'd get there in the end. When I'd mentioned all 11 players, I knew I'd get there. It's David Lloyd who's he's sitting up now, which is promising. Just wonder if he just bent a finger back there trying to stop it. He did get something on it, didn't he? And the ball was travelling.
It was the reaction of his teammates, wasn't it? That was slightly alarming, because they were...
Kame and Madsen were both immediately gesturing for somebody to come on. Substitute fielders coming on with drinks, and there'll be a slight hiatus. Which is not a good time for me to say I'm going to go next door.
That's all right. No problem. Well, that's the crucial thing. The most important thing here is he's stood up and looks like he's going to be okay. But yeah, it was the reaction of the Derbyshire players that was of immediate concern. He's leaving the field, but he's walking off. So that is encouraging.
was just an awkward fall or something like that. But yeah, first the reaction was pretty concerning from Derbyshire players, but the fact he's able to walk off the field, whatever the issue was, hopefully isn't too sinister. He did get George Balderson his first run. That was a good stop. He actually prevented it going for 4. It was, I'm pretty sure it was hit well enough for it to be carved away for 4. So 247 for 5. George Bell is he's back on strike. He's unbeaten on 2. And Aitchison from over the wicket into Bell. It's down the leg side. Then goes leaping Brooke Guest away to his left to catch the ball. And 1 ball left of this over, and then we've got 5 remaining in the day's allocation. 247 for 5 a day. Dominated by Luke Wells, but he's had some support from Marcus Harris and from Matty Hurst, sharing century partnerships with both those players. Aitchison to Bell, who plays off the front foot in defence. And there's no addition to the score. So 5 overs remaining, and George Balderson's on 1, George Bell on 2. Lancashire 247 for 5 in their first innings. The day dominated by Luke Wells making 141. Also contributions from Marcus Harris making 45 and Matty Hurst making 51. 5 overs left on the first day. Lancashire 247 for 5. Zach Chappell ready from the James Anderson end. 3 slips are in place. Back will point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And fine leg for Chappell. He comes striding in and bowling to George Balderson. Pushes forward and there's no run. Yeah, Lancashire hoping to try and safely negotiate the final 4.5 overs now. Still with Hartley and Bailey, and defended again by Balderson. There's no run. Anderson Phillip and then James Anderson still to come for Lancashire. 247 for 5. Chappell from the Anderson end. And Balderson defending. Comes Chappell again, bowls, and Balderson goes after it, playing a miss and through to the keeper Brooke Guest. And there's no run. Chasing that one, George Balderson. Almost 3 slip catches. He's lit up for a moment or two. Chappell to Balderson, plays forward and defends. Jack Morley coming up from cover to field. And there's no run. 2:47 for 5. 1 ball left to the 92nd over, and then 4 overs remain in the day's play.
Chappell, that's the button at the top of his mark. 2:47 for 5. On his way in now, bowls to Balderson, who's beaten again. He stands at the end of his follow through, Zach Chappell, with his hands clasped together. Can't quite believe he hasn't taken the edge, but he didn't. And we now have 24 balls in the day to go. Derbyshire have actually got through their overs at a reasonable rate today, which is always nice. So it's going to be a change of bowling. Ben Aitchison's latest spell finishes with him taking 2 for 16 from 6 overs. He's had 2 terrific spells, Aitchison. 1 this morning, 6 overs, 1 for 8. And 1 this evening, 6 overs, 2 for 16. What a return to first-class cricket for Ben Aitchison. His overall figures are 3 for 51. I'm sure when he woke up this morning, if indeed he knew he was playing, he may not have done. I think Alex Thompson did travel with the squad, but has since been sent home because of that hand issue. Couldn't have dreamt of it going any better. Here comes Anuj Dal then in and bowls to Bell, who defends the ball up towards mid-off, and there's no run. 5 down, just about satisfactory. 6 would be good. 7 would be excellent. Is that a very harsh message? But true. Here comes Dahl again, bowls to Bell, who defends that one into the onside. And there's no run. In fact, 2 people have now sent me pictures of myself on a TV screen, which is awful. Thank you to Ed. Thank you to Kate. That's enough. .22 balls to go. Dahl is in, bowls, and that one is defended by Bell. Up towards Zach Chappell, who's kicking the new ball and then almost stands on it. And then picks it up very quickly as the umpire turns around and starts polishing it with a big smile on his face. Hopefully David Lloyd is okay. I'm sure we'll get news on that. Always difficult at the end of a day's play if we don't speak to coaches or anything like that. As Dahl is in a full delivery, and Bell drives this one up to Chappell, who this time just picks it up in a very traditional manner, which is much more to the umpire's satisfaction, I'm sure. Glamorgan 48 for 2 now against Northamptonshire, trailing by 137 at Sophia Gardens. Leicestershire 21 without loss, trailing Middlesex by 211 at Lords as Dahl bowls. That one is clipped into the leg side. Jewell does the fielding. Kent are 367 for 6 against Gloucestershire in their game at Bristol. Yorkshire bowled out for 255 down at the Oval. Surrey 30 without loss in reply. Hampshire bowled out for 300 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. The home side 10 without loss in reply. Somerset 317 for 6 at the close against Sussex at Taunton. And Notts 393 for 8 in their first innings against Durham up at Chester Street. And the other game, Worcestershire 309 for 8 against Essex at New Road. Here Dahl is in again with Guest this time standing up. The ball is turned into the leg side. Anders Dahl begins his latest spell with a maiden over. 247 for 5. The score remains with Balderson on 1 and Bell on 2. These two determined to see things through until the close and start up again tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. One or two people starting to make their way out of the ground over on the far side in front of the original new hotel, which is now linked to the new hotel. Zach Chappell with 3 slips in place. Aitchison, Madsen and Anderson. Piers ready. And umpire Baldwin says, let's go. Here comes Chappell then. In bowls, and that one is defended by Balderson out into the offside. There is no run. Harry Kane polishing the ball in conversation with Jack Morley, who's got through his share of the work today. Jack Morley, the left armour, 15 overs for 33. Tickner 2 for 59 from his 18. Aitchison 3 for 51 from his 18. Chappell in again, bowls to Balderson, who plays and misses at that one outside the off stump. Tempted into a sort of wafty looking drive, really, as the ball goes through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. David Lloyd's bowled 8 overs for 27. Jack Morley, as I've already given you, and Martin Anderson 8 overs for 14. Luke Wells 141, the star of the show for Lancashire, after Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon went early for 2 and 3. Wells Sheringham century stands with Marcus Harris, who made 45, and Matty Hurst, who made 51. As this one is driven toe end of the bat out towards the cover fielder, tumbling to his right, Jack Morley, by Balderson. 2.5 overs to go. Hopefully we'll be able to bring you some reaction on Sports Scene at 6 if we can get the interview done and sent back to headquarters. As Chappell's in again, and again he goes past the edge of Balderson's bat. He hasn't quite had the look he might have had in the last couple of overs. Zach Chappell, he has beaten the bat a couple of times. A wry smile on the face of Brooke Guest, the wicketkeeper. 247 for 5 it remains. Just 3 runs added since the dismissal of Luke Wells. These two are determined to be there tomorrow morning, I think, although Balderson's doing his best to get himself out. Drives this one up to mid-off. Nice tumbling stop by Harry Kane there. 4 times I reckon the ball's gone past the edge of his bat.
Yeah, this is a particularly tricky spell. These are 2 lads that have not really been in much form this season. Right at the end of the day, in what has been a pretty even first day, and probably actually another one tonight pushes it Derbyshire's way in terms of kind of who's got the balance of power at the end of the first day.
There's Chappell in, bowls to Balderson, who gets bat on that one, pushes it out into the offside. The over is completed, 2 to go. Balderson has 1, Bell has 2, 247 for 5. And there'll be a lot of weary Derbyshire cricketers, I'm sure, making their way back to the pavilion in 12 deliveries time, having been out in the heat of the day. I would imagine as well it's quite tricky batting with the shadow of that floodlight pylon going straight across, and it's sort of on a length, the shadow, and therefore the ball's coming out of the bright sun, and then you've got to negotiate it going into the shadow before it actually reaches the bat. And it happens in baseball a lot when the floodlights or the stand come across and somebody's throwing from the shade into the light, or the light into the shade.
That's a good job they rotated the square, isn't it, a few years ago?
Yes, would have been off by now.
Here's Dahl in and bowling.
Oh.
He's think he's hit that, hasn't he, Bell?
I thought he toe-ended it.
Yeah.
Like Q-ended it out into the... perhaps they were hoping for a catch there. That was a very strange-looking end to the shot.
In the end, the ball just kind of bobbled out into the offside. The keeper stood up just trying to swat it out to mid-wicket, or through mid-wicket. Bell thought maybe just a little bit of a bottom edge. There's Dahl in and balls. It's defended by Bell. And there's no run. Well, Bell and Balderson can get through this. The lack of runs that they've scored won't really matter as long as they can make the most of it tomorrow and can capitalise. It's about trying to survive this, isn't it? Because this is quite a tricky spell. Derbyshire bowl well at these two batters. Offered them so little scoring options. Just a bit straight, that delivery. Just allows Bell to clip it away through square leg for 1. Takes him to 3. 248 for 5.
Nice green man.
Nice green
man. I think he's a bit late. If he'd come about 11 o'clock this morning, he'd never have got out alive.
He would have coined it in this morning, wouldn't he? 3,000 school kids in the ground. The ice cream van rocks up. Yeah. No, you're about 6 hours too late.
Almost everybody having made their way out of the ground, he turns up.
We're hoping to see an ice cream van last week at Wanties Road. Every time I go, there's always an ice cream van.
Just by the
yeah,
little old scoreboard,
yeah.
that little stand, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
3 days we were there. Weather was like this. Never turned up once.
He was there Monday, I believe.
And he Dahl in and balls down the leg side to Balderson, taken by the keeper, Brooke Guest. Good stop actually by Guest, because that was speared in down the leg side. 248 for 5. Looking forward to an ice cream. It's about the only thing I was looking forward to on Sunday, really. That'll cheer me up if I get myself an ice cream. Put a flake in it. Something to keep me going. 248 for 5. 2 balls left of the over. Balderson's on 1. Dahl around the wicket.
Ooh, there's that. It's that spot, isn't it?
Fended off by Balderson. Takes his bottom hand off the bat. Didn't seem to rear up as much as the Luke Wells dismissal, but instantly Balderson comes down the pitch and suspiciously takes a closer look. 248 for 5. Not what you really want to see at the back end of the day when you're just trying to survive till tomorrow. 1 ball left of this over, and then 6 deliveries to go. As points push back towards the boundary rope. Again down the leg side, and again a good take by Brooke Guest. Just swaying away to his right as that ball is angled away down leg side. End of the over. 248 for 5. Balderson on 1. Bell on 3.
And so we come to the final over.
Reverse into song then, Fletcher.
No, not a chance. It's Eurovision tomorrow.
Is it?
Yeah, well, that was my reaction when I was told this morning at 11:30. I did go into a shop yesterday evening, and I got back from doing the show, and they had one of the semi-finals on, apparently.
The semi-finals now?
Yeah. And they were surprised to hear that even though France were in it, and 1 or 2 others, that France go straight to the final anyway because they pay more money than everybody else. Wayne Madsen was standing at slip there, but he was on the wrong side of the wicket. Got a lot to think about. Final over then. The wicket falls now, and that will be that. I don't understand why. As Chappell is in, that's a short delivery. He was tempted there for a moment, Bell, to take that on, but perhaps wisely pulled out of the shot and allowed it to go. Oh, it's been signalled a wide, so we've still got 6 deliveries to go. That's only the 3rd extra of the day. 1 by, 1 leg by, and 1 wide. I can't remember a day when only 3 extras have been scored in a full day's cricket. It's remarkable.
Pretty good effort, that, isn't it?
Even leg bys. I mean, you're going to get them, but they just haven't been about. It shows that the bat's been hitting the ball, I suppose. As Chappell is in, that's a fuller length, and Bell turns it into the leg side. Morley fields. Just received confirmation that we will be speaking to Ben Aitchison at the close of play, which is good news.
Excellent.
If he gets out quickly, and I'm sure Henry will now send him a message to say if you get out quickly, you'll get on the radio tonight. That would be very handy. Thank you very much.
I like it. This is how you negotiate who you're going to speak to. You just do it while you're on air. I like it.
Here comes Chappell again, balls to Bell, who pushes it up to mid-on. Well, there's too many ways to escape the changing rooms here at Old Trafford. If I go and stand down on the grass, they'll all go out the back way and down the
very true.
Down the lift.
You can't be in two places there, can you?
No.
It's a tricky one.
Ben will talk to us, I've got no doubt. Familiar Merseyside twang. 4 deliveries to go. Chappell is in, and that one is turned into the leg side by Bell. And the 250 is up. That's a batting bonus point for Lancashire, and it's greeted as though they've just won the county championship. Which sort of suggests what kind of a season they've had, I suppose. I can only assume that's why those cheers were as they were.
Yes.
Derbyshire have done really well with the bonus points. I mean, nobody really cares about bonus points, but that one is pushed into the offside. Apart from cricketers, it seems, by Balderson. And there's no run. They do care. 2 deliveries to go. Almost a chorus of Lanky Lanky. It's not been that kind of day, really.
No. Slow and steady.
It's been difficult to be boisterous, I would have thought. That's Chappell around the wicket, bowls, and that's defended by Balderson. Into the offside, and there's no run. So no question who the star of the show has been. Luke Wells with that 141 and century stands with Marcus Harris and with Matty Hurst. Derbyshire striking early. Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon dismissed before the first 40 minutes of play has been completed. And a fight back by Derbyshire at the end. Matty Hurst and Wells himself falling to Ben Aitchison, who's finished with 3 for 51 and just a 4th slip has been added. As Chappell is in, and that one is pushed, driven up towards mid-off by Balderson. And that is the end of the day's play. Lancashire close on 250 for 5, with Balderson on 1 and Bell on 4. They've been out there a good while, these two. 33 balls Bell for his 4, and 26 deliveries Balderson for his solitary run. But the important thing for them is that they're still here and will be here when we resume at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, Scott.
Yeah, that's, I guess they said the main thing is that from Lancashire's batting point of view there with Bell and Balderson, that they are still there. A dismissal of Luke Wells in that final session, ending what has been a pretty solid effort with the ball by Derbyshire. But there's 3 names on the list there that dominate the scorecard. Luke Wells involved in both big partnerships. Wells making 141, helped by Harris, who made 45, and then by Hurst, who made 51, to give Lancashire a score at the close of play of 250 for 5, and plenty of bowlers used by Wayne Madsen, but certainly the work at the top there by Ben Aitchison. 18 overs, 3 for 51, and Blair Tickner 2 for 59. Standout performers with the ball for Derbyshire. And yeah, those 2 partnerships that have been absolutely vital for Lancashire. Wells and Harris, 103 runs. Wells and Hurst, 121 runs. And can they find another partnership tomorrow, or a partnership or 2 tomorrow, to try and push this first innings score even further along? But yeah, that's where we're at on this opening day. Lancashire 250 for 5, having been asked to bat first by Derbyshire. It's been a beautiful day again weather-wise. The forecast is set fair again for tomorrow. And thank you for joining us, whether you've been with us via the BBC Sport website and app, or 5 Sports Extra 3,
or our viewers across Lancs TV, wherever you're accessing the county cricket coverage. We will join you again tomorrow from just before 11 o'clock.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.